All right. How's it going? Just going to, oh, fuck. All right. I'm just gonna play a quick game of Risk, and then we'll get into researching the Gulf War. Just gonna watch a video or two while I was doing that. Yeah, no, the last primary debates were pretty good. I think that Vivek did better in the third one, but he definitely still won this one too. Especially what the video that we're just gonna watch, what it's about, where Vivek calls out Nikki Haley, was pretty fucking sweet. Bro, she was just like stunned. She couldn't even fucking say anything after he said that she couldn't name 3 provinces. I don't think that they're called provinces, though. I think that they're called, what are they called? It starts with like an O or something. What are Ukrainian states called? Oh, what the fuck? What are Ukrainian states called?
According to Nations Online, Ukraine is subdivided into 24 oblasts,
Oblasts,
and one
yeah.
autonomous republic, the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. There are 2 cities.
Yeah, they're called oblasts, but he said provinces.
Oh, young man.
But I think that's also because no one would know what the fucking oblast is.
Alrighty, folks, so Vivek Ramaswamy did what he does best last night. He threw a bunch of live hand grenades into the middle of a room filled with...
Ben Shapiro's probably not gonna like what Vivek said. Because Ben Shapiro also is a warmonger.
with cats. I'm not sure exactly what was going on, but it was entertaining. Vivek launched a bunch of attacks on Nikki Haley last night. Those attacks are generally from the isolationist right, which is very similar to the isolationist left. The problem is, that doesn't really line up with the Republican perspective writ large on Joe Biden. Joe Biden is weak. It's not that Joe Biden is too muscular in foreign policy. It's that he's too weak, even in Ukraine. The problem for Biden is that he refused to choose an actual line. Either you have to give Ukraine the weaponry necessary to actually smash Russia in the Donbass and Crimea, or you have to define an off-ramp and pursue it. Biden's choice, as always, is neither. That's always his choice, is what if I just, sit here and be a vegetable? But when it comes to Israel, the attack on Biden...
Oh yeah, because he is a fucking vegetable.
From the right, it's that he enabled Iran, delisted the Houthis as a terrorist organization, fostered more funding for the Palestinian Authority and the UNRWA, which means Hamas, and now is trying to handcuff Israel in its ability to finish off a genocidal anti-Jewish terrorist group. So, when Vivek, for example, attacks Nikki Haley for being too pro-Israel, that generally doesn't go over that well with the crowd that's not on X. Here he was last night doing just that.
What happened to Israel was dead wrong. What Hamas did was medieval. It was subhuman. It was immoral. And we have to call that out for what it is on October 7th. But to say that that was an attack on America fails a basic test. I mean, Nick, if you can't tell the difference between where Israel is and the U.S. is on a map, I can have my 3-year-old son show you the difference.
Now, that's a silly argument. Obviously, Israel isn't in America, and the interests of the United States are not always the interests of Israel and vice versa. That's
all right, I'm gonna shoot.
Some sort of dual loyalty is asinine.
Make alliance.
And the crowd knew, which is why that attack fell flat. Even
Make
if the
alliance.
fever swamps of X cheer on this sort of silly posturing. Likewise, the internet cheered Vivek quizzing Nikki Haley on the provinces of the Donbass region in Ukraine. With people on X saying, oh, this ends Nikki Haley. Here was Vivek doing this routine.
I want to say one thing about the tie to Ukraine, if I may. So, foreign policy experience is not the same as foreign policy wisdom. I want everybody at home to note that I was the first person to say we need a reasonable peace deal in Ukraine. Now a lot of the neocons are quietly coming along to that position, with the exceptions of Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, who still support this, what I believe is pointless war in Ukraine. And I think those with foreign policy experience, one thing that Joe Biden and Nikki Haley have in common is that neither of them could even state for you 3 provinces in eastern Ukraine that they want to send our troops to actually fight for. Look at that. This is what I want people to understand. These people have, I mean, she has no idea what the hell the names of those provinces are, but she wants to send our sons and daughters and our troops and our military equipment to go fight it. So reject this myth that they've been selling you, that somebody had a cup of coffee stint at the UN and then makes $8 million after, has real foreign policy experience. It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for. And there's her puppet masters right there, the donors right there that are playing her like the puppet masters.
The donors are right
One,
there.
Nikki has never called for putting
That's fucking
months
hilarious.
of X
Yeah.
cheer on this sort of silly posturing. Likewise,
See, fuck him for saying
the
that.
internet
Silly
cheered Vivek
posturing.
quizzing Nikki Haley on the provinces of the Donbass region in Ukraine. With people on X saying, oh, this ends Nikki Haley. Here was Vivek doing this routine.
I want to say one thing about the tie to Ukraine, if I may.
What if I told you that you can use Motion Array to improve your videos fast? For example, you can create a professional opener just like this. As a content creator, I can choose from thousands of different assets to improve my videos. How about some snow overlay on your epic drone shot? Or maybe just the perfect sound effects.
So, foreign policy experience is not the same as foreign policy wisdom. I want everybody at home to note that I was the first person to say we need a reasonable peace deal in Ukraine. Now a lot of the neocons are quietly coming along to that position, with the exceptions of Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, who still support this, what I believe is pointless war in Ukraine. And I think those with foreign policy experience, one thing that Joe Biden and Nikki Haley have in common is that neither of them could even state for you 3 provinces in eastern Ukraine that they want to send our troops to actually fight for. Look at that. This is what I want people to understand. These people have, I mean, she has no idea what the hell the names of those provinces are, but she wants to send our sons and daughters and our troops and our military equipment to go fight it. So reject this myth that they've been selling you, that somebody had a cup of coffee stint at the UN and then makes $8 million after, has real foreign policy experience.
No.
It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for.
Damn it.
There's her puppet masters right there, the donors right there that are playing her like the puppet masters.
A couple of things about Vivek's
Bro,
point here.
Chris Christie was being such a fucking bitch, bro. Him, basically just night lighting for Nikki Haley, saying that he was making fun of her for being a woman just because he called her dumb.
Never called for putting troops into Ukraine. No Republican candidate has.
I mean,
Literally
she wants
0
to,
of them. In
though.
fact, Haley's entire point is that you fund Ukraine so you don't have to put troops
Shut up, Ben.
into Ukraine or any of the surrounding countries that would presumably be threatened if Russia were to take Kyiv. So he's completely misstating her position to suggest the sort of isolationist notion that we are going to send American boys and girls over to die for territories far away. She has not suggested that. No one has suggested that. Pure Talk has you covered for the holidays with a free Moto 5 5G phone. No gimmicks, no trade-in necessary. Just sign up for Pure Talk's unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 15 gigs of data. You can get all of that for just $35. You'll get the Moto G 5G phone for free. But here's the deal. You need to move fast because these phones are almost gone. So if your current phone is on life support, upgrade for free with Pure Talk. The new Moto G 5G boasts a 2-day battery life, an exceptional quad-pixel camera, and a whole lot more. Pure Talk gives you America's most dependable 5G network at half the price. So make that switch today. Just go to puretalk.com/Shapiro. Get this exclusive offer. Select the plan that's right for your family. Remember, Pure Talk gives you America's most dependable 5G network at half the price. So make that switch today. That's puretalk.com/Shapiro. Claim your free Moto G 5G phone with a qualifying plan. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless. I've been using Pure Talk for the last year or so. The coverage is excellent. I take all my calls on it. It's good enough for me. It's good enough for everybody. Go to puretalk.com/Shapiro and get that free Moto G 5G phone with qualifying plan today. It's worth noting that Haley did, in fact, after this, name 2 of the 3 provinces correctly after the question. She said Crimea instead of Kharkiv. She said
It took her like 20 minutes, though. It took her like 20 minutes to be able to name them. And she named one wrong.
Donetsk and Luhansk. Here's the reality. Most Americans don't know the answer to this particular question.
Yeah, but if you're going to say that we need to help Ukraine out, then you should definitely know what the fuck you're talking about.
Lack of knowledge isn't actually dispositive as to what American action should look like in any particular region. This is a very tried and true attack line, and it doesn't tend to score a lot of points in the real world. Why? Well, because Geography B quizzes are a quick and easy way for isolationists to score a really cheap and easy point. Quick, name all the provinces of East China. You can't? And how can you criticize China over its COVID-19 policies or oppose an invasion of Taiwan? Can you name every province in all of China? But these sorts of attacks don't actually work. In 1999, George W. Bush was asked by a reporter to name the leaders of Taiwan, India, Pakistan, and Chechnya. He responded, "Can you name the foreign minister of Mexico?" Bush won the election. Americans don't need you to be an encyclopedia. They need you to make the right decision when you are pressed. And that decision comes from baseline worldview, not a quick search of the Google machine. That's why Trump became president. Do you think Trump could name like 10 other countries off the top of his head outside of Europe? But being right isn't the point.
Yeah, but he's an isolationist. You don't get the point? How do you not understand the point of this? Oh, you motherfucker. Now I'm locked in here. Fuck.
Point of Vivek's campaign. It's oppositionality. That's literally the whole point of the campaign. That's why he went so hard at Haley, not just on policy, but personally. In the most conspiratorial of ways, by the way. He accused her of bad faith, of fascism, of fakery. It was pretty ugly. Here was Vivek comparing Nikki Haley to Kamala Harris.
I don't question her faith, but I question her authenticity. And I think that's deeper here. We were just talking about the trans issue. This is a symptom of a deeper cancer in American life, identity politics. This new religion that says your race, your gender, and your sexuality are your identity. It is anti-American. It is meritocratic, it's anti-meritocratic, and it is dividing this country to a breaking point. And I've spoken about this to the left. My books are all about this. I've preached this to the left, but it's even worse when Republicans try to play the same game. We're talking about that trans issue. And Nikki Haley's campaign launch video sounded like a woke Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light ad talking about how she would kick in heels. At the first debate, she said that only a woman can get this job done. That's what she said. After the third debate, when I criticized Ronna McDaniel after 5
Only a woman could get this job.
and
Cringe.
criticized Nikki for her corrupt foreign dealings as a military contractor, she said that I have a woman problem. Nikki, I don't have a woman problem. You have a corruption problem. And I think that that's what people need to know. Nikki is corrupt. This is a woman who will send your kids to die so she can buy a bigger house.
Bro, so based.
Using identity politics more effectively than Kamala Harris is a form of intellectual fraud. And it actually needs to end. There's our donor puppet masters wielding their puppet right up here tonight. This is how this game is played. The puppet masters put up their puppet, and I reject the use of identity politics in this party. It has been a cancer coming from the left, and I'm sick and tired of the double standards. The people of this country are too. Having 2 X chromosomes does not immunize you from criticism.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Governor Haley, would you like to respond?
No. It's not worth my time to respond to him.
Fucking bitch.
I mean, she happens to be right about that. I'm sorry, when you hold up a giant piece of paper that just says Nikki equals corrupt.
Bro, he was trying to make it so that he could make a meme. It was a smart move. That was so smart.
Corrupt. You look like a child. You look like an idiot.
Bro, he knew what it was gonna do. He knew that it was gonna make it so that he had a meme.
It's ridiculous. Are you tired of the lies and the twists of the mainstream media?
He understands the
Yeah,
internet.
Me too. Join me in my newest series, Fact, where I dismantle and bring truth to this tiring mainstream agenda.
Quick question for you. What do bad breath and your poop have in common? Researchers estimate that over 80 million Americans suffer from chronic halitosis, or bad breath. At least 99% of everyone else has dragon breath in the morning. Each year, Americans spend over $10 billion on oral hygiene products like gums, mouthwashes, and toothpaste to combat chronic bad breath. These products only mask and cover up the problem. 9 out of 10 bad breath sufferers spend in excess of 72 hours and over $400 a year just battling their condition and see barely any results. That's because they're merely putting a Band-Aid on the problem. You see, bad breath is not a mouth problem, it's a gut problem. Every minute of every day, 100 trillion bacteria in your gut, both good.
Let's see what these hit pieces are
Let's see
that he's talking
if
about.
we give a hoot about this video. Man, the dirtbag left term feels really outdated, huh? I'm pretty sure this term was invented for, like, Chapo Trap House. It feels kind of out of date. One of those, like, making the video on the subject because we can kind of things.
That is what Barack and I think about every day as we try to guide and protect our girls through the challenges of this unusual life in the spotlight.
Uh-huh.
How we urge
There we go.
them to ignore those who question their father's citizenship or faith.
Wait, hold on one second. Is this a leftist? What leftist would use Michelle Obama in, like, an affirmative sense? Lib? Lib! How often do libs make hit pieces? It's somewhat ironic. I just want to check the vibe. Hold on. What is Burning Man? I was a haunted house. I had my kid.
Oh, is Pink the only... Oh, Pink... That's the
not kidding.
only one of Pink? Damn, I could have gotten a kill.
We insist that the hateful language they hear from public
Can we...
figures, that our motto is
A full minute of this at the beginning. A full minute. Okay.
I don't consider myself, and I don't believe I have ever been considered to be a part of the dirtbag left. But I'm certainly a little
The dirtbag left?
bag adjacent.
What does that even mean?
I've been known to be a little grimy. I don't pretend to be...
Oh. Alright.
It's so, like, all
I'm going to
leftists?
withhold any judgmental comments that I have until after I've been given reason to make them. Here. Let's go to me.
Typology is centered rather than...
I wish I would have
leftist.
known
When the
what he was
desire
talking
to
about.
shock and provoke and trigger...
Ironically, taking positions so aggressive as to be absurd.
Red Scare's real offense is nihilism. Red... Nobody even calls Red Scare dirtbag left because they don't even pretend to be on the left anymore. They're like terminally contrarian, fascist adjacent.
I don't even know what Red
know?
Scare is.
She-One head vibes in many ways. The funny thing is, I genuinely feel like Red Scare is the real-life version of every bad thing everyone ever assumed about She-One head times 10. Like, every negative statement or prediction or judgment made against She-One head were all taken and exacerbated, and they are all applied to them, you know? Do they mean the podcast? They mean the podcast.
Maybe I should date an abusive man so I can get motivated to be thin and misrepresenting basic facts.
I'm always doing this.
Oh, dude, is he gonna take me out?
The Mueller investigation already cleared Trump of wrongdoing. The show
But
collapsed.
Shu is a woman, so that's worse. The Red Scare girls are also women. Okay, you guys don't know what Red Scare is, because my chat's full of...
Fuck!
15-year-old NB queers or whatever. Okay, never mind. Just
lives into meaningless offense, meant only to spit in the eye of anyone still foolish enough to care.
Recently, Anna and Dasha seem to have even abandoned their myopic brand of class consciousness for something more like political nihilism. They've descended so far down the shitposter rabbit hole that they've completely politically disengaged. To sincerely care about anything is cringe, so they embrace a kind of politics of spite and insincerity.
Fuck.
I don't disagree with that, but they're definitely not like depoliticized. They're pretty like openly fascist. They're just fascist from the perspective of like, I don't know, being a young 20-something bitter, gay, bulimic or whatever. There's like a very specific brand of cynicism here that they cut into, but they're definitely not apolitical or whatever.
To me, Red Scare represents an extreme case of a pretty common disease on the shitposting left, when the dirtbag typology is centered rather than the leftist. When the desire to shock and provoke and trigger is prioritized over, having good politics, there's a disturbing regressive trend among nominally progressive online personalities. I'm thinking of edgy leftists like Vosh, who somehow always find a way to use their platforms to harass marginalized people.
This is such a like the only thing that I know about.
I don't know how he uses his platform to harass marginalized people.
About me.
But I mean, if he does, that's pretty fucking sweet.
And people like circulate. Like, it's always so bizarre for me because there are content creators who constantly get engaged in drama. Like, for instance, like Destiny actively revels in drama and causing it and engaging with it or whatever. And, like, I loathe drama. I don't like waking up and seeing my name trending on Twitter because it's almost always for negative reasons. I like attention. I love attention. Don't get me wrong. But drama specifically in the context of this environment, it's just, I don't get much satisfaction from it. So then I do all my streams and it's all like politics, and I do like an hour-long rant yesterday about like essentially anarchic queer linguistic norms. And then I watch a video from someone being like, well, 3 years ago he thought a black woman was wrong, so he's always using his platform to harass marginalized people,
Like when he misunderstood black nationalism and sent his thousands of followers to harass a much smaller creator and
millions, thank you,
call him white genocide enjoyer or whatever. Or when he used J.K. Rowling's trans misogyny as an excuse to promote just general misogyny, I guess.
Why promote? Okay, that's not what promote means. Promote means advocate for. I was just being misogynistic. There's a difference there, like a meaningful one, but okay. Also, I stand by it. It's not like I've stopped being casually misogynistic.
Women be quieter and start apologizing more. That is such a wild take, Ian. Have you met women? I apologized on my couch when I stubbed my toe on it. I'm thinking.
Thank God. I was gonna make a joke. I'm glad she already takes the right attitude towards life.
Speaking of Catholics, who apparently grew tired of
That's not a woman.
ratioing transphobes and decided instead to use her platform to harass feminist Asian writer Rosalind Toulousan for 2 entire years.
Wait, is this the Noodles? Wait, please tell me this is the Noodles drama. Is this seriously Noodlegate? Oh my God, dude. Yes! So for clarification, okay? Okay, for clarification, all right? A while ago, like 50 years ago, a white woman made a cookbook that included stuff like noodles and dumplings. That's it. It was a good cookbook. She grew up making noodles and dumplings, so she made a book about it. Somebody on Twitter said this was racist. Why are you, as a white woman, making noodles and dumplings? And Keffels said, I think it's okay to be a white person and make noodles and dumplings. And for 2 years, people have said Keffels was being racist for saying that. That's not a joke. I'm not leaving anything out. That's really it. That's the level we're on here.
Noodles are tasty has become a rallying cry similar to ethics in video game journals.
Noodles are tasty has become a rallying cry similar to we must secure a future for white people and their children or whatever. 1488, a well-known neo-Nazi dog whistle, rivaled only by Noodles Are Tasty, the other very well-known Nazi dog whistle. This isn't a joke. This really is the level that we're on here. Hey, quick tip to this lady. Honest tip, given earnestly by somebody who's watched a lot of video essays, okay? The reason you're making this video is because you know that it drives clicks and engagement. I have a lot of clout attached to my name. Keffals does as well. Certainly when it comes to drama. The problem is you've forgotten to make the video essay. You're not explaining anything that happened. Like, all you've done is show examples. Watch an H-Bomber video. You notice how...
I don't know. Who the fuck is H-Bomber?
You notice how when he wants to make an argument about the moral character of somebody, he provides examples rather than just, like, obliquely referring to a screenshot or some vaguely remembered drama event from multiple years ago. The reason you feel comfortable making this, like, way sort of gestural, like, you know, ah, yes, the person who does that, is because you're either A, incompetent, which I'm not jumping through here. I don't think that's actually the reason. I think it's the second reason. It's because this is like insular virtue signal community drama bullshit where you're under the assumption that everyone else knows about this already, so you're just trying to cash in on views on a subject that you know there's already a lot of interest saturation. I think this is a very cynical and lazy way of making a video. If you want to argue that I'm racist, there are literally video clips of me saying the N-word hard R on stream. I like just put in a little bit of effort. They're not hard to find. You can. I'm just like that sounds like a joke, like I'm being edgy here, but I'm actually being serious. It kind of bothers me a little bit when people are so arrogant when they make these stupid hit piece videos on me.
Don't attack me yet.
That they just go like, here's an example. Bosh. You know what I mean? It's like it's just a way of like holding up a magnet to the people who already don't like us.
Journalism, an alibi for a harassment campaign that has become a meme unto itself.
See? Exactly. See? Oh my god, yeah, see? That has become a meme unto itself. Like, she's referring to the already existing popularity of this discourse, meaning that she can just, you know, yeah, it's like, well, you know, I don't need to, like, make the argument here. We all already know how we feel about Vosh and Keffals, so I'm just going to refer to them, remind you that they're bad, and then continue. But not remind you with, like, an example. Or
Go
just
through.
Sort of point, you know?
This isn't activism. This is just a racist waste of time, which...
See, notice how that statement makes no sense unless you're already familiar with the drama. She showed a Keffals tweet that said noodles are tasty, and then she was like, yeah, no, this is a racist waste of time, not activism. What do you mean? You showed a tweet about noodles, lady. Why what are you referring to here, you know?
To be fair, is a pretty accurate description of Clara's body of work, but this kind of boring reactionary trolling is not worthy of anyone's time or attention, and certainly not anyone who claims to be aligned with the left.
See, again, this was what I mean by the dismissive virtue signal. Like, are we even being invoked for the purpose of making a point, or is this just holding a beacon up to people who don't like us so they can add another, like, gem onto their, you know, VDS and KDS Infinity Gauntlets? Like, what point is being made here? What, like, artistic statement is being made? What are you communicating? What personal analysis are you providing? Boss, she would just say it's not my job to educate you. Yeah, this is kind of like that. It's like, it's not my job to educate you on these people and this topic that I'm making a video on that you're watching right now. Like, you click on the video and it's just somebody being like, yeah, what, you think I was gonna explain it to you? Again, like, the issue here is that, like, first of all, from a purely, like, self-interested perspective, there's a lot more for me to dig into if there actually is, like, an effort to cancel me or whatever. I think a lot of people on the left, the reason why I don't deal with woke scolds that much is because I come across as kind of invulnerable to them, and I think a lot of them have kind of given up. Like, it's been 5 years now, and I've only gotten more popular with time. You know, like, the view counts keep on chugging, and in spite of all the shit they've done and they've said, it doesn't really seem to affect me, so I think they don't like going after me anymore. That's why they like going after Keffals, by the way. Notice how if you show any signs of weakness, and I'm not saying Keffals is weak, I'm just saying that she hasn't presented the same, like, invulnerability to harassment that I have for a long time now. They'll go after them like it's like piranhas. You dump, like, you know, it's chum to the sharks. They go after people they think they can hurt, right? But in my case, like, a lot of them don't think they can hurt me, so they just don't, and the criticism kind of dries up. It's really all performative. It's like it's an effort to demonstrate that there's some sort of in-group community power that, you know, sort of tied to harassing people that they think are problematic. And I'm kind of out of it now, I guess. But I wish they would try harder. You know? Come at me. The fact they think they can hurt her is literal transmisogyny.
What?
Oh, people like this will always
What the fuck is trans misogyny? What?
Fortunately, go after members of the queer community or women or whatever else. The more cis and male and straight, miss me with that shit, that you come off, the more invulnerable you come off to harassment, and the less they feel it's worth their time. Which is the reason why people like this have, you know, they spend a lot of time going after people on the left, and not so much going after people on the right.
If you're someone who consistently uses your platform to torment marginalized people, I don't really think you're doing leftism.
See, again, like, where's the substantiate the point? You showed a noodle tweet. You showed a noodle tweet. You showed a tweet saying noodles are tasty. You said it was like a rallying cry akin to ethics in games journalism without even remotely substantiate. It's like you might have not even, you might as well have not even said anything. You know, like, why?
No matter how much you want universal health care and a livable minimum wage. But I've noticed that a lot of people...
But I don't want either of those things. I just want state-mandated girlfriends or whatever. Vosh, I swear, if you swore off ironic misogyny, you'd have way more reach for your message. I'm sorry, I'm an authentic guy. I talk the way on stream that I do in real life. I make edgy jokes in real life. I make them here. I can't do the self-censorship thing. No, this isn't some, like, I'm a brave free speech warrior thing or whatever. It's just legitimately, I just act how I act. I try to rein it in sometimes, and trust me, I have way worse jokes that I'm making all the time in my head, okay? So it's not like we're not engaging in any kind of restraint. But, you know. Dude, just a little effort. I'm showing a lot of effort, okay? It's a wild one up in here, all right? It's a lot of wacky jokes, you know? Also, not gonna lie, I think that engaging in a kind of light and comedic level of ironic misogyny can actually demonstrate
what is this
a
guy
person
doing?
being better about gender issues than
Is
a
this
person who is like super
yep.
ultra PC all the time about it. In the same way
Fuck,
that in
it's
my
a bot.
experience, black guys tend to be a lot more chill around white people who
That
are
kinda
casual
fucks up
when
my-
it comes to race jokes, as opposed to somebody who's super straight-laced and stiff when it comes to anything race-related. Because the latter, when they're really stiff and like inflexible and sort of like don't engage with it, comes across as they're like afraid they might say something or they're uncomfortable with the subject. I guess just in interpersonal interactions, like day to day in my real life, I do make like casual jokes about women, but it's never seemed to cause many issues. Like, I've talked to plenty of left-leaning women, feminists, you know, even like activist groups. I mean, I've talked to entire roomfuls of people whose jobs it was to be PC when public facing. And for the most part, I think it comes across okay because I'm demonstrating a comfort with the subject, not some like weird, stiff, uncomfortable, you know, kind of like withholding. Does that make any, whatever. It's a personal taste thing. I'm not saying that it's better for me to do it or whatever. I'm just saying that, you know, that's how I tend to think of it. I think sometimes it does indicate that. Also, some of the worst and creepiest fucking rapists that I've seen on the left have been those, like, straight-collar nice guys who are super ultra PC with women, but are, like, quietly seething that they get, like, you know, dicked by Chad, but, like, they haven't gotten pussy or whatever. Like, I don't know. I just have, like, a negative association with, like, a certain level of self-restraint, but I don't know. All right.
People who see themselves as politically incorrect leftists fall into this trap. Saying something outrageous or feuding with someone...
Doesn't this depend on how sensitive or looking for something to jump on the people you're currently around are? If the people around me are sensitive enough that it's a problem for them, that's a them problem thing. I don't really care. I mean, obviously, like, I'll always be polite to people, but if somebody just doesn't vibe with the way I present myself, that's okay. They can remove themselves from the situation. I'm not, like, kidnapping people. I'm not a teacher. They're not a captive audience. I think that the world in general would be a better place if people were a little bit more honest and straightforward about how they are, even if that how they are is annoying or off-putting to people. I think that the sort of false image of public agreeability can often be a lot more harmful than people just being kind of open sometimes about being things that other people might find negative. But again, really variable. Like, I'm not saying it's like, oh, the world would be better if everyone was an asshole. I'm not, again, I'm being like, I'm speaking in favor of being authentic and being a little cringe here, not in favor of just being mean to people. I think you should always try to be nice. You'd have better reach if you simply didn't do it and respond to videos like this without the context of view. I imagine it does seem genuinely sexist. Maybe. Hold their hand every once in a while. Yeah, but I feel like, I mean, okay, like if somebody was watching this video in a vacuum and in good faith, would this overall engagement not indicate some level of self-awareness on my part? Like, I know what it looks like when guys are just casually sexist in a way that actually indicates sexism, you know? I've seen that before, plenty, you know? I grew up around guys in school. I know what that looks like. I guess I just don't feel like I give those vibes. Sometimes people disagree, but, you know, obviously I'll always be more charitable to myself than other people will.
That your average anime avatar Anon thinks is cringe gets you a lot of attention.
I know this is exhausting, but you should push back more on the bullshit Destiny says about you. Whatever he says, I am taller than him, okay? Don't believe his lies, alright? What's that meme image that was popular in his chat? I don't know if it still is, but with the memento, and he's holding up the photo. Don't believe his lies. It's a picture of him, okay? Don't believe that, alright?
That person
What are
was
we doing?
smart.
Let's actually watch the video.
No matter how much you want universal health care and a livable minimum wage. But I've noticed that a lot of people who see themselves
There we
as
go.
politically
Yes.
incorrect leftists fall into this trap. Saying something outrageous or feuding with someone that your average anime avatar Anon thinks is cringe gets you a lot of attention.
What you see doesn't reflect what women see, Vosh. Stop the casual misogyny or stop whining about people complain. How can you be this sensitive and also be a tier 2 sub in my chat? I'm not whining about people who complain. I'm explaining how I feel about it. And also, what you see doesn't reflect what women see. Let's be real here. Most of the people who go after me for this are guys speaking on behalf of women, okay? I wasn't born yesterday. Exactly, I'm not. You're not a tier 2 sub? Was that a gifted sub? Is this stolen valor?
We all love it. But if you aren't careful, vulgarity can sour and become cruelty. And the political weapon of crudeness becomes a blunted cudgel wielded even against our allies. Now, anti-identitarian leftists will say that pandering to marginalized groups is weakening the left.
Wait, again, please, with the video essays, you have to substantiate and explain what it is you're doing, what it is you're saying. You can't just say stuff like that without providing examples. I know what you mean because I know everything, but a lot of the people watching this won't. They're just kind of like nodding.
I would have
along.
went
You
out.
to provide information. Give them something here.
That the woke scolds are off-putting to the white working class who would be on board with our project were it not for all these uppity insert marginalized identity here's. But like,
We're mixing arguments right here. Appeals to the white working class as a group that must be appealed to no matter what have always been bullshit on the left, in large part because the idea that the working class is a white group has always been like a Republican assumption. The working class is disproportionately made up of marginalized people. Black and brown, women, queer of any kind, you know. The working class is not, like, people will be like, the working class, and what they mean is, like, white guys in overalls who work on oil rigs or something, you know, or in Appalachia. You know, that's an incredibly tiny portion of the overall working class in this country, which constitutes, by the way, the vast majority of the people in this country. So that's one argument. The other argument is that woke scolds are off-putting to potential allies, and that is true. However, they're more off-putting to... Look, I'll say this, okay? If you go by, like, relative acceptance of a variety of issues, I would also be worried about how the woke scoldy behavior comes across to potential allies who are black. Please define woke scolds. When I say woke scold, what I mean is a progressive person who habitually gatekeeps or virtue signals or purity tests as a way of sort of selectively defining the bounds of their community group vis-a-vis like progressivism. Basically like a scoldy woke person, you know? I think that the definition's going to be blurry, but there are a lot of people who fit it so perfectly that it's actually really easy to refer to examples of this. They tend to do the cry bully thing. Now again, I don't think that woke scolds are all bad people. I don't think that it like makes them evil. I don't think they're all deliberately manipulative. I think that a lot of them are weak, vulnerable people. Many of them are young. They don't have a lot of social capital, and they're progressive. And they've grown up, and they're now in an online environment where there are some communities where you can get a lot of social clout by being, you know, kind of holier than thou. And as a consequence of that, I think a lot of them lean into that as a way of demonstrating virtue over others, and that makes them kind of purity testy and, you know, kind of mean, kind of bad. A lot of them engage in a lot of really abusive behavior without knowing it because they think that being on the quote-unquote right side of history gives them permission to engage in that behavior. Bosch, on the receiving end, you can read as sexist with how dismissive you are and you making the edgy jokes. The fact that you're always like this about everything is what makes it okay and funny. If I didn't know you, if I saw the wrong thing, I honest to God don't know if I distinguish between you and men who have been sexist and dismissive towards me. I understand that. I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but I guess the problem with that would be that in that case, that feels kind of like a piecemeal argument of just never being edgy ever. I have to assume people who engage with what I say are engaging with it in good faith. There are plenty of people out there who would not be immediately put off by an otherwise good video because of one joke, you know? Maybe you could, like, look at other content that I've done. I guess it's just like, it just feels kind of bad that I have like a million videos that you can go and look up my position on anything, but then a person would look at a stream of mine and hear me make like one offhand joke, and then it's like, oh, so it's all like crypto sexism or whatever. It's like, you know, I have to assume some level of good faith, because otherwise, if a person is looking for reasons to dislike me, trust me, I and the internet will give them plenty. Here, let's move on a little bit.
I'm the white working class. And sure, maybe now I live in a major city that skews more liberal and that has influenced my worldview.
I'm a big fan, Vosh, but you realize you do this and we'll go on for very long times talking about how persecuted you are for people. I think, Melocello, you're projecting. Come the f*** on. Oh my god, come on. This only ever comes up because people in chat start essay posting, and then, like I'm responding to chat. Please. Please just shrug and move on. Don't type out 200 words and then get mad at me for responding to it. That's not me being defensive. I engage with chat. Like, I guess I'm defending myself from the idea that I'm especially bad on this, but I do that with everything, you know?
But I grew up in Florida.
Shrug and move on.
In a county named after a Civil War general that votes overwhelmingly Republican every single election season. I've never set foot in a gender studies classroom. I mean, I've never set foot.
I think being misogynist online makes things work. Oh my god, you guys can't help yourselves. Listen, okay? You know what's really off-putting to people joining the left? You guys woke scolding me. I made one joke like 30 minutes ago where I said, I wish women shut up. And since then, it's been a non-stop cavalcade of, you know, goody two-shoes in chat who are reminding everyone watching who might otherwise be on the fence that, yeah, if you join the left, you better walk on eggshells because you could make one joke and have 7 billion people explain to you about how problematic your joke. Please, God. Oh my God. Please. Let me, please. Go, please. Go outside. Please. I'm not saying your concerns are entirely invalid here. I'm just saying, like, man, this gets disproportional. I'm edgy every stream. Why this? Why now? Why here? 2019 Vosh would make them regret living. 2019 Vosh would be about midway to a channel strike right now, I feel. Okay, we're watching the video. We're watching the video.
But in a coal mine either, but I think that by most anti-identitarian metrics, I should be fairly representative of this imagined white working class. And yet, my politics have drifted further and further to the left over the years. But that isn't because of a bunch of streamers and podcasters stealthing class consciousness into my brain via a giant slur Trojan horse.
Slur Trojan horse? What?
What point is being made here? I don't even know. This is just like a meaningless collection of symbols and references that vaguely tie into...
It's because of people of color, disabled people.
I can't get over how much she sounds like Jenny. Please, God, do not compare her to Jenny.
Queer people I've interacted with throughout the years who have honestly and openly discussed their experiences. It's because I've come to the obvious conclusion that our political struggles are intertwined.
She's doing the Lindsay Ellis voice so hard. Please, God. God damn it. Oh yeah, this is also a huge part of the, like, woke scold dialogue tree. It's when they say, you claim that edgy streamers move people to the left, but I was moved to the left by listening to the experiences of marginalized people. Edgy streamers didn't factor into it. This is in, like, every single one of these video essays, every single time, because they have to demonstrate that, again, because it's virtue signaling. Remember, the key points here are to demonstrate a sort of progressive, holier-than-thou tendency, and to that case, it's like, oh, no, see, as a real progressive, I was informed by listening to, you know, disabled, HIV-positive, queer, wheelchair-bound black trans women explain to me, using American Sign Language, their lived struggle. Whereas you, presumably, were radicalized by listening to a white man scream the N-word 50,000 times per stream. You know, and that's the difference between you and me.
And I don't think I'm the exception to the rule here. I think empathy is the default condition of humankind. That's why movies be so good. I'm not exceptionally intelligent or exceptionally easily persuaded. Okay, well, maybe I'm a little easily persuaded.
We know.
But, like, so are most people. That's why advertisements be so good. Also, a
Please.
massive percentage of the working class are women of color. So even if you are a class reductionist, alienating those demographics is just strategically not good. I think any
That's true. But who are we accusing of being a class? Is like, am I and Keffels the class reductionist here? I'm extremely not, but okay.
political strategy that encourages you to abandon empathy for your allies is a misguided strategy at best.
Abandon empathy for your... Wait. When did we get to this? Was this established in a previous part of the... Probably, you know. They talked about Red Scare for a while. I don't think those bitches have any empathy. Oh, sorry. I said those bitches... I'm sorry. Nobody talks like that in real life, you know. Online, where the edgy wildebeests roam, I might get away with that. But in real life, if you casually say something like that, nobody... There's no way IRL communities filled with gay men would casually say stuff like those bitches. Your misogyny would not be tolerated. Bosch, you're bringing it up, now it's your fault. I admit, this time it's my fault. Bosch, actually, I got kicked out of an activist group for speaking like that. To be fair, that's a shit activist group. Any activist group that is, unless you were doing something really f***ed up, if an activist group will kick you out for that, that probably means they're so concerned with, like, internal purity, they're not capable of coalition building, and that means they're not capable of doing their job. Bosch, I mean, you could get disinvited from a lot of stuff if you talk like that.
18 troops? Fuck.
Where are you guys
Oh.
doing? Are you, where? From your baby classes in baby school? You mean like the Discord servers that you frequent where people get in trouble for not using the neo pronouns that someone added 4 hours ago to their... Where? Church youth groups. All right, I'll give you that one. The DSA wasn't letting your fans in? Yeah, well, the DSA sucks, and everyone knows about that, okay? Everyone knows that. That's why we have to fill it with Vowshites. Vosh, you should know that bitch has different meanings depending on context. You were clearly using it to dismiss women there.
This guy's dumb. Why would he have sat there? He could have sat
Oh my
here,
God.
went boom.
What is up? What?
Got a card, and
I don't
then...
even know if that was a joke.
And actively damaging your cause at worst. As Thought Slime points out in their video on a similar topic, the left doesn't really mean anything.
You'll hear the term used to describe everything
Hello.
from hardcore anarchist
Bro, Thought Slime is so fucking annoying.
revolutionaries to neoliberal ghouls who at least don't actively seem to want to feed gay people into a wood chipper right now.
It's just an umbrella term that means anyone who isn't the right. And if we need to abandon some of our political...
Okay, we got past the point that I gave a shit about. Alright, pretty bad video essay. I wonder if her other ones are better than this, you know? Like, in the most recent Contra video, like, Contra consistently makes good videos, though I do think they've taken a downhill turn, but the most recent one she put out just took a giant quality nosedive where she decided to dedicate 5 minutes of it to randomly complaining about me. There's something about me that just saps the IQ from other people, I don't know. Bosh, I swear this stuff is on a basic bell curve. I'm super on the same wavelength, read misogynistic jokes, and all my female friends are the same. I think your chat is super young and not there yet. Yeah, I guess it just... I don't know. I guess it just kind of weirds me out that after 5 years of this, there are still people in my chat who are like, hey, I know that, like, casually online, like, 99% of the world is, like, okay with this shit, at least to the extent that it's expressed in certain contexts and it's, like, comedically appropriate or whatever. But, like, there are some portions of the left that aren't, and I'm gonna come into your chat and be, like, mad about it for you. I don't know. Find a better hit piece? There are no good hit pieces of me. I think chat should follow your rule of never be more edgy than me. That's always been my rule for, like, the community, and I think that's a good rule, you know? You can be less edgy than me. That's the rule, you know? The few times I've seen you mention or see or hear about Thought Slime, you seem to not like them. Is there some reason that? Yeah, the main reason is that they're cringe. That's always going to be, like, #1, cringe and soy. Also, they're just, like, an abusive, crybaby piece of shit who, like, has done and said a lot of stuff, but because they're constantly signaling weakness, and because they have, like, 50,000 minority attributes they put on themselves, like badges, to give themselves more power in a tight spot. Like, it doesn't, like, come across for anything. Also, their videos are shit, let's be real here. They're just not that interesting. I try to engage with them in good faith, in terms of, like, video quality, but, you know. Good thing we're immune to that? True. Thought Slime also lied about Zan running a sex cult? Yeah, that was one of the things that I was referring to. Dude, it was so fucking gratifying when I saw H-Bomb go after Illuminati, since everything that I've learned about Illuminati has given me the impression that she's another one of those, like, well, we've seen the video now, shit video essayists who, like, sort of weaponizes the fact that she's progressive as a way of avoiding criticism and dogpiling others, you know? And same with the other dipshit, that gay with the foofy hair, the one who attacks people and says, like, oh, they criticize me, by which I mean they sent me death threats for being gay or whatever. That, yeah, Somerton, yeah. Never heard him before the video. Yeah, I saw a bit of him and he looked like really bad. So, you know. I'm sorry, wait, to be clear, when I say looked really bad, I mean like he physically looked bad. Like I think he's unpleasant to look at. It's not even an attractiveness thing. Where's this stupid haircut? Hold on, I'd like to tweet making fun of him. I don't want anything to I don't want anyone to misconstrue me and believe that when I say look bad, I mean like anything other than his appearance. I have no idea what he was thinking with this one, but the idea that this guy could be legitimately a student of film art of film, while styling his hair this way, no way. It's the stone toss poop hair. It is literally the stone toss poop hair. Somerton was consistently openly misogynistic. It's crazy nobody called it out until H-Bomb. Yeah. Hey, it's almost like a lot of misogynists will, like, you know, play super woke and be like super PC or whatever and come across as really self-righteous, and the misogyny comes out in these little weird, like, incidental ways that indicated discomfort with the subject, as opposed to, you know, just kind of casually making sexist jokes now and again, like normal people. Like, you don't make sexist jokes about guys, you fuck Brits. Like, we don't all make jokes about men. Like, I haven't made jokes about men 50 fucking times this week. Oh, but when you make one about women, oh no, you're reinforcing social harmful norms, stereotype norms, harms against women. I don't know what these words mean, but I'm applying them in this case specifically because I'm weirdly uncomfortable with the idea of any kind of reciprocal fucking consistency here.
I can't really attack purple from here.
Alrighty, folks, so Vivek Ramaswamy did what he does best last night. He threw a bunch of live hand grenades into the middle of a room filled with cats. I'm not sure exactly what was going on, but it was entertaining. Vivek launched a bunch of attacks on...
Alright, let's see what this...
The next generation of
I wonder if
is here.
he's gonna bring up the new Daily Wire movie.
For $49.99 a month, free advanced Wi-Fi, a free unlimited mobile line, and a free Zumo stream box when you add Spectrum TV.
After last month's massive solar flare added a 25th hour to the day, businesses are wondering what should we do with it.
Bacon and eggs, 5-7.
You're darn right.
Solar stocks are up 20% with the additional hour in the day.
With the extra hour, I'm thinking company-wide power cut. Let's put it to a vote.
This is going to be havoc on Roman time.
Anything can change the world of work. From HR to payroll, ADP designs forward-thinking solutions.
Listen up, f***s. It's Cody J with another f***ing episode.
What? What is going on?
With Cody J. Let's see what's in the news feed today, or should I call it the cuck feed? AOC.
Oh, he's making fun of right-wing comedy by saying that that's what they do.
Recently condemned her do-nothing Dem cabal for ignoring what she calls a
Looks
very
like
real
no.
threat of fascism in the country. But then the Democrat responded, but if we get rid of fascism, that would make one less Democrat in this room. Gary gets it. She's the fascist. Thank you, Gary. And speaking of soy, Senator Ron Paul just... Look, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this. Sorry. Oh yeah, we're doing this, home slices. Various slices of homes. Sorry about your homes, but we're taking this on. And ultimately, that title card is a bit of a provocative misrepresentation of what we're really talking about. So if you'd prefer, why aren't there a lot of conservative comedians? Or rather, if you'd prefer, why aren't there a lot of famous conservative comedians today? These are all variations of the same question, depending on your personal views. You know, we
All right.
welcome all
Hopefully
kinds
he
of people
just
to tell these
hopefully
jokes.
he just
It's very
suicide
inclusive.
bombs him.
This episode is very inclusive because this question concerns everyone. It's a bit of a conundrum, you know, something we all kind of accept, and the internet loves to write think pieces about. The stereotype being that, as it stands now, the only joke conservatives seem to have and glom onto is the old "I identify as a blank" bit, this meme and such. And it's the question we are being tasked with tonight. Because honestly, it shouldn't be that way. Humor isn't politically aligned, right? And to be clear, we're not talking about funny entertainers who happen to be Republicans like your Kelsey's Grammer or your David Zucker, but rather comedy that's specifically right-leaning in themes. The Jon Stewart of the right, if you will. And just to get it out of the way, there are a lot of shitty, left-leaning comics out there. You may even think I'm one of them. I don't know. I don't read the comments. But the late-night model alone seems to exclusively function by taking literally any comedian and sucking their funny force like some kind of hot mummy curse. But I don't think there's a question about how oddly one-sided political humor really is. But heck, maybe we're all wrong and biased, and conservatives are actually hilarious, and liberals just don't find them funny.
So, do you remember Newton's law? Not that Newton, this Newton. Not that Newton, this Newton. There we go. That went over really well. Isaac Newton once said that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction, meaning much like my nightly massage therapist, forces always come in pairs.
Nope, it's not that. Objectively speaking, that was very bad comedy. That is, of course, Gutfeld and his opening jokes pointing
I don't know. That wasn't that good of a joke, but I feel like he has some good jokes.
out that several things are, in fact, named Newton. Followed by the line, and I'm going to directly quote him here. Much like my nightly massage therapists, forces always come in pairs, as a punchline intro to a segment. And it's okay if you didn't fully understand what he said just then, because his delivery reads like someone who just learned what words are. That's definitely his first problem. See, what Gutfeld has there is a throwaway joke meant to bridge two subjects, something you would want to say naturally and fast that isn't hard to understand, like when I'm thanking my 2 massage therapists for their hard work. He's doing a casual simile, where the twist is that what you're comparing says something absurd about yourself. An actual example of this structure would be saying something like, comedy is about tone and texture, something that, much like my weird smooth balls, Greg Gutfeld lacks. The joke is that I have weird, smooth, pale little boy testicles, you see. And by setting up a comparison between Greg Gutfeld and my balls, I could further elaborate by saying something like, and also like my weird balls, Greg Gutfeld is empty inside, and so on. Look, it's not perfect, but my point is that I'm giving your brain something that's easy to digest. Like my weird
Move that
balls.
to right there.
The problem with Gutfeld's joke is that he wanted to land on the phrase, forces always come in pairs. So the natural joke writing instinct would be to take one of the words and give it a double meaning, something like, much like a Sith and apprentice, forces always come in pairs. Or perhaps, much like a fruit fetishist, forces always come in pairs. See? Words are neat. But Greg actually does the opposite of this, creating a simile that makes your brain have to work backwards to understand it. A massage therapist, when doing a massage, presses and rubs on muscles that a fucking alien might perhaps define as a force. He's saying his massage, or his force, comes in pairs, like his nightly massage therapists. So what he's ultimately saying is just, I get a massage from 2 people every night, as his ultimate joke. And that's the ending problem, which is that the final observation being made isn't creative or absurd or funny or an observation or unexpected, but rather confusing. Why do you have 2? So your brain is left searching for something it might have missed, and you find yourself repeating the joke in your mind several times to understand it, ultimately getting disappointed at the result. I probably didn't need to break it down that much, but I wanted to, because I wanted to explain why it's fundamentally bad. Gutfeld is a fundamentally bad comedian, made worse by his weird, cruel confidence and that weird, half tone he's doing where he starts up here and then kind of eats the rest of it. he's doing like Colbert or something? I don't know. Not to mention that this whole segment turns out to be about how he's going to buy a gun because he's scared of crime, and how we should all be scared too, because the Democrats are planning to destroy the country by purposefully allowing crime?
Law-abiding people actually will abide by the laws that are made. Criminals, they won't. They're criminals. So today's lawmakers just make it easier for themselves by making shoplifting and retail theft, car chases, and assault unworthy of arrest. It's all part of a greater mission to remake society into something new by destroying it first. And what does that do? Well, Newton also said, what goes up must come down. The more the Dems and the media try to reduce your security, it's up to the rest of us to enhance it. At this rate, by 2022, we'll all be driving tanks.
And this is probably the larger issue, which is that political comedy often works best when it's pointing out a truth of some kind. And while there are a lot of harsh truths to be said about Democrats, they aren't, you know, purposefully trying to make crime legal. So it just
I mean, I think that some of them are.
feels like weird fear-mongering slam poetry. There's no teeth to his comedy because his message is curated propaganda from one political perspective. This isn't exclusive to the right, but any niche group pushing a political agenda. An example from the left would be something like the subreddit Toilet Paper USA, a place where people like to blow off steam about grifters like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. I get it, believe me. But one of the things they like to do is Photoshop almost believable but fake tweets from these people, which is frustrating when they're perfectly real tweets you can actually mock. So it just feels like wish fulfillment. That's why a lot of Trump parodies fell short, because they just boiled down to pointing out stuff about him we don't like, but exaggerated. Remember The President Show?
What is it, kid? They are incredible real estate guys who own Studio 54, and that's a place where you could do anything. Yeah, what the heck is wrong? Fake children.
We are not
Fake children.
kidding.
Fake children.
They're not fake.
Fake children.
Wait, what?
USA, a place where people like to blow off steam about grifters like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. I get it, believe me. But one of the things they like to do is Photoshop almost believable but fake tweets from these people, which is frustrating when they're perfectly real tweets you can actually mock. So it just feels like wish fulfillment. That's why a lot of Trump parodies fell short, because they just boiled down to pointing out stuff about him we don't like, but exaggerated. Remember The President Show?
What is it, kid? They are incredible real estate guys who own Studio 54, and that's a place where you could do anything. Yeah, what the heck is wrong? Fake children.
We are not
Fake children.
kidding.
Fake children.
They're not fake.
Fake children. Play with the kids?
Yeah, they're fun.
What's fun about them?
Pushing aside the talent of the performers or writers, why
Just so
would
that
we
he
do
knows
a
that I
show
didn't do that because of
It's
him.
all pandering, lowest hanging fruit, which is great if you like coming inside of pairs, but not cutting edge when it comes to comedy. It's not exclusive to the right, but the right seems to do it almost exclusively. And we'll definitely get more into what Trump specifically did to comedy, but I need to talk about Gutfeld a little bit more. Gary, get the
Something new by destroying it first. And what does that do? Well, Newton also said, what goes up must come down. The more the Dems and the media try to reduce your security, it's up to the rest of us to enhance it. At this rate, by 2022, we'll all be driving tanks.
And this is probably the larger issue, which is that political comedy often works best when it's pointing out a truth of some kind. And while there are a lot of harsh truths to be said about Democrats, they aren't, you know, purposefully trying to make crime legal. So it just feels like weird fear-mongering slam poetry. There's no teeth to his comedy because his message is curated propaganda from one political perspective. This isn't exclusive to the right, but any niche group pushing a political agenda. An example from the left would be something like the subreddit Toilet Paper USA, a place where people like to blow off steam about grifters like Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. I get it, believe me. But one of the things they like to do is Photoshop almost believable but fake tweets from these people, which is frustrating when they're perfectly real tweets you can actually mock. So it just feels like wish fulfillment. That's why a lot of Trump parodies fell short, because they just boiled down to pointing out stuff about him we don't like, but exaggerated. Remember The President Show?
What is it, kid? They are incredible real estate guys who own Studio 54, and that's a place where you could do anything. Yeah, what the heck is wrong? Fake children.
We are not
Fake children.
kidding.
Fake children.
They're not fake.
Fake children. Play with the kids?
Yeah, they're fun.
What's fun about them?
Pushing aside the talent of the performers or writers, why would we need or want a show like that? It's all pandering, lowest hanging fruit, which is great if you like coming inside of pairs, but not cutting edge when it comes to comedy. It's not exclusive.
Yeah, I was
to
like,
the
that
right,
wasn't good.
But the right seems to do it almost exclusively. And we'll definitely get more into what Trump specifically did to comedy. But I need to talk about Gutfeld a little bit more. Gary, get the f out of here. Why are you still here? I'll talk to you later. Now, I don't want people to think that Gutfeld is going to be my only example of conservative comedy. But the reason we need to talk about this wet sack of oats is that he's apparently getting higher ratings than any other late-night talk show host. And that seems like some Twilight Zone shit, right? Is our entire premise to this video wrong? Is conservative comedy actually extremely popular and good? Or perhaps, is it that Fox News, in general, gets higher ratings than any other news station? Not because it's the most popular, but rather because it's the only right-leaning cable source. So of course, everyone right-leaning will flock to them, whereas centrist or left-leaning viewers have a larger spread of options. But again, I would argue that all late night is toothless, pandering often to liberals. But the likes of Colbert and Kimmel at least have clear jokes. Good jokes? That's extremely debatable. But this is how low we're making the bar in this episode. We're not judging the quality of the jokes,
sick.
just that they're able to competently make them. Anyway, since the internet exists and cable in general is dying, Fox is seeing a historic dip in ratings because of the fragmented way in which people get their news. Conservatives and liberals have options now. And so yeah, Gutfeld is watched more than other late-night comedians because he's the only late-night comedian that appeals to conservatives. And if conservatives had a funnier option, I'm sure they would jump on that, sorry Greg, but it is obviously true. And here's the thing, they actually do. And by the end of this video, I'm going to show you more than one conservative comedian who is actually good at telling conservative jokes. But before I get to them, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. I swear to God!
You need to go. You need to go. I said I would come later after you need to go.
Sorry you had to see that. But back to the show and whatnot. So this would be the more centrist take, which is that both liberals and conservatives are humorless when it comes to jabs at their own beliefs. There are multiple psychological studies claiming that conservatives don't have a sense of humor. And truth be told, I didn't look into those studies because I just don't think that that's true. Call it faith, I guess. But I think everyone has a sense of humor. Even ghosts and spiders. The more nuanced phrasing of this comes from the Washington Post, referring to Sigmund Freud's wit and its relation to the unconscious, which pointed out that a joke is only as good as a third party's willingness to accept a joke. And like, I don't know, that guy f***ed cigars or whatever, but what he's saying is that even the funniest joke falls flat with the wrong audience. But the truth is, that equation is backward. And what I mean is that it should be that even the funniest joke falls flat when it's told by someone who has bad intentions.
And they've canceled people that are more powerful than me. Canceled J.K. Rowling. My God, J.K. Rowling wrote all the Harry Potter books by herself. She sold so many books, the Bible worries about her. And they canceled her because she said in an interview, and this is not exactly what she said, but effectually, she said, gender was a fact. I'm Team Turf.
Team Turf.
I agree. Gender is a fact.
First of all, he's conflating gender with sex. Gender is a social construct.
No.
We made it up, like money or around Earth. But even if he said sex is a fact, at around 5 weeks, a fetus forms a cluster of cells that can either turn into weird smooth testicles or weird smooth ovaries. And it's a gene called SRY that activates the former of the two. But that gene isn't a binary on and off function, but rather a sliding scale that can and will sometimes cause a person to be born with neither female or male genitalia.
Ooh, they're coming for me.
To go with, but we later learned that this choice could result in the child growing up with a different gender identity than what was given to them at birth. Meanwhile, other genes like DMRT1 and FOXL2 will maintain gender characteristics later in life but can stop functioning. On top of this, the brain itself has no binary gender. There's no male brain or female brain. The point I'm making here is that no, gender is not a fact. It's actually quite slippery according to science. And I'm not gonna get into all the details, nor do I want to get into this too much because Dave Chappelle, for starters, isn't a conservative. But he is an objectively successful and subjectively extremely hilarious comedian with very incorrect opinions on transgender people. He claims in this special that he has no problem with the trans community, and I'm sure he believes that, even though he won't shut the f up about them. I bring all this up because his Netflix special is currently the subject of both protests and counter-protests. The counter-protesters' view very much being, you just can't take a joke. There's a narrative here that Dave Chappelle makes fun of everyone, so why is it that only trans people get offended? Are they just humorless? See, the problem is that framing this about humor actually deflects from the problem. And to put it into perspective, imagine if a comedian was going around making jokes about how being gay is a choice. It wouldn't matter if the jokes they were making were funny.
Being gay is a choice.
Because the premise they are selling would be fundamentally harmful and wrong. Chappelle claims he has no problem with trans people, but is saying things that are factually wrong and designed to discredit them. It's propaganda no different than Gutfeld saying that Democrats want crime to happen. The only contrast being that Dave Chappelle is actually funny. So it's not that trans people can't take a joke, and in fact, there are tons of examples of trans comedians in stuff like roast battles clearly taking jokes. It's that these specific jokes are framed as hard truths that are actually based on weird lies used to justify marginalizing an already marginalized and vulnerable group of people. Lies that have been repeated as jokes over and over again by conservatives. To quote this Parker Malloy article, I'm not asking comedians to stop telling trans jokes. I'm asking them to stop telling the same trans jokes over and over. And here's a clip of exactly that.
A lot of people mad at Dave Chappelle right now. Interesting. Look, and here's my thing. He's been doing comedy for a long time. I feel like you should be able to write a trans joke without offending people. I was high the other day. I wrote this one. Check this out. I'm honestly kind of jealous of trans, right? Because they're completely men, and the niggas get to have cute feet. I don't think that's fair.
That was just a gay joke.
See, the appeal of someone like Chappelle is that he tells it like it is. That's a whole genre of comedy where the points being made can almost intersect with philosophical truths or political truths.
Okay, now you die.
And there are cathartic moments where the comic doesn't even really make a joke so much as say something profound. See Carlin, George. The problem is that this is a very hard thing to do and will go very wrong if the person is, say, incredibly wrong about stuff.
Honest to God, environmentalists, quit ripping into me. I am serious when I ask you, how can the planet heating up make it colder? That's all I want to know. Quit telling me what a stupid son of a bitch I am and tell me that.
Hey Dennis, so when the Arctic warms up, that disturbs a circular wind pattern called the polar vortex that moves cold air. Wait, actually, I bet 1 million people already told you this, you stupid son of a bitch. Dennis doesn't make...
I think this guy's a stupid son of a bitch. Alright. Yeah.
A joke there because he thinks this rotund truth dump about climate change is huge enough to work on its own. But in reality, he's just being obtuse and using wordplay in order to seem like he's calling out an inconsistency. Why do they call them hot dogs if they're not made out of dogs? Pause for laughter and awards. I almost can't talk about this stale dip in the context of politics, even though he is firmly conservative now. And that's because he was and always will be terrible, regardless of his political affiliation. Dennis Miller's whole bit was that he was some funny intellectual looking down at us dum-dums. But as the years progressed, it became clear that he just owned a thesaurus. He once made a tweet so confusing that people worried he was suffering a stroke. Here's another one saying, and I'm gonna do this one out loud. Progressives are shooting themselves in the foot more frequently than a centipede who, quite frankly, is getting no relief whatsoever from a topical application of a generic antifungal toenail cream. So ironically, he actually is an amazing asset to comedy, just not in the way he thinks he is. Remember when he starred in a Tales from the Crypt movie? That's not relevant to anything we're talking about, but I just wanted to say it out loud. There was a brief window of time where Hollywood looked at him and saw a leading man. That window being exactly 1996 and not a year before or after. Anyway, I gotta go dump out. So I guess I'll put on some ads and then we'll be right back talking about other people talking about funny stuff. I promise this all lead somewhere. Like my dump into the toilet. Hey, listen up, ears! All the ears, hear your master Cody. The holidays are coming up, and so you're gonna have to take in a lot of holiday music. Wouldn't you rather have something inside of you that's comfortable and affordable and plays the sounds you want to hear? That's where Raycon wireless earbuds come in. They're comfortable, noise isolating, long lasting, and have seamless Bluetooth pairing. All the things you'd want inside of you, my precious ears. Here's a photo of my ears hugging them. My ears enjoy them for podcasts and other sounds, sometimes music sounds, while my body is busy doing other things around the house or outside the house. So this holiday, give your ears the gift of high-quality audio at half the price of other premium brands. They got these new everyday earbuds that come with 3 new sound settings that you can toggle depending on what kind of music or podcast you're listening to. Not to mention that all of Raycon's earbuds have 8 hours of playtime. Do not go in there. Smoking! Okay, and we're back. In case, for some reason, you forgot, we're talking about conservative humor and why it doesn't work. Specifically, the excuse that liberals simply don't find their humor funny because we're triggered or offended or whatever. And while I can't speak for everyone, the actual truth there is that, much like Dennis Miller's zinger about toenail cream not helping a centipede get relief so it shoots itself in the feet, like progressives, the conservative jokes about liberals and Dems aren't really offensive, but rather so confusing or inconsistent that they just don't actually touch a nerve. For example,
I'm Wes Halula. I'm Ethan Nicole. This is the Babylon.
Bro, I was gonna do
As
that.
President Biden's drone strikes continue to rain down terror on unsuspecting Middle Easterners, many have begun to paint the colors of the transgender flag over their doorposts in hopes that the drone strikes pass them by.
It was discovered that President Biden programmed the drones to ignore homes showing support for transgenderism, and as a result, dozens of lives have been spared. A baker's dozen at most.
oh sweet, the Babylon Bee. You thought I didn't see you over there, but I did. See, the joke that they continue in the bit is that Biden is so militaristically pro-trans and therefore bombing anyone who isn't. The problem is that while Biden has reversed a lot of Trump's shitty policies surrounding the LGBTQ community, he actually hasn't done too much else besides that. And so if you were to make fun of Biden, perhaps you could mock him for presenting as an ally while not putting his money where his mouth is. That's the reality. The actual criticism that would likely bother Biden supporters. Or, you know, slapping on a BLM sticker to a drone that's killing brown people overseas. But by framing it as this pretend world where Biden is a pro-trans fascist only appeals to the far-right fantasy version of politics. And that's fine. Their audience is conservatives and not liberals, after all. But what I'm honing in on here is whether these jokes would somehow offend liberals so that they don't find it funny. But it's just not funny? I don't know how else to describe it. It's not a very funny observation. In part because it's one they tell so many times. Hey, did you know the army is woke now? That's it. That's what the joke is. Not that the army is woke while perpetuating, you know, war stuff, but rather that the army is now the bad thing. Wokeness. I guess the framing is technically different, but the punchline is always the same. On top of that, and this is pretty key, I just don't believe they actually care about drone strikes. What I mean is that when you look at a site like The Onion and search the word drone, you'll see satire pointing out the ghoulishness of drones under every president. Whereas the Babylon Bee only started caring about drone strikes conveniently right as Biden took office. You can search their site and see that the only time they mention Trump and military drones is back when he was running for office. Then they dropped the subject completely during his loser term. In other words, the Bee sure seems disingenuously concerned about drones in order to roast Biden, and perhaps, interestingly, specifically trans people, whereas The Onion is taking a hard moral stance despite who is president. And so going back to why the Bee is less funny, it's at least in part because we all sort of know they're pulling their punches for the GOP while grotesquely demonizing the left. They have a transparent agenda and are clearly angry at Democrats, often to the point that they forget to put satire first. For example, they have scores of articles mocking AOC for being childishly dumb. But that doesn't make any sense. What controversy there is around AOC has nothing to do with her intelligence. Voting present was a bit of a cowardly political move, as AOC herself has pointed out about others and herself. Maybe there's like a joke there, instead of her not knowing basic words. They're just calling her dumb because they don't like her, I guess, which is not very funny or offensive or edgy because there's no actual nerve it's hitting. But according to the editor-in-chief of The Bee, what I just said is actually the joke. In an interview with The Atlantic, he describes their AOC is stupid articles as an Andy Kaufman-esque self-parody making fun of themselves. He calls it one of their best jokes because so many on leftist Twitter complained that the joke isn't funny. Not because it's offensive, but just because it's not funny. And that's the joke? A joke that he has to explain because literally no one got it. So first of all, I guess congratulations that you think your best joke is making fun of how your jokes are bad. But also, there's no real way to tell that it's a parody because, and this is pretty key, it's not any different from other Babylon Bee articles. When they wanted to tackle the subject of, say, Kamala Harris and immigration, they frame it as Kamala Harris hoping her unlikability will distract from her terrible job fixing the border. The joke being that she sucks and is not fixing the border. Was this also an Andy Kaufman self-parody? Just how many of their articles are avant-garde Banksy subversions of themselves? Meanwhile, The Onion tackled the same idea with Kamala Harris deeply troubled by images of Haitian migrants at border whom she distinctly remembers telling not to come here. And like, do you see the difference? One is just, she sucks, and more importantly, we don't like her. And the other actually points out that she's a hypocrite. I definitely don't want to sit here and just read headlines like I'm Jay Leno or something, so I'll stop.
Hopefully he
there.
feeds
My
me
point
the.
being that there are two
Hopefully he
angles.
feeds me the
One coming from blunt force dislike, while the other is a way more nuanced criticism.
pink kill.
And then apparently they will sometimes parody their own blunt force dislike without telling us, I guess. And so the intent behind a lot of Babylon Bee jokes are already extremely confusing. And it's hard to find something funny if you fundamentally don't understand the intent of it.
He might get
because
the
it's
pink
being
kill,
hidden from
honestly.
you. This also suspiciously protects the Bee from having to admit they aren't funny, because they can hide behind this agent of chaos excuse where they're so funny that they aren't funny or something like that. But going all the way back to what that cigar f***er said about the audience being a key factor, any and all meta jokes are routinely lost on their core audience of conservatives. I'm going to show you one of their sketches, and I want you to try to figure out what the joke is.
Hey there. You might have heard discussion about CRT, and you might be worried that we teachers are brainwashing your kids with critical race theory. Well, you should be worried. We are absolutely indoctrinating them with this stuff. If you want to know for sure that your kids are being taught CRT in school, look for these 5 signs. Number 1, they call your boss to tell them
What
how
is his
racist you
plan
are,
here?
and they get you fired. Look, if your kid tries to get you canceled because you perpetuate systems of oppressive whiteness by treating all races equally, which is totally racist, they might be learning CRT at school.
So the premise is that these are a series of signs
he gonna
that critical
attack me?
race theory is being taught in your schools. And the joke is that all of the signs are over-the-top reactions against appropriation and shame for being
Where's he
white
going?
and such. It's an exaggeration,
Okay.
or an irony, used to ridicule a belief, also known as satire. But what's fascinating is that this premise seems to be satirizing the right, isn't it? Because the exaggeration is that CRT would turn kids into these over-the-top left-wing stereotypes when obviously it wouldn't, right? Otherwise, it's just saying what they really think CRT can do to kids, in which case, then what's the joke? So doesn't that mean the Bee is making fun of the right-wing outrage at CRT? I mean, maybe, right? Is this like the AOC joke? It's possible they would do that, I guess, apparently. And yet, weirdly, this video is filled with comments by anti-CRT people saying shit like, the line between satire and reality is being blurred. As if the stuff in this video is like real things people are saying. And this is where my brain starts hurting, because the video itself really seems to be mocking the over-exaggeration of CRT fears, but the audience seems to miss that and see it as a commentary of the very real dangers of teaching CRT. The Bee's audience are definitely more right-wing than left-wing, and every other thing they did on critical race theory clearly reflects a right-wing view on it. I don't know, maybe this was written by their one writer who is pro-CRT or anti-CRT, or is it the Andy Kaufman thing again? But there's an easier answer here. Going back to the fact that conservative humor is often met with a level of confusion from liberals about what exactly the joke is. And perhaps right now, a Babylon Bee writer or some conservative is watching my confusion and laughing at it. Because what Andy Kaufman was, his specific brand, would now be called trolling. Kaufman would do things like wrestle women to show how weak they are, the punchline being that he was doing an act to get a reaction from audiences. The joke was that people were offended. That's the core idea behind trolling, which is really just another word for like a prank. You want the reaction. A notable successful troll would be people like Ken M or Daniel from SL, who prey on small circles on the internet acting oblivious and frustrating so that we, the actual audience, can laugh at the exchanges, right? A more mainstream version is the fellows, or chaps, at Jackass, honking air horns at cracker-ass golfers trying to make their putts or
Thanks for
swings
feeding
or
me the
whatever
kill.
golfers do. I didn't look into it. Something
Oh,
about
he didn't
flags.
feed me the
But
kill.
in all of those cases, the trolls have two things in common. The people they're pranking are a small niche group, and they inherently have a good sense of
He's
comedy
smarter
in what
than
they
that.
do. Daniel from SL's most notable work is when he played the game Rust, pretended not to know how to use a bow and arrow for way too long, while other players tried to teach him, and then uses the bow and arrow perfectly to kill the people trying to help him. There's a setup and punchline there beyond the frustration of the gamers in the video. It might feel weird that I'm sitting here explaining comedy bits like a parent describing a 30 Rock episode, but honestly, you're gonna wish I kept going instead of showing you this clip.
Darn tranny. It's always giving me problems with the... That's the last time I drive a Chevy.
Huh.
I'll tell you that. Anyway, this week I changed my gender and went to Planet Fitness.
This shit is weird. Why is he always...
It's just one thing. Careful to your back. It can hurt your back. It's a little rounded.
What's weird?
Just make sure it's flat.
Oh.
Excuse me. I just need just some help to get the weight up, and in case just in case for safety. But I should be good.
Okay, super not gonna spend a lot of time on Crowder because, you know. But here we have a video where Steven Crowder pretends to be a trans woman, goes to the gym, and then just annoys people in a way that has nothing to do with being trans.
Okay, I was good. Thank you. I just need help lifting up. What was that? Oh, it's trying to run away. I said it was trying to run away from me.
Biting commentary about trans people going to the gym who then cause a scene and break safety rules before being called out for being a right-wing shill.
But why are you telling me that I'm insincere? How do you know who I am? Are you saying that because that's a pre-transition ID? Is that why?
So,
Fuck.
what's really the punchline or observation here? I will answer that, actually. The punchline is all the people who would then share this on Twitter and say, what the f*** is this? The punchline is me, right now, asking what the punchline is. It's that I am reacting
that
to
he
it. Conservative comedians
runs out
have
of
become
time.
obsessed with getting a reaction from the left, to the point that they've completely forgotten to say an actual joke. They do something pointless, often cruel or weird or factually wrong, and laugh when people point out that it's pointless
shoulda
or cruel
killed it.
or
I
weird
shoulda-
or factually wrong.
Damn,
and
I
so
helped this guy
idea
out,
that
and then
wit is based on the
now I'm
third
gonna
party's
lose.
willingness to accept a joke has actually become more meta than that. It's a comedian saying unfunny things to an audience, and then a second audience watching that first audience not laugh and finding that funny. Or in other words,
It's gonna get a comment at Media Matters.
the joke there is, look at this mean or incorrect thing I just said. Boy, that's gonna make people mad. And the insatiable lust for this end result, to have the media outraged over you, has really thrown off a lot of conservatives' ability to tell an actual joke. Because again, if the end result is to make liberals react or go, that's not funny, the easiest way to do that is to not be funny. And so it creates a built-in excuse for any time someone points that out. The Babylon Bee can comfortably lean back on the idea that they're comedy geniuses playing 4D chess because no one understood their super good joke about how doctors prescribe water to horses. Even if the political point they're trying to make is clear, the language and context and attempt is just, whoo boy, not great. Often, it all collapses in on itself, where the left will laugh at how ridiculous an attempt it is, and that reaction will be seen as a success. Ben Garrison comes to mind, because I bet the first time you saw a Ben Garrison political cartoon, you assumed that it was actually a satire of right-wing politics, until learning that it was actually genuine. And while I'm guessing here, the reason he probably draws Trump as this swole fuckable is that he knows that gets a reaction from the left. Also, there's at least a percentage of people masturbating to it, right? Like, am I right? I don't want to derail this, but I'm sure someone is masturbating to Ben Garrison's muscular, sweaty, pumping, veiny Trump drawings. Really picturing his mounting presence like a tacky steed. You know? Penetration. Etc. Only the main reaction, besides the furious masturbation, is the left laughing at him doing that. It's like urinating in your own mouth on the bus and then claiming you successfully triggered the passengers when they all leave at the next stop. And so triggering, or satire, or trolling often feels like a stand-in excuse for when they fail at a joke and need to fall back on something to save their piss-covered face.
Who are you talking to? Oh, Lamb. Tell him I said hi. Oh, nice. Fuck, I could have let this guy die.
Chance has been living with this kid for like a couple months now.
Yeah.
Fucking last night, I guess he's been having like really bad luck, so he fucking broke his control arm on a railroad track on his truck.
Yeah.
And then he was taking his work truck home, hit a deer in his fucking work truck, so he stopped driving that, so he started driving his girlfriend's car. Well, last night, fucking his roommate had some dude over at like 3 o'clock in the morning. When the dude was leaving, he fucking backed into Chance's girlfriend's car. And then like Chance got like the kid's information, goes to his fucking like Instagram to like look at the kid. And I guess he's fucking gay, so he found out his roommate's gay.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because like why do you have a dude leaving at 3 a.m. and like
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking weird, I guess. Now Chance is all like, I don't even want to be at my own house, bro.
What the fuck? Oh, is this the Daily Wire video? Can't believe that I lost to a fucking novice right there. I could have beat him, but I was being nice. What the fuck? It really be like that though. Alright, looks like I'm going to,
F. Oofers. That's a cartoon released by the Daily Wire, claiming at the end there that until the white folk came around to America, Native Americans only had dream catchers, tomahawks, and cannibalism. And then we showed up and gave them all the other stuff, like medicine, breath mints, and plumbing, which are actually all things they already had a version of, but whatever. Oh, and one of the things they listed—
No, they didn't.
American football, which hilariously was invented by the Iroquois. Anywho, also a whole section about the cultivation of corn, of all things. But anywho, again, the point—
Bro, why
is,
would you do that?
the
You just
video is
locked
clearly
me
mocking
in.
Indigenous Peoples Day and trying wrongly to credit Europeans with advancing America. It's just what the video is about. And yet, when the media correctly pointed out how
Okay.
racist and uneducated the video was, our pal Ben Shapiro claimed that it was just satire, while also pulling the video from the site. But what does that mean? Once again, satire is the act of using exaggerations or irony to make a point. And this video isn't an exaggeration of leftist ideas. It's a straightforward video claiming that Europeans were the ones who actually invented civilization and made corn or some shit. So what's the satire of it, then? The only answer is that it would be a satire of conservative views of Thanksgiving and Columbus Day, but on a conservative website. A conservative website that's writers and editors all talk seriously about the glory of white Europeans civilizing the savages. So, like, they know their opinions are dog shit? You see how this gets so confusing and muddled. And the obvious answer is that they totally earnestly meant to make that video racist and had to backtrack. Side note, Ben said he didn't know it went up and was on vacation at the time, despite the amount of time that goes into a cartoon and scheduling that goes into publishing a Columbus Day video on Columbus Day. Also, in his attempted explanation about the satire being a response to the left turning Columbus Day solely into a story about Western civilization genociding Native Americans, he put genociding in quotes. So maybe there's something there about the beliefs going on there? Anyway, it's like whenever people would say Trump was being sarcastic or trolling when he said completely serious and ghoulish things. But the things they would say he's trolling about often aligned with all of his other beliefs. So like, what, was his entire presidency ironic? Was he the Andy Kaufman of elected officials? Or once again, is this idea of satire or trolling a really convenient way to deflect literally any and all criticism? I feel like it's that second thing and not the Andy Kaufman thing. So there you have it. I successfully explained not much yet, actually. Suck a ball, we still haven't figured out why conservatives aren't funny, have we? And we're gonna break for ads? What are we, some kind of show? Hey there, News Dans and people not named Dan. Do you run a small business? Maybe you train mice to make breakfast or run a mom and pop weapons manufacturing conglomerate. Well, then maybe you need a good HR department. Luckily, there's a thing called Bambee, spelled B-A-M-B-E-E, like
Why would you do
smash
that?
B. An HR service dedicated
Like,
to
now
small
I have to go
businesses. They
through
offer a dedicated HR manager
your
who can help
two.
you craft company policy and all the other things for just $99 a month. For a small business, HR
Fuck.
can be a real nightmare. I'm
Oh,
told.
wait, that was
That's
my-
why, along with paying a living wage and offering benefits like good health care until the government gets off its behinds and provides it so it's not tied to employment, also being generally kind, it's important to have someone who knows all the ins and outs, and also the ins and outs of handling HR in any of the however many U.S. states there are, at least 15. Your dedicated HR manager is available by phone, email, or real-time chat. Payment is month to month, there are no hidden fees, and you can cancel anytime. Go to Bambee.com/more news right now to schedule your free HR audit. That's BAM! Then a B-E-E dot like a dot would look, followed by com and /more news.
Hi, hello, greetings. It's me, Katie. tired of putting spaghetti entrees in a blender every night and drinking the mush because you just don't have time to get a well-rounded meal with all the work obligations
Yes.
or gross time you want to spend with your loving family or dogs, or a family of dogs you just met on the street? So you're just standing there in the street drinking pasta with a bunch of dogs? No, I don't think so. And luckily, there's AG1 by Athletic Greens, a category-leading superfood product from a health and wellness company that makes daily nutrition really simple. One scoop of AG1 contains 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients in one convenient daily serving. And it tastes quite good. Not only is it good, but it's good for you. And it fits any diet or lifestyle. And just one scoop of AG1 will fill nutritional gaps in your diet, support energy and
If
focus,
this guy
aid
attacks my
digestion,
7, I'm gonna be
and
so
support a
fucking
healthy
pissed.
immune system. In other words, you're taking all your daily vitamin pills and putting it into one convenient, tasty drink. That's just smart, friends.
Okay, he's
Smarter
not
than
going
drinking
to.
fettuccine Alfredo in an
Cool.
alleyway behind your house, huh? You can try it today by visiting athleticgreens.com/more news today. They'll even throw in a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your purchase. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/more news to take control of your health and give AG1 a try today.
Yeah, baby. Ace Ventura, baby. Somebody smoke it. Okay, that was the last ad break. Now we can really gain some momentum here. We're sleek and we're rocket-shaped and we're shooting into the tube of truth. Why, gosh darn heck it, aren't conservatives funny? I'm gonna get to it, but first we need to talk about the cruelty factor. You see, pal, everyone has a cruelty threshold that's directly related to whoever is being victimized by a joke. Going back to Jackass, we laugh not only because they're funny guys, but often just tend to prank each other. And when they do prank someone else, like those Gulfs folk, we say, f*** them. They're rich, and they're at a country club and probably suck, so it just feels like punching up. But if you're a golfer, you might actually find that prank cruel. And heck, maybe those golfers were actually nice. We don't know. We didn't ask them. We're just being mean for fun. Because truthfully, everyone has a...
Is he calling Jackass a conservative comedy? Because I would say it definitely isn't conservative comedy.
cruelty in them. And life is about trying to control that and mock people we feel deserve it. The incredibly wealthy and powerful come
You cunt!
spooky. Sometimes I like to put raw meat in the mufflers of expensive cars, so when they start the car, it looks like meat diarrhea came out. But sometimes I don't do that, and that's the balance. But there is absolutely a subset of people who find cruelty in general very funny. Not in small doses or paired with humor, but just the act of being cruel. There are loads of prank videos on the internet that are just people assaulting other people without
No!
in sight. And so going back
You
to
dick!
jokes or just weird pranks around trans people, there is an oddly large audience
Well,
who
I
think
fucking
that's
hate
actually
playing
punching
with people
up
who are like
against
this.
a woke mob or something like that. Who, much like we say about those golfers, say, f*** them.
They say I was punching down on them. Punching down. The fuck does that mean?
What the f*** do you think it means, millionaire comedian Dave Chappelle? The people who think the LGBTQ community has it, like, good now, because they got some rights and more representation, don't really seem to grasp how the last few years compare to all of human history before this moment. Like, this isn't the point of this video, but how fucking wild is that? That's like being saved from drowning, and then everyone immediately getting mad at how much air you're taking up. Let the fucking trans community have a goddamn motherfucking second to enjoy being slightly more represented in this country, and as this lady pointed out on Twitter, a chance to not be perpetually on the ropes about who they are. Like, maybe trans comedians could have more visibility if they didn't have to spend most of their time responding to this bullshit. You know, sweet boiling Christ. Even the beacon of edgy humor, Normand 911 McDonald, stopped doing transgender jokes because he felt they were both lazy and potentially harmful toward trans people. To quote him...
What the fuck did he call Norm Macdonald? Because Norm Macdonald is like one of the best comedians ever. So...
before this moment. Like, this isn't the point of this video, but how fucking wild is that? That's like being saved from drowning, and then everyone immediately getting mad at how much air you're taking up. Let the fucking trans community have a goddamn motherfucking second to enjoy being slightly more represented in this country, and as this lady pointed out on Twitter, a chance to not be perpetually on the ropes about who they are. Like, maybe trans comedians could have more visibility if they didn't have to spend most of their time responding to this bullshit. You know, sweet boiling Christ. Even
For some
the
reason, I
beacon
feel
of
like this
edgy
is a
humor,
trap.
Normand 9/11 McDonald stopped doing
Normand
transgender
nine-
jokes
what?
because he
Bro, this is definitely a trap.
felt
These
they
people
were both
fucking...
lazy.
These two are on a team. They put a bot in there. And then they're just gonna go after me. That's for sure what's happening right
and
now.
potentially harmful toward trans people. To quote him directly, "You don't want to have a joke be misunderstood and then someone goes and beats up a trans person." Good point. And so taking all of this and applying it to comedy and the question, why aren't conservatives very funny? Well, if your goal is to say something from any
Which
political
means I just have to...
that is designed solely to anger a group of people, it's often just pretty fucking boring unless you actually create a valid criticism, or at least involve some unbearable puppet. Not today, buddy! This is especially when it comes to political satire, which often works best with a clear observation, and more often the truth comes back to cruelty, to this image that runs in every conservative's head when they say what they tell themselves is a joke. The angry, screaming lib who is just so triggered, and that's what they actually think is funny. And honestly, the most frustrating part of all of this is the Democrats, the left, libbones, libonachis, etc. Well, there's like so fucking much you could make fun of them for if you actually came at it from a place of nuance or valid criticism.
Yeah.
Non-conservative
That is
websites
what's
do it all
happening.
the goddamn time. Sites like Reductress, while sometimes taking shots at the right, mainly devoted to jokes about feminists and their feminists. The Onion, The Hard Times, Clickhole, these are all sites that parody themselves more than others. Heck, we do it all the time, and in this video you are watching. It's very, very easy. Here's some news. AOC's Met Gala dress was criticized for being performative activism, as opposed to the rest of her time in office staying under the radar and getting a lot of stuff done. But hey, what's important is that it's driving the conversation, because that's definitely why we elect people. Weird how a lot of the most visible progressives in Congress don't actually introduce laws or co-sponsor bills, but sure like to tweet about a bunch of stuff America should be doing. Tweet harder! I don't know, maybe we need a few more Netflix shows about inequality under capitalism that we can all glom on to and make them nearly $1 billion that they can use to not pay their creators and fire trans people. Hold on, I gotta make another tweet about that injustice while simultaneously gushing over the Great British Baking Show. Team Jurgen, am I right? I'm not saying we can't enjoy ourselves, but there's gotta be an option between tweeting from your couch and shadow punching a Nazi in downtown Portland. I mean, both are fun, but perhaps if millennials are also concerned about climate change and wealth inequality, we could run for office, or, I don't know, start a YouTube show with mostly white writers complaining about the world, so as to feel like we made a difference. But at least the Zoomers must think it's super cool how we're yelling at their grandparents for dooming them to a barren wasteland that we're not actually trying to do much to fix. Point is that we're not hard to make fun of. The average 30-year-old liberal male has the facial hair of a high-tech Viking
Maybe
and the
it's not
secret
what's
misogyny
happening.
of a regular Viking. But none of this answers the original question at hand. The reason we're all here. And now I'm going to stop teasing you with all of my moist words and finally answer it. And then talk about it for probably way too long after that. Are you ready? You look ready. I can see you, you know. The real answer is that conservatives actually are funny. Just not in this country or during this era. And in fact, you could even argue the answer is simpler. That the unfunny people we've been talking about simply aren't conservatives in the traditional sense. Because conservatism in this country has lurched far beyond what other countries would define as right-wing. And now their agenda isn't to sell us on Republican or Christian humor, rather than tirelessly demonize the left in the context of furious culture war bullshit that was inflamed by Trump's presidency. I don't know if you recall, but there were actually...
I don't know. I feel like
Really funny
the right actually became a little bit more went a little bit more to the left after Trump
Conservative
in
comedians
a lot
as
of
recently
ways.
as the mid-2000s.
The Blue Collar Comedy Tour. The tour that's been cracking up America is finally hitting the big screen.
I had the right to remain silent, but I didn't have the ability.
Blue Collar Comedy Tour, the movie.
Comedy is subjective, so maybe the Blue Collar Comedy Tour wasn't your cup of diamond-encrusted panda flesh tea or whatever the common folk drink. However, it was wildly successful at the time. It was also not a fluke, in that you can find a bunch of other comedians specifically pushing religious, right-wing values who are, in the technical term of the word, doing actual jokes.
Because I don't care how holy you are, you slam your hand in a car door, something's coming out of your mouth.
Are they jokes I like? But again, we're not trying to make a judgment here, but rather identify jokes that are actually written to be a joke, with like a punchline.
I'm
and
trying
an
to use
observation,
the
coming from a human and baseline compassionate
the
perspective.
bot
Put
for
in
me
terms they might
right now,
understand,
honestly.
Jokes that identify as jokes.
Because
There's
if I
actually
keep a
whole
hard
spectrum of
barrier
types of
around
conservative
me,
humor that was very popular or well done. The blue-collar sitcoms like Roseanne and Home Improvement, and even politically charged
will
comedy from the
take
right.
this guy
Here's a
out.
guy named Adam Yenzer doing a jab at Obama's economy.
Like, Obama wants you to think this country is creating jobs, but it's not. This country created one job, which is Uber driver, and then we all signed up for it. So now our entire economy is based on the fact that we take turns giving each
if
other
this
a
guy
ride
goes
to the
into me,
airport.
then he's... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, cool. That's
In
not what was
exchange for
happening.
the same $30.
Conservatives were funny and successful during this time, and also in other countries right now. You know, where Trump wasn't their president.
My friend is from another country, and she came in. She was like, "Can you please explain what everyone?"
You're
is
already
about
dead,
with
bro.
this whole Brexit thing?" I said, "Look, imagine if you and 10 of your friends were in a Burger King, right? And you said, listen, who wants to leave the Burger King? And 6 people were like, we want to leave the Burger King. And then somebody who didn't want to leave the Burger King was like, I'll get us out there. I'll have a word with the manager. I'll get us a deal." It's like, do we need a deal? Come on, no, you can't leave without a deal. I'll get a deal.
10 tropes.
You want to leave? Yeah, I'm going to get us a deal, right? So she goes to talk to the manager. She comes back 2 years later. She's been trying to leave. The door says push. She's pulling that thing. I can't get us out. She goes, "Great news. I've done us a deal to leave." "What's the deal?" "We got to pay the manager £40 million. And then we get to leave. Technically, yes. What do you mean, technically? Well, physically, we'll still be in the Burger King.
Alright, this person's not going to be able to do it.
But if anyone asks you, are you
He's
in
gonna
Burger
feed
King,
me
you'll
the-
be able to tell them, no, we left.
Putting aside your views on Brexit, that is a pro-Brexit comedian making a pro-Brexit joke in a way that is structurally a joke. I can't believe the bar is this low. And for the record, they still have all that cancel culture, anti-woke shit going on over there. I'm not trying to make a judgment on this guy or anything like that, but rather point out that this self-proclaimed right-wing comic still does jokes that conservatives would never do today in America.
In order to love your country, you have
I'm
to
so
know what's wrong.
confused
Did
on
you
what
know,
this guy just
historical
did.
fact, the British have been to war with 75% of the countries in the world. Right. This is why no one likes us now. We're trying to complete the set, right? Right. We had a fight with Argentina over who owns the Falkland Islands. They are based right on the coast of Argentina. Who do you think might be right? Go on. I know what some of you are thinking. You're thinking, Alistair, careful, you don't understand the political situation that surrounds us.
All right, and now-
Here's what I do understand. Imagine a group of people from Kenya came over here and said, listen,
Right
I think
now.
we own the Isle of Wight.
He's not the only one. Here's another right-wing British comic making a joke about the low minimum wage in his country.
I parked my car at a parking meter in Soho, and the parking meter charged me £6 an hour to park my car. It was actually more than the minimum wage. There were kids working in McDonald's could look through a window and see a parking meter earning more than they were.
Again, I don't know much about these guys. Maybe they're real monsters, or maybe they're great, but these simply aren't the type of conservative jokes we get over here. But we don't have to talk about Britland or Engelberg or whatever they call it, but monarchium. I don't know. After all, this is about American conservatism, which sure seems to have veered steadily way more into the right after Trump. And I know it seems like a cop-out to put it all on that ghastly Wang, but just hear me out. You can see this simply by comparing mid-2000s American conservative comedy to comedy today. Here's Ron White, a member of the Blue Collar Comedy Tour.
Ron White's
Bit
actually
about how
fucking
sexuality
hilarious.
is on a spectrum.
I go, we're all gay. It's just to what extent are you gay? He goes, that's bullshit, man. I ain't gay at all. I'm like, yeah, you are, and I can prove it. He goes, fine, prove it.
Can you seriously imagine any conservative comedian making a joke like that now? Or this tweet about the private prison industry demonizing weed? It used to be that we were getting past the idea of Republicans or Christians versus gay rights. I'm willing to bet a lot of conservatives today are completely on the side of LGBTQ rights, but their loudest members have somehow reverted their party because, you know, of him. Fantastic, so glad we're gonna talk about him. But we gotta, folks. He's sort of the symptom of a lot of problems and the reason for a lot of other problems. Like, not just in comedy, obviously, you know? And Trump's election marked a drastic change for this country. And whenever the United States makes a drastic change, comedy also needs to shift with it. To quote Jon Stewart in his first Daily Show after 9/11.
And we don't take that for granted here by any stretch of the imagination. And our show has changed. I don't doubt that. What it's become, I don't know. Subliminal is not a punchline anymore.
I figured.
One day it will become that again, and Lord willing, it'll become that again because it means that we have ridden out the storm.
Now, I'm not comparing Trump to 9/11. After all, he was right there helping people at ground zero. What I'm saying is that these were both big political and societal shifts that would change entertainment with them. It's often what politicizes comedians in the first place. Before Trump, I wasn't doing a news show where I wore a violently unwashed suit. I was making dumb sketches and music and junk. I mean, I still do that too, but I also have to do this now. They won't let me stop. I once did an entire parody video where I made up a fake Dave Matthews Band song for just like, you know, I don't know why I did that, but it was funny. Point is that these changes happen all the time. It's just how society works. Like, when people say you couldn't make a film like Blazing Saddles today, the answer is, I guess, yes? Yeah, you couldn't make any old film today because that's how time works, right? You know, we used to love slapstick and westerns and then stopped. There was a point not too long ago where kids were wearing inflated circus jeans and that was sexy because culture changed. Judd Apatow was cutting edge at one point. South Park was the height of edgy and absurdist satire, and all they had to do at the time was kill Kenny over and over again and perform gay stereotypes. Everything gets stale as time lurches on. Jokes get old. Things that are seen as progressive suddenly become standard ideas, and so forth. It's not confusing. It's actually the opposite of that. And as the mid-2000s turned into the late 2000s, it really seemed like we were making meaningful steps forward. We had our first black president and legalized gay marriage, and we're ignoring all the drone murder and so on. And one of the responses from entertainment was a push towards edgy roast-style humor. We felt like it was safe to take satirical jabs at historically oppressed people as a sort of parody of prejudice. Look no further than the fact that one of the hottest comedians at the time was a white dude who often made shock jokes about rape and racism under the idea that he wasn't really a bad person, but you know, just doing it all ironically. Who was that guy? Right. See, around 2016 and 2017, two very specific things happened that would change comedy. Trump would get elected, and Louis C.K. would get found out for being a bit of a sex criminal. And so in a very short amount of time, the era of edgy insult humor against women and minorities just felt like really gross. We began to realize that some of these edgy comics weren't actually doing a character. And we got a very real reminder that non-cis and non-white people still didn't have it great. Something I suspect they already knew. And comedy took another shift. Insult comics either became self-aware enough to change their profession or just stopped getting booked. And a lot of them were somewhat conservative-leaning. This is probably what a lot of them perceive as cancel culture. But the reality is just that we weren't buying what they were selling anymore, because time happened. Meanwhile, as you no doubt recall, conservatives lost their fucking minds. Trump a man who is objectively funny both on purpose and by accident, became the person the Republican Party had to get behind as their totally competent and good leader. He made every issue divisive, started his MAGA and QAnon cult, and just threw conservatives so far to the right that they looked nothing like themselves even a decade ago. Somehow, the most ghoulish of grifters like Tompo Watterson would start new Trump-era shows that quickly rose in the ratings. White supremacists marched in the streets, and mass shootings by angry, mostly white, often racist young men became an epidemic. And those were the shootings that weren't done by cops. And so on. We've already done a bunch of videos about that stuff, like, I don't know, all the videos we've ever made, so I won't get into it. But what came out of this is an era where edgy insult comics, no matter their political affiliation, didn't really have a place anymore. After all, the least funny insult comic during this era was the President of the United States. Why would we want more of that? The world was cruel and bizarre enough.
Do you say the least or the most?
Mostly white, often racist young men became an epidemic. And those were the shootings that weren't done by cops. And so on. We've already done a bunch of videos about that stuff, like, I don't know, all the videos we've ever made, so I won't get into it. But what came out of this is an era where edgy insult comics, no matter their political affiliation, didn't really have a place anymore. After all, the least funny insult comic during this era was the President of the United States.
Oh, the
Why
least
would we
funny?
want more of that?
I don't know.
The world
Donald
was
Trump's pretty
cruel and
fucking
bizarre
funny.
enough. And conservative comedians suddenly had a way different audience they had to appeal to. Or in the case of the older ones, they also drank the Kool-Aid and became extremely unfunny. Because once you get
Roseanne
to a point
Barr is
where you
funny.
have to act like Trump, an objectively hilarious person is somehow a competent and serious president, you can no longer do relatable comedy. So the only option is to sort of ignore the reality and just focus on culture war stuff, also known as the quest to trigger the libs. That comedian I showed before named Adam Yenzer is a good example because he now does a lot of work with the Babylon Bee, a site where you can very clearly see this change happen. Before Trump, the Bee focused primarily on being a Christian version of The Onion, which honestly isn't a bad idea at all. I would even argue that it's good. They had satire headlines going after super churches and doomsaying Christianity, essentially trying to keep the extreme evangelists in check. Again, an extremely good idea that in fairness they still do from time to time. They even took shots at Trump when he first ran for office. But as Trump's presidency took hold and the Bee sold ownership, something shifted. The Babylon Bee began to, identify as a shitty right-wing comedy site. My God, it's full of the exact same joke. The fact that conservatives only have one joke is such a running joke that even the joke that they have one joke is an old...
I didn't see the jokes. Bro, this isn't the only joke that right-wing people do, but... Like the boomers. Yeah, the right-wing boomers, for sure. That is, like, their one joke.
My God, it's full of the exact same joke. The fact that conservatives...
But, like, Sam Hyde and shit? He's a really good comic. And he's right-wing.
Have one joke.
I doubt that he's going to bring up Sam Hyde at all. Because you can't say that Sam Hyde isn't a good comic.
Even the Babylon Bee made a sketch with that Yenzer guy, making fun of the fact that they only have one joke. In this case, they were able to identify...
And I would say, like, Shane Gillis is probably more of a right-wing comic than anything. Oh, bro, it's a Palestinian!
All right, guys, listen up.
Holy shit, how is he playing right now and not getting bombed? How is this Palestinian playing right now while they're getting bombed the fuck out of by Israel, bro? Damn, bro. He really dedicated to risk, dog. Bro, I wish I could talk to him. Just hearing like the boom, boom, boom in the background. Bro. He like really out there in the world of risk.
two jokes. We've got blank identifies as blank, and did you just assume my gender? We need to think of a third joke.
And first of all, are those different jokes?
Bro, how come I keep
It
getting...
seems like maybe they're the same jokes.
How
still.
come I keep
Anyway, more
getting
of this
fucking,
torture.
I just keep getting,
All right, theys and thems, we need some jokes for tonight's monologue. Good thing we're not conservatives with only two jokes, am I right? So, what do you guys got?
I tried to talk to my right-wing uncle, but whoops, he was dumb.
Europe for some reason.
Brainless, big old idiots. Call them what you like. They're all conservatives to me.
Knock, knock. Who's there? I don't know because I'm a Republican and my brain can't tell when somebody's at my doorstep.
This sketch is fascinating.
Let's
For
see who
starters,
wants
it
to be a
absolutely has
homie.
a point that liberal comedy can and will fall back on simply framing conservatives as dumb hicks, which isn't good or helpful. But then it cuts to a liberal comedy room parody. And ironically, it's literally them doing exactly what they are critiquing liberals for by just making them out to be dumb. And the cherry of it all is that they still do a bunch of they-them jokes in the sketch about how that's their only joke. That and showing the liberal writers wearing masks inside, which, like, isn't that what we're supposed to be
Yeah, I just watched Lady Ballers, and they made a joke about the masks, and it was kind of cringe. Like, it was just like, bro, we're over this already. It's been a long time. I wish that I didn't have that I had something other than a 3 to attack. I don't have shit. To attack right now.
doing?
Like a
if
good
you wanted to
attack.
mock masks, you show
Oh,
people using
now I do.
places where we don't
Sick.
use masks, like in a large field or something like that. So this meta joke about how conservatives only have 2 jokes ends up proving exactly that by not having more than 2 jokes. Maybe 3. I mean, there are little things in the sketch that are fun non sequitur gags, but the biting observations against liberals don't really have any smart observations. It's just, it devolves into shrieking about whatever that was. And I think the reason why is that they're just so clearly angry. From Gutfeld to this shit, a lot of it is just spiteful and angry to the point that it just feels like they're retaliating against a bunch of perceived slights instead of trying to come up with something funny. As it stands, the pro-Trump right really just seems too mad to make jokes. And to top it off, when the Bee tweeted this video out, it got only about 1,000 likes. Compare that to any of their anti-Fauci or I identify as jokes, and you see exactly why they only have 2 jokes. Because their audience only wants those 2 jokes. Because their audience, much like them, are just mad. They don't care about exploring comedy, but rather sticking with the culture war ammunition they perceive as effective. And this is the core of the problem. See, back when The Daily Show started, it was a comedy show first. Jon Stewart was a comedian by profession. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Samantha Bee, John Oliver. They're all comedians who became interested in politics and media criticism. From the right...
And they all suck.
...perceived as comedy being weaponized against them. And so in response, they tried to...
But they all suck, all of them do, so...
...weaponize that back. And conservative comedians now have to perform at shows specifically geared towards pro-Trump crowds. All their jokes are reactive in nature. So the problem is that the political side came first, and the comedy came second. Going back to their bits about AOC being dumb, that's probably honestly because...
I mean, she is dumb, though.
Some people see her as the ideological opposite of Trump. And since we always call Trump dumb, they want to call her dumb, despite that not really fitting. It's not even close to new. Fox News first tried this in 2007 with their half-hour news hour, which was,
Tonight's top story, dispelling reports that she would staff her White House with longtime cronies and political appointees. Presidential candidate Hillary Clinton vowed that if she becomes president, she will surround herself with a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-generational group of angry lesbians.
During this week's Miss Universe pageant in Mexico City, Miss USA Rachel Smith was booed by a mostly Mexican audience. Probably because for the pageant's talent competition, she built a 700-mile fence. Chief Alina Weck will no longer appear on the sidelines of the University of Illinois football games because his character is considered outdated and demeaning to Native Americans. The school's new athletic mascot will be a blackjack dealer.
pretty racist.
That was pretty funny, though.
Not sure I was expecting any different. It was racist, and again, clearly angry, and openly made as a reaction to The Daily Show instead of trying to be its own thing. The two hosts were actors using different names because I guess they couldn't get anyone willing to play themselves, and it got canceled impressively fast. Or to quote one of their guests on the show, "I'm not saying it was short-lived, but William Henry Harrison's talking to a Victorian inventor about building a time-sewing machine. Am I right, Chachi? Am I right? Am I fucking right, Chachi? Am I right?" Anyway, you can see why it didn't work. Every bit came across as a retaliation more than a joke. Oh, we can't say certain things on the air now, but we don't care. We're gonna say them. To the reaction of cathartic forced laughs from the audience. The left has their comedy weapon, and now we have ours! And so on. And on top of the intent not serving comedy, one thing you'll notice on the show is a profound lack of comedians. Yes, I'm including Dennis Miller as one of the non-comedians. And in fact, they would often do, and this is f***ing incredible, sketches or bits with political pundits or influencers instead of actual comedians.
Hi, I'm Dennis Prager, lover of fine Americana. The day America finally calls it quits in Iraq will be a day we'll all...
Yeah, that's also another thing that sucked about Lady Ballers, is that they didn't have like any real actors or anything in it.
Want to remember, and now you can. Thanks to the Road to Surrender commemorative plate series by the Frankfurt Mint. The Road to Surrender series is a magnificent collection of beautifully illustrated, signed, and numbered hand-fired plates, elegantly commemorating each step on America's road to humiliating defeat in Iraq.
Absolutely unreal. Along with fucking Dennis fucking Prager, they would do additional sketches with the likes of Laura Ingraham and Ann Coulter and Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh, comedy icon. And this is where I get to show you
Rush
one of my
Limbaugh.
favorite clips.
Well,
I mean, Rush Limbaugh can be pretty
I've yet to
funny.
know of too many conservatives, which is where you put yourself, who are funny. I mean, it has to do with a humor that is transferable to everyday living.
I mean, I utterly disagree with that. I think there can be conservatives who are funny. Liberals may not find them funny.
All right.
I mean, okay, Ann Coulter for conservatives is funny. Okay, for liberals, she's not funny.
Beautiful. What's happening here is that because they see comedy exclusively as a political weapon, they're getting right-wing political pundits and then trying to teach them to be funny. Greg Gutfeld isn't a comedian, but rather the guy the people at Fox felt was the funniest person in their office. I haven't mentioned Mike Huckabee in any of this because he's just so transcendently bland that his name and face erase from your memory every time you think of him, like a Lovecraftian spell. But of course, he has an entire comedy talk show that is once again an attempt to retaliate against liberal comedy. I'm not going to show you a clip or talk about it at all. In fact, I'm not even sure who I was just talking about. Mike Judge? Something about throwing bees. Doesn't matter.
Mike Judge.
If you're wondering why they don't just get one of those blue-collar comedy guys to do a show, it's because people like Jeff Foxworthy famously have no interest in politics. His comedy isn't political or mean. He was focused on ribbing rednecks, the thing he was, which is probably what made his comedy accessible in the first place. Coincidentally, that's not unlike early Tim Allen either, his persona being a big macho dummy in Home Improvement and his stand-up. And while Tim Allen doesn't have, good opinions, he's also gone on record of wanting to stay out of Trump-era politics. They were all comedians first. Foxworthy and Larry the Cable Guy are both dudes who have lived or worked in Los Angeles, getting their start doing comedy stuff with other comedians from many different backgrounds and politics. That lovable country boy Larry the Cable Guy is actually good friends with cynical city man Louis fucking Black. Larry isn't his real name, and the voice you know him for isn't even his actual accent. It's a character he does, like some kind of soy boy actor type.
How easily can you go in and out of it?
I can get into it easily, and I'm like a.
Yeah, he sounds so much different.
I mean, I'll go to Wisconsin and I'll hang out with my cousin. Next thing you know, 2 days later, I'm talking like I'm from, Serona, Wisconsin, because all my cousins talk like that.
Now, this isn't to discredit them as conservatives or rednecks or whatever, and in fact, Larry there has gotten a bit off the rails lately with the COVID stuff. But generally,
has he?
speaking, most comedians are interested in comedy, and subsequently going where the comedy is. And this angry culture war MAGA bullshit is just not very funny. And so your choice is to either do transphobic bits for the Huckaboner Fun Time Conservative Retaliation Hour, or you try to maintain the more folksy Christian persona and get seen by exactly nobody. A really good example of everything I'm describing is a comedian by the name of Owen Benjamin. Owen got his start just doing the normal comedy path and getting roles in various TV and films before establishing himself as a far-right comedian during the Trump era. He made a video with PragerU called The Strange Death of Comedy, and it's weird, it was pulled from the site. I'm sure that's not a harbinger of anything, but luckily we have a clip.
Comedy is important. Why? Because it's a pressure valve that allows us to discuss uncomfortable truths in a friendly way. Laughs are better than punches.
So, to start, it's a bit of a red flag that he thinks the purpose of comedy is to keep people from hitting each other. Almost like he's got a lot of personal anger that comes out in his jokes. Anywho, he gives...
The reason for comedy is to make people laugh, but...
gives us an example of an
I get what he
absolute banger
means.
of a joke.
Take this joke. Why do you always go fishing with at least 2 Baptists? Because if you only take one, he'll drink all your beer.
And let me tell you, I didn't get the joke. Luckily, he...
Yeah, no, I don't understand. I get the Baptist drink a lot, but why would drinking with 2 of them?
That explains it.
The reason this gets a laugh is because most of us recognize that many religious people are a little more religious around other religious people. That hypocrisy is funny because everyone can relate to it on some level.
Okay. That actually makes sense in, like...
Okay. I didn't think of it that way.
Religious circles. But again, very telling that Owen identified this insular Baptist joke as a joke that everyone would understand. Also, the joke still isn't, like, very good.
I mean...
Much like our boy Gutfeld, it kind of needs to be explained and isn't worded great. But then, Owen stops telling jokes altogether, and the rest of this video is just him listing his own personal grievances with leftist actors on Twitter.
During the run-up to the release of the movie Black Panther, all the marketing push was about how, finally, there was a black movie made by black people, with black people for black people. I found this to be fairly hilarious. So I simply took any statement about the film and responded as a white person that actually had that insane way of viewing the world. I just saw the trailer for Black Panther. Ugh, no white people. Looks terrible. Hard pass. Who am I supposed to relate to? No one's white. Not one, but 2 prominent black actors, Don Cheadle and Jeffrey Wright, started tweeting me about how it's time black people had a movie and how I should be more sensitive to their situation.
He just stops making jokes and goes on a rant in a video about how comedy is dying. Imagine that! It's literally all the steps we're talking about here. Plus, the added bonus that the reason this video got pulled from PragerU is probably because Owen Benjamin had a full fucking racist and transphobic meltdown in the following years. He began posting anti-Semitic and flat earth conspiracy theories on Instagram, got kicked off of social media and YouTube for this behavior, plus a bunch of oddly obsessive tweets about David Hogg's pubes. He got kicked from Patreon and tried to sue them, and to be clear, none of this was for jokes, but just wild statements and accusations, such as stating that having a trans kid was child abuse, and doubling down on it a bunch. Much like like this Prager video. His real life devolved into an unending, unhinged rant. And now he is, and I shit you not, trying to form a compound in Idaho that residents are worried will become another Ruby Ridge situation. Anyway, the Daily Wire called him one of the last real comics standing. And so, yeah, conservative comedy ain't what it used to be. And so now, for any right-leaning chuckle dealer from the States, you either have to be Adam Carolla triggering the libs with the villain from a Rodney
Bro, Adam Carolla is funny.
Dangerfield movie and risk losing your entire moral compass, or I guess like become a lefty, because there's no room for non-culture war, non-hateful conservative comedians. And probably the closest thing to an actual successful conservative comic right now is Bill Maher. And boy, that should
He is not conservative.
upset everyone to hear me say out loud, including Bill Maher. And honestly, that must suck. Like, I feel bad. See, the final thing here, and I guess this is conjecture, is that Republicans are way less fractured than Democrats. What I mean is that the GOP tends to put importance on towing the line. You saw that a lot with Trump, who initially was met with a lot of pushback from the GOP until... yeah. Republican policies are traditionally about limiting things like regulations or spending. Again, traditionally. Where Democrats are built on inclusivity and progressiveness and like a huge jumble of policies, too many policies and ideals and so on. You could argue that might be a problem they have, especially if they don't really believe it and don't really try to do it. But the good part is that this creates a bigger tent for a wider variety of people. It creates more push and pull for ideas, which ultimately makes it easier for comedy. So I guess my conclusion is that conservatives, if they really want to get funnier, need to like spread out or loosen a bit. Loosen up? Cucks? See, that's a callback.
Loosen up, cuz.
Gary, did you just like come back? What are you doing here? Can't even look at me? Come on. Gary, I'm sorry. You levitated? Something is going on right now. Enjoy the credits. Just kidding, Gary.
It is pretty funny that these black guys are just super based.
We're now 25 minutes into this debate, and he has insulted Nikki Haley's basic intelligence.
Basic intelligence.
Her basic intelligence. She doesn't know regions. She wouldn't be able to find something on a map that his 3-year-old could find. Look,
she didn't
if you want to
know the
disagree on
regions,
issues,
though.
that's fine. And Nikki and I disagree on some issues. But I'll tell you this.
And then he calls him fat, which is so
I've known
fucking
for 12
hilarious.
years, which is longer than he's even started to vote in a Republican primary.
He was getting billions.
We
He was
disagree
getting
about
billions
some
while you was
issues,
doing
and
that.
we disagree about who should be president of the United States. What we don't disagree on is this is a smart, accomplished woman, and you should stop insulting her.
Smart, accomplished woman. What a fucking white knight, bro. So cringe.
Win the crowd, bro. Because you know her fans there. You know her fans ain't trying to win the crowd over.
So this not a president debate?
Right there. First of all, Chris Christie also doesn't know what provinces in eastern Ukraine he actually wants us to fight for. Chris, your version of foreign policy experience
Look at Ron. He like,
was
oh,
closing
shit.
a bridge from New Jersey to New York. So do everybody a favor. Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal.
Oh, shots fired! Bro, it's literally the meme.
This dude saw me just broke this shit. What you fucking did, bro?
The line over?
No, you broke it.
Oh my God!
I've genuinely haven't been so interested in something besides maybe like sports and football, shit like that.
I feel like this is like a show that I'd be watching and I'm waiting for it from time to time because I know the characters, I know the backstory.
I know the
what's
characters.
going on now, y'all. And today it was getting pretty heated. I mean, like
Off the jump.
Like people were taking, and I think that it was also because of the questions. This is the first time that the questions were like directly, like people were asking them about the stuff that people called them out on, and I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, I would say the panel did the best one. This is the best debate that the panel did.
Yeah, the panel
so far.
did. I think they
And
asked
it was
questions
all
that were
women.
All woman panel.
no one could really get on the questions that they were asking.
But once again,
We
That
know
man.
what he did.
Ramaswamy.
he might be actually 4 for 4. I might be actually 3 for 4.
He
but
just
might
dropped
be 4 for
50.
4.
He
might
just
be
dropped
4 for
50
4.
out here.
Did you just see that?
What?
Let me see this.
I still can't get
See
it
if it's
over.
still on there.
Should I ruin it for him?
Twitter.
Should I
We
ruin
gonna
it?
run the clip. We gonna run the clip now. That was hilarious, bro. What he said to Chris Christie might have been the funniest shit I've ever seen.
That was
From a political
so
standpoint.
funny.
You know what makes
Well,
it
it's pretty
crazy?
funny.
He was just saying it right before he said it.
GOB debate. Oh, it's number 1. Oh, yeah.
Number 2,
Yeah,
Vivek in
Vivek.
politics.
I think everybody's order pretty much the same. You can battle Vivek and Trump. Ron's about third. I think that's fair. But some people might put Ron second. I don't know. But we're gonna look at Vivek clips today, guys. Let's go ahead and get into it. He was cooking.
His highlight tape.
Yeah, it's like
His
we watching
mixtape.
Michael Jordan out there
His
ball.
hoop mixtape.
We finna watch him drop 70 out there for us.
With all three of my other colleagues on this debate stage is all three of them have been licking Donald Trump's boots for years for money and endorsements. Ron DeSantis, you've been a great governor, but you would have never been one without actually begging Donald Trump for that endorsement.
You
Same thing for Nikki Haley. Same thing with Chris Christie as a lobbyist, begging them for COVID money for his special interests in New Jersey, prepping him for the debates last time around. These people are now Monday morning quarterbacking some decision he made. I think the real enemy is not Donald Trump. It's not even Joe Biden. It is the deep state that at least Donald Trump attempted to take on. And if you want somebody who's going to speak truth to power, then vote for somebody who's going to speak the truth to you. Why am I the only person on the stage, at least, who can say that January 6th now does look like it was an inside job? That the government lied to us for 20 years about Saudi Arabia's involvement in 9/11. That the Great Replacement theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform. That the 2020 election was indeed stolen by big tech. That the 2016 election, the one that Trump won for sure, was also one that was stolen from him by the national security establishment that actually put up the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that they knew was false. There's a reason why I'm the only person on the stage who can say these things. That's what it's going to take, not people who are licking his boots one time and now Monday morning quarterbacking him and criticizing him when it's convenient.
Governor Christie. Swear to God.
With all three.
And that's just one of them.
He act like he might be the top 3 best president ever.
On me.
Hey.
He is just.
It could possibly be like that.
You know what type of leader?
Articulation is A+.
It's coming to everybody.
When I be seeing
Nobody's
other,
safe.
when I see other foreign countries and I see their prime minister or their commander in chief, they look so serious. Like they gonna die behind this. Our country don't be looking like that right now, guys. We look soft. Vivek might be that dude, man.
Vivek gonna create
Job done. That's what she said.
I feel like the only time America will ever have patriotism.
Patriotism.
Having a hard day, guys. I can't pronounce my words. If we have a terrorist attack, that's the only time I ever see that probably going to happen. Because the last time I ever seen that was when 9/11 happened, and that's when all of the Americans actually came to one to actually
Do you know
fight.
what they say also helps patriotism? Like something like something you wouldn't expect. Like the movies, like American Sniper and all them movies, like those are like almost like recruiting tactics to get people to try and join. It's a good smart move.
No, yeah, issues. Like, I've never seen like black and white people come together on an issue besides immigration in New York. I'm seeing all races of people come together. So problems
everyone's being affected.
Create, unity. Yeah, I can
So-
see that. Let's continue with the Vivek clips.
At the first debate, she said that only a woman can get this job done. That's what she said. After the third debate, when I criticized Ronna McDaniel after 5 failed years of leadership of this party and criticized Nikki for her corrupt foreign dealings as a military contractor, she said that I have a woman problem. Nikki, I don't have a woman problem. You have a corruption problem. And I think that that's what people need to know.
Pull it up.
Nikki is corrupt. This is a woman who will send your kids to die so she can buy a bigger house. This is the problem. Using identity politics more effectively than Kamala Harris is a form of intellectual fraud. And it actually needs to end. There's our donor puppet masters wielding their puppet right up here tonight. This is how this game is
Vivek
played.
don't care.
The puppet masters put up their puppet, and I reject the use of identity politics in this party. It has been a cancer coming from the left, and I'm sick and tired of the double standards the people of this country are too. Having 2 X chromosomes does not immunize you
no.
from criticism.
I meant to say.
Thank you. Governor Haley.
At the first,
You gotta admit
You can't get hot at that, bro.
You gotta admit that the guy's good.
You can't.
Hey, those points are hard to argue with.
It is.
How is any of that?
It is crazy. She will pull the woman card. Like, what's up with everybody keep trying to pull the woman card when you're debating?
That's their last.
That's the whole point of debating.
That's the Hail Mary.
Haley's campaign launch. Megan, I think there's a time and place for everything. We need somebody in the White House who absolutely is going to be a fighter when it counts. And I did say that there were some good people on that stage in that third debate. Doug Burgum was on that stage at that time.
Damn, we
and
missed
I'll
Doug.
say that
I missed
jokingly. Ron DeSantis is a good person, too. I want to go back, though, to Nikki Haley's comment from earlier that she is somehow not responding to the will of these donors. Nikki, you were bankrupt when you left the UN. After you left the UN, you became a military contractor. You actually started joining service on the board of Boeing, whose back you scratched for a very long time, and then gave foreign multinational speeches like Hillary Clinton is, and now you're a multimillionaire. That math does not add up. It adds up to the fact that you are corrupt. And when I said they were bought and paid for, I meant the Republican establishment, not the Democratic establishment. Now you have Reid Hoffman, the person who's effectively George Soros Jr., funding lawsuits across this country against Donald Trump to keep him off the ballot, funding left-wing causes. We discovered this week that he is one of Nikki Haley's largest supporters. Larry Fink, the king of the woke industrial complex, the ESG movement, the CEO of BlackRock, the most powerful company in the world, now supporting Nikki Haley. And to say that doesn't affect her is false, because it's after that meeting later that day that she says that every American needs to be doxxed by having their ID, their government-issued ID, tied to what they say on the internet.
I remember
so I
that.
think that this is far more corrupt than I even imagined when I entered politics. But I will say this. It is going to take a leader from the outside, with fresh legs, from the next generation to unite this country. Not the broken politicians who are puppets of the puppet masters, but the actual people in this country. Thomas Jefferson was 33 when he wrote the Declaration of Independence. I think it's going to take somebody whose best days in life are still ahead to see a country whose best days are ahead of itself. And I think I can reach that next generation better than anybody else in this race.
Thank you.
It's hard not to like this man,
No,
bro.
yeah, you can't.
It's just hard.
Next debate, if it's only one person go, I know who everybody knows that who has to go. Chris Christie has to go. But
Chris
I mean,
Christie
yeah,
has to go.
yeah,
He
he
has
has
to
to go.
I'm gonna keep it 100. They might
said
get rid of little Nikki, bro.
voted
She
off
shut
the
up
island.
on there.
He
He got
said two-thirds of the voters would be angry and disappointed if Chris Christie won. How the hell
That
do you
was
come back
insane.
from that?
And those were the voters in his own state.
How do you come back from that?
I want everybody at home to know that I was the first person to say we need a reasonable peace deal in Ukraine. If I may. So foreign policy experience is not the same as foreign policy wisdom. I want everybody at home to know that I was the first person to say we need a reasonable peace deal in Ukraine. Now a lot of the neocons are quietly coming along to that position, with the exceptions of Nikki Haley and Joe Biden, who still support this, what I believe is pointless war in Ukraine. And I think those with foreign policy experience, one thing that Joe Biden and Nikki Haley have in common is that neither of them could even state for you 3 provinces in eastern Ukraine that they want to send our troops to actually fight for. Look at that.
Now she do look
This
hurt.
is what I want people to understand. These people, she has
She
no
looking
idea
so
what the hell the names of those
stupid
provinces are,
right
but she
there.
wants to send our sons and
What are
daughters
the
and our
provinces?
troops and our military equipment
That's
to go
like them
fight
little
it.
cities.
So
Is
reject
it?
this myth that they've been selling you, that somebody had a cup of coffee stint at the UN and then makes $8 million after, has real foreign policy experience. It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for. And there's her puppet masters right there. The donors.
Goddamn Roll Tide
The donors
fans.
right there that are playing like the puppet masters.
Hold on.
I cannot pronounce none of these names.
This myth that they've been selling you that somebody had a cup of coffee stint at the UN and then makes $8 million after has real foreign policy experience. It takes an outsider to see this through. Look at the blank expression. She doesn't know the names of the provinces that she wants to actually fight for. And there's her puppet masters right there. The
Goddamn Roll Tide
the donors
fans.
right there that are playing her like the puppet master.
Hold on.
I cannot pronounce none of these names.
Let's see. Donetsk, Kharkiv, Luhansk. I think I won 2 for 3 on that.
Let's see if we can.
Donetsk.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay. I love the iPhone, man.
I didn't even know you could do that.
For real?
Here's the dirty little
Kharkiv,
secret in American
okay.
politics.
We found 3 of the provinces.
Here's the dirty little secret in American politics today. The people who we elect to run the government are not the ones who are even actually running the government. It is the bureaucrats in those 3-letter agencies that are writing regulations that Congress never gave them the authority to write. And the good news is, a U.S. president can absolutely fix that. That takes a U.S. president with a spine. So what I've said is in my administration, by the end of year 1, we will have a 75% reduction in the
Some of you are technologists, some of you are critical of technology, but everyone sitting here at this table is an original thinker, and it is original thought that will determine if there is a future to be had.
number of federal bureaucrats. We will shut down government agencies that should not exist. We will rescind any regulation that fails the test of West Virginia versus EPA, which is the most important Supreme Court case of our lifetime, that said if Congress didn't delegate that to an administrative agency, then it's unconstitutional. These are seismic changes. These are big changes that the next president can deliver without asking Congress for permission or for forgiveness. And I want people to understand that distinction, because people have been sold myths by politicians for a long time, saying, I'm going to work with Congress to do this or that. Much of what you've heard on the stage from the other politicians fit that description. They need Congress. The things that I'm promising you, this is what the leader of the executive branch gets to do under Article 2 of the Constitution.
Thank you, sir.
Cut down the bureaucracy. That's how we grow our economy and put the Federal Reserve in its place. This is part of the crypto discussion.
No.
90% headcount reduction at the Fed.
You're out of time.
The crypto.
Just like
I know what it is, man.
I wish we could have just saw the whole debate so we know.
Whoa.
Oh, bro.
Transgenderism is a mental health
He's
issue.
coming for
We
me.
don't let you smoke a cigarette by the age of 18.
Facts.
We don't let you have an addictive
I thought it was
drink of
21.
alcohol by the age of 21. And I just challenge Ron DeSantis to go one step further and support what I think is clearly within the authority to do, using federal funds just like Reagan did in '84 for the Highway Act that said the minimum drinking age needs to be 21. We can do the same thing when it comes to banning genital mutilation or chemical castration.
Okay.
I know
That's
Ron's
easy.
been
That's too
unclear
complicated.
about that on the federal level. I'm crystal clear. That's where I stand.
Got it.
That's a mental health disorder. That's where we need to be at.
Go ahead.
I believe in that too, but I thought you have to be 21 to get any tobacco products.
Yeah.
You don't have to be 18. You gotta be 21.
I think that's a state thing.
Nah, bro. I remember at first in Louisiana, I was able to get it, and then a new law came out. You had to be 21.
I remember when that happened, but I don't know if that was state.
Oh!
I think it was federal.
Either
it was
way,
a federal
though,
law.
that's besides the point. The point he made.
Nah, yeah.
Was
that was too? That you can't.
Okay,
you
cool.
You can't. But you know, somebody gonna find a way to argue it.
Okay, so probably one of the funniest clips in the last 2024 debate.
It is the funniest clip of all the debates.
Yeah, for sure. This is hilarious, guys. I don't know if y'all seen it, but okay. For next year, we're gonna try to make our live streams better, guys, and we're gonna get them live streams running. I don't know what's been going on.
When the one-on-one debates are coming,
I don't know why it's been going on, but we're gonna figure it out. I promise you guys. We're gonna go ahead and get Chris out of here. Let's just go ahead and name him right now. Nikki gotta go.
I feel like Nikki gotta go before
first
him.
round, second round.
Nikki's giving me like she's close to being
That's
a
not even a
Democrat.
question. Chris and Nikki gotta go. We gotta just have Ron, Vivek, and Trump. They're gonna battle it out. I don't know how that's gonna go. Trump and Vivek, I need to see that. I don't know.
I don't know how that's going. You think they're going to cook each other?
Yeah, they have to.
I would like to see what it said.
You have to.
Yeah, I would
I
love
wonder
to
how
see
they're going to cook each other, though.
I think that's why people love Trump, because he just cooks everybody.
He respects
It seems like DeSantis was trying to team up with him a little bit, and then they was teaming up together with Nikki a little bit.
They
And
got
then
on their
Vivek
ass again,
cooked
yeah.
his ass.
Yeah.
I like that shit.
No new fans.
No teaming up on shit. Okay, the funniest clip, guys. Let's run it.
Just to stop President Trump.
His approval rating with
Talking about Trump
Republicans
hope
is
and
currently at 81%. Yours is at 25. Your best state is New Hampshire, and even there, 2/3 of GOP voters say they would be angry and disappointed if you won. Respectfully, Governor, you have not stopped Mr. Trump, and voters may wonder how you could possibly become the nominee of a party that does not appear to like you very much.
Well, Chris Christie also doesn't know what provinces in eastern Ukraine he actually wants us to fight for. Chris, your version of foreign policy experience was closing a bridge from New Jersey to New York.
Yeah.
So do everybody a favor, just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal, and
Just walk yourself off that stage, enjoy a nice meal.
What is a woman?
He was pissed after
Hey,
that.
when we heard that, bro.
Oh my God, that was
When we heard that for the first time, bro,
At
we
81%.
fell out.
It
Your
was
best
funny.
state is New
Do
Hampshire,
yourself
and
a
even
favor,
there,
go have a nice
2/3
meal.
of
It was funny.
When we heard that,
That's so
y'all don't understand what we
disrespectful,
saw. We actually thought that Solomon broke our whole entire setup.
No, we're gonna run the clip for him at the beginning, bro. That's gonna be hilarious.
I ain't gonna lie, it was so funny because we was just frying his butt.
We were making fun of him.
I didn't think Vivek was gonna fry him.
I didn't expect him to come right
couldn't
after me
resist.
like
I
that.
wasn't
He couldn't
expecting
resist.
that.
voters say
he
they
knew
would be
to be-
angry and disappointed.
He said, "Yeah, my homie's back at home talking about. I know I gotta cook him."
I think that's like a part of like the people liking you is having some charisma because like Vivek's just also
Definitely.
funny. Like
The
a lot of people
charisma is a
like-
big part.
I don't
I think that's
really
why a lot of people like Trump.
Yeah, definitely.
Very
Hell yeah.
charismatic.
That's why I like him. These other guys, I just don't see any personality. Like Ron, like he talks a good game. I like.
That's
Ron,
why they
but
liked
He has
Obama.
no personality.
Even
at all.
Vivek, or even OT said that.
Thomas Sowell said that. He said the
Thomas
best-
Sowell.
Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
Thomas,
articulate and
are these
he-
guys all
he has
Thomas
charisma.
Sowell
He was selling
guys?
it.
I mean, that would make sense.
He's a nice little salesman.
No, a lot of the shit Vivek says, like I probably wouldn't even know this at all if he didn't say any of this at all.
Nah, I've learned
Bob
so
paid out
much
is
from
actually insane.
He
May
exposing.
to now, bro, about politics in general. I've learned so much.
It's so corrupt.
No, I got
Somebody's making $1 off of a decision
This time last
every
year,
time.
I did not know.
Yeah, we're genuinely
What
building
was
the
going
passion
down.
for this, man. Because that was the debate was so interesting, guys.
Now I have to refrain from arguing with people in public when I hear them talking about politics. I'm like, you know what? I
man.
choose peace.
Yeah, and Chris Christie just has to go, bro, because him just talking about Trump. I mean, literally, they need to put a
He's
meme
done that every
of
debate.
Trump's nuts in Chris Christie's
Trump's
mouth.
nuts.
I'm talking about
Chris Christie's
I'm talking about
That's too
everything he said,
descriptive.
bro. I'm literally though, like 70% of the stuff you said was.
I haven't heard
And
one
about
policy
Trump.
from him. What policy did y'all
Yeah,
hear
he's
from?
always talking about Trump. Like, who gives a?
But I think maybe he's just up there talking now. He know he lost.
I think
And
he's just
you
trying
hear
to
what
come
they
up.
just said? They said your own party don't like you. Look at his neck. He got 2 chins. If you got 2 chins, you can't be president.
I think he's
period.
just trying to get his money and his talk shows out as much as he can before he, hit the road.
This is actually like comical, bro. When I seen Tim Scott drop out, I'm sorry that shit.
He
was
dropped
hilarious.
out?
Yeah, he dropped out. He dropped. It was so funny. Like the video, he said, "I have made that decision. Just drop out of the race." And then, how he just kept talking. I'm like, it was hilarious, bro. I wish we could
I
run
wonder
the
why
clip.
they chose to make him drop.
I think I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I think
my fault.
some were like making the decision to drop. I don't think like
Probably
there's
wasn't
no like.
polling too well.
He got
Then
voted off
ran
the
out of
island.
donuts
It
or
might,
something.
it might be something like that. I don't know. Like, how do these people get voted off? guys? Let us know.
I think Big Boy's next here.
He has to be.
Big
he
Boy
has to
might be
Seems like Nikki
next.
had some people in the building, like some people that support Nikki. I don't really see anybody.
They were propping
supporting
Nikki up
Chris.
a lot.
Yeah, because she's from South Carolina and they're in Alabama. They
But
close.
I mean, he had, yeah, that is true. That is true.
They done pulled up for her. Those were her donors, Vivek said.
Well, guys, this was probably the best debate
It
that
was.
happened.
It was really good.
For sure.
They were getting to it, y'all.
The night country takes us one by one. Today, we're talking about all the new wild Grand Theft Auto 6 controversies that have popped off. Taylor Swift dropped bombs and went for trash Kim Kardashian's throat, and the wild updates around the QAnon queen, her followers who admitted they'll kill for her, and the trolls pushing them. We're talking about all that and so much more in today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, so just buckle up, hit that like button, let's just jump into it. Starting with, Taylor Swift just went for some people's throats right now, but also did so in like a classy and understandable way. Because after a year of dominating your social media feeds, the Billboard charts, stadiums, theaters, it is not a surprise that Taylor Swift is Time's Person of the Year. While the whole interview and profile they did on her is very interesting, in this she spoke out about Kim Kardashian, Scooter Braun, and everything that's kind of happened with the NFL and all this media attention recently in a way I've not seen before. With Taylor saying of her massive success, it's not lost on me that the two great catalysts for this happening were two horrendous things that happened to me. The first was getting canceled within an inch of my life and sanity. The second was having my life's work taken away from me by someone who hates me. Right, and regarding her getting canceled, right, she's talking about Kanye and Kim Kardashian there, which if you don't remember after the other stuff Kanye did to her, he referred to her as a bitch in his song, that seeming to hurt Taylor, but then Kim released a tape that looked like she actually agreed to be in the song. But Taylor in this interview equating all that to a career death and saying, make no mistake, my career was taken from me. You have a fully manufactured frame job and a legally
what's
recorded
going on
phone call,
here?
which Kim
Is this
Kardashian edited and then put out to say to everyone that I was a liar. That took me down psychologically to a place I've never been before. I moved to a foreign country. I didn't leave a rental house for a year. I was afraid to get on phone calls. I pushed away most people in my life because I didn't trust anyone anymore. I went down really, really hard. You know, reading that, I think it is important to look back at how far she has come. Because while Taylor Swift's on top of the world now, it's important to remember there was a time where some scumbags, or at least, you know what? It's been a while. Some people who did some scumbag things went out of their way to misrepresent her, make her seem like a sociopathic liar, and almost took her down. And then not too long after that, her masters were sold to Scooter Braun, and she talked about that, saying she believes that he wanted her work for nefarious reasons. That, of course, then prompting her to re-record her first 6 albums, 4 of which have already been massive successes, 2 of which are still on the way. And regarding that success, you had Taylor explaining to Time, it's all in how you deal with loss. I respond to extreme pain with defiance. But all of that brings us to the single, coldest, hardest, and fantastic line of the interview, saying she knows nothing, including fame and a music career, is permanent, but I've also learned there's no point in actively trying to quote-unquote defeat your enemy. Trash takes itself out every single time. Well, I gotta disagree a little with always. When it does happen, you love to see it. But hey, with this news and this aspect of the story, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts, and if you want an even deeper dive, I'll include a link down below, because it's a really interesting read, and it goes beyond the stuff that we just talked about. And then, self-described alpha males are waging war against Grand Theft Auto 6 right now. Because in addition to all the hype after the trailer for GTA 6 broke records yesterday, it's been the talk of the internet, there have also been people throwing out criticism. And among those, you have the likes of the Tate brothers and Elon Musk, with Tristan Tate saying,
I'm not a fan of anyone under the age of 18, 21 maybe, playing video games where the goal is to shoot police officers. I just don't think that's good for society. I feel like you could create a better objective with the game, you know? Maybe you are the police officer.
And then you had Elon Musk also condemned that part, writing on Twitter that he tried playing GTA, but didn't like doing crime. GTA 5 required shooting police officers in the opening scene. Just couldn't do it. And while those two aren't the first people to condemn or call out certain parts of the game, there was still no shortage of people mocking their responses online. People saying of Tate, heartwarming, alleged sex traffickers draw the line at virtual violence against police. Commentators like Hassan Piker write, it's incredibly ironic that two brothers that quite literally tailored their entire online persona as though they are GTA side
both of them.
Against the game,
the one was good, and then the other one was bad.
And of Musk, people saying, why would you buy a game called Grand Theft Auto and expect not to shoot it up? And others chiming in, killing off 90% of the ad revenue on Twitter isn't a problem for him. Killing digital police in GTA 6 is where he draws the line. But with all that said, here's what I really need to say on this situation. Everything we're going to see around the reactions and
JJ was just asking if
all this bullshit, like, it's all happened before. Like Grand Theft Auto 6, the grandstanding, rage baiting, virtue signaling, engagement farming. It's a sequel. We've seen a version of this before, it's just gonna be on steroids this time. And so you have the Tates and the Musks of the world pearl clutching about cops in a video game. You've got people already saying GTA 6 is woke because it has a female lead, others speculating that she's trans. So I guess it's worth noting that right now there's no actual evidence to back that up. And then at the same time, you have people based off of a 90-second trailer on an unreleased game calling it woke, You have people saying, you know, they're over-sexualizing women, with people then going even further saying Rockstar Games is making a sexualized game for children, saying we gotta get banned GTA 6 trending, right? Just like blatant rage baiting and engagement farming. I mean, the fucking game is rated M. That doesn't mean M for my kids. And the grifters pushing shit like that, they either know that or they're just incredibly dumb. Maybe both. I shouldn't be putting clout-chasing grifters in a box. That's not fair to them. But you know, that's the situation as it is, and we'll see how all of it plays out. And then, we need to talk about Canada's so-called true queen, Romana Diggillo. Right, that's the woman leading a QAnon cult that believes Donald Trump appointed her the Queen and Head of State of Canada. Also, just for extra fun, she claims to be an alien-adjacent being with secret technology waging a war against the global cabal of pedophilic elite and threatens to execute her enemies. And while you hear that and you go, okay, well, this is clearly like some grifter trying to take advantage of people or just an insane person, it's incredibly important to know that she has tens of thousands of Telegram followers and dozens of actual in-person followers who gave up their personal lives to join her so-called mobile government, which is this convoy of RVs that they've been driving around the country since February of 2022, inspired by the trucker protests. Right, and her personal staff who wear matching white uniforms emblazoned with the QR on the front serve her in every way, shopping, cooking, driving for her. She also happens to accept unknown quantities of money from them, going into at least the tens of thousands of dollars. And, you know, this isn't the first time we've talked about her. Last year, we talked about some of the increasingly dangerous tactics she and her followers have gotten up to. And, you know, there's been a range of things like sending hundreds of cease and desist letters to schools, businesses, and police departments ordering them to halt all anti-COVID measures, or issuing dozens of so-called royal decrees lowering rents and making water and electricity free, which then cause people to actually stop paying their bills. Or, of course, things like leading her followers in an assault on the Peterborough police station in Ontario, where we actually saw them try to conduct a citizen's arrest on the cops there for enforcing lockdown measures, but then, of course, just getting battered and arrested. But then all of that taking us to September of this year, where her mobile government finally hunkered down in a small Saskatchewan town by the name of Richmond. Because reportedly one of Romana's fans just so happened to own an abandoned school there, so he invited her to take it over. And unsurprisingly, the town's 130 residents weren't too happy about this bizarre and potentially dangerous QAnon cult suddenly occupying their community, with some people holding protests outside the school or confronting the followers when they leave the building. And so in return, the cult has attacked specific townsfolk on live streams and sent people cease and desist letters threatening them with execution. But then after a fire inspector showed up on the school grounds, Queen Romana and her followers, they evacuated to a farm an hour outside the town. So even with the exile, you know, the Queen's followers had issues with the local people, like this one heated encounter at a grocery store that was caught on video. And so with all this, Richmond's residents fear that they might return, and they held a town hall to discuss what to do. With that devolving into frustrated locals telling each other to fuck off and arguing over whether aggressively confronting the cult was the best approach. With then late last month, their fears being realized when the Queen's vehicles rolled back up to the abandoned school again. And all this is the battle has now been taken to the internet, with Romana creating a new Telegram channel called the Volunteer Peace, Prosperity, and Love Officers in the hopes of organizing her followers by region. But then soon afterward, an anti-Romana group noticed that the channel was public. So they saw this opportunity, and one person who goes by the name Dogwood telling Vice, I then shared the link to some hardcore trolls and encouraged them to go in and fuck with them. And they immediately did, with one troll making a fundraising page for Romana and her second-in-command's honeymoon, another troll creating a page seeking to recruit military tribunal officers who would work as judge, jury, and executioner for the Queen. And in no time, some of her most dedicated followers stepped up to the plate, with one member writing, I would like to get the show on the road as much as the next person, but I am not sure that is something I would want to have on my conscience. That being said, I also know this needs to be done. And so then some of the members brainstormed different ways to execute their enemies with minimal effect on their conscience. Things like just leaving them out in the Arctic so they're eaten by polar bears. You know, the trolling aside, all of this had two purposes. First, expose how dangerous Romana's cult is. Because, and this is a very important thing to understand, whether it be here or elsewhere, when people are able to convince their followers of the most crazy, outlandish thing, it is not that much of a departure or a jump to convince them to do something about those things. Things that are dangerous, that are violent, that would have otherwise been unthinkable before. But then also the second purpose here was to disrupt her cult as much as possible, because there's several online groups that routinely track the Queen's activity and do everything they can to stop her. Things like calling businesses and campgrounds where she sets up to get them kicked out, or even infiltrating the group to gain the members' trust and talk them out of it. With, for example, one activist who calls himself Jeremy explaining to Vice, hopefully the constant barrage of criticism will bring more attention to how dangerous these folks are and wear down all but the most dedicated core who can quietly burn themselves out in whatever abandoned buildings they choose without wasting the money, time, energy, and lives of followers who are genuinely desperate but deserve to find real solutions, not a megalomaniac dangling carrots and lies. And then, I think most of us have felt at some point that pressure of trying to get ahead, but instead falling further into debt with credit cards, personal loans, medical bills. And if you're at the point where you're making monthly payments every month on your debt and your balances aren't going down, today's sponsor, PDS Debt, has a program that rolls all of your payments into one low interest-free monthly payment. Just one low monthly payment based on what you can afford. Everyone with over $10,000 or more in debt qualifies, and get this, there is no minimum credit score required. PDS Debt offers options with no interest. You can pay off your debt in a fraction of the time, save thousands in interest and fees. And PDS Debt is giving you beautiful bastards a free debt analysis just for completing the quick and easy debt assessment at PDS Debt.
All right, is he gonna run through fucking
breakdown of how to save on interest each month and the quickest way to take care of your debt? Just go to pdsdebt.com/Franco. Get your quick and easy debt assessment today. It's time to take back control of your life and live for you, not your debt. And then today we actually saw a great thing happen in our U.S. Senate, and that is that Senator Tommy Tuberville has been demoted from an asshole who is single-handedly blocking hundreds of military promotions and making our military weaker to just his regular old useless asshole self, mostly. Or because he's been using a procedural tactic to block the Senate from mass confirming military promotion. Something that historically is non-controversial, has easy bipartisan support, right? We go, hey, we got to keep the military moving, we got to stay strong. But Tuberville had taken it upon himself to prevent the transfer of power and jeopardize readiness at the highest levels of our military. And this, of course, is things internationally have been popping off. He was doing this because he was angry the Pentagon had a policy that gave time off and certain reimbursements for service members and their family members who receive abortions or other reproductive services. But also, before you do the short-sighted thing and give Tuberville some love here, saying, hey, he did the right thing. Please understand, he is only doing this because he lost, right? Yeah, he received tons of backlash from both sides of the aisle, the Pentagon, hundreds of spouses of active duty service members. But Tuberville, and he told reporters this, he only dropped the boycott because other senators had come up with a plan to get around it. Also saying he has no regrets doing what he did. He also didn't take the L here, saying, quote, it was pretty much a draw. I mean, they didn't get what they wanted. We didn't get what we wanted. But of course, that is total and absolute bullshit revisionist history. He held our U.S. military hostage single-handedly, and the Pentagon never gave him a damn thing. So enjoy this big fucking L on your head, you dumb donkey. And so with this, after you had Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer calling the blockade a pointless, gravely damaging ordeal, saying Tuberville had nothing to show for his 10 months of delay, he quickly moved to make his point by moving promotions to the floor, with the Senate then confirming more than 400 nominees in one fell swoop. But all of that bringing us back to why I said Tuberville is mostly going back to being just a useless asshole, because he's still maintaining part of his campaign by blocking promotions for 4-star generals. But then also beyond this, I really want to touch on it. The impact has already been done here. I mean, you have top officials even previously saying that Tuberville's blockade has had such a detrimental impact on the military that the consequences here will be long-lasting. With also Biden's nominee to be the Navy's top officer testifying before the Senate a few months ago explaining, just at the 3-star level, it would take about 3 to 4 months just to move all the people around. But it will take years to recover from the promotion delays that we would see. And this is other senior officials, including the Secretary of Defense himself, have also warned that this blockade could result in the military losing talent, which then further undermines the military and hurts readiness. But yeah, that is where we are, and it's going to be interesting to see how things play out, because, you know, Tuberville is not going anywhere. The people of Alabama voted this fucking clown in, and he's there. And then finally, let's talk about yesterday today, where we take a look back at yesterday's show. We dive into those comments and see what y'all had to say. Your thoughts, your opinions, sometimes your experiences, which, I gotta say, yesterday we did an unthinkable thing. We had a story that was about something that wasn't a dumpster fire. We talked about some of the life and game-changing advances we're seeing with CRISPR. We all said things like, hey Phil, I'm a sickle cell disease patient, and this nearly has me in tears. Sickle cell is so painful to deal with physically and emotionally. Regular pain crises, low energy, shortness of breath, brain fog, reduced ability to work, missing major life events due to being hospitalized, having to relocate to warmer cities, and I have the easier variant of the disease to deal with. I was literally just last night learning about what CRISPR is, but I had no idea it's anywhere near clinically studied enough to be approved. I hope that research into the treatment continues going in the right direction so fast. As well as people sharing, I have a friend that actually worked on the CRISPR research that won the Nobel Prize a few years back. I remember her talking about, dude, we can literally edit DNA, and thinking how insanely sci-fi and impossible that sounded in 2020. Skip forward today, we're actually seeing applications. Science and teamwork never cease to amaze me. There was also a lot of conversation about the prison labor story we dove into. Y'all writing things like, Colorado in here, if the prison system would crumble without slavery, then maybe it's time to stop imprisoning so many people for non-violent crimes. Others saying it's crazy that it's not just being broadly called exactly what it is, minority slavery. Saying the U.S. has some of the highest incarceration rates in the world, where a majority of the prisoners are disproportionately of minority groups. And to top it off, there are people arguing to keep this for financial reasons and punishing those who do not want to be slaves. The only thing that's changed since slavery was, quote, abolished is how these same groups of people are enslaved. Also, I will say, going through those comments, unsurprisingly, people were not a fan of the idea of face scanning to access adult content. Right, that's something that's actually being considered in the UK, with y'all saying, I love how Ofcom's reasoning for why you should not worry about the facial recognition software is that, quote, it would be a legal requirement to delete the facial recognition after use. Yeah, like every company everywhere has always followed the law, and all it would take is 1 or 2 employees who need money for these photos to be saved and then used for extra income. And others adding that facial scanning running is a dystopian nightmare, and when has any supposed sensitive data actually stayed private and not used nefariously? You had others pushing back if you have a passport or a driver's license or iPhone, the government has your face, and then that devolved into a debate over whether the government knows what kind of corn you're watching. And then finally, I mean, regarding Grand Theft Auto 6, mainly it was just people pumped. Though I will say I'm interested to see what people have to say about the controversies today. And that is where today's show is going to end. But for more news you need to know, I got you covered right here. You can click or tap, or I got links in the description, of course, as always. Or hey, if you're all caught up, just remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow for a big show.
Oh, we were gonna watch this and I forgot.
Tell me what you need.
Jump into the first one.
Rolling, speed, action.
Sawbuck's looking a little chubby wubby, so I bought him some new food. It's
Wait, what? They got this guy on? No. Isn't this guy's like, what?
Tell me what you need.
Jump into the first one.
Rolling, speed, action.
Sawbuck's looking a little chubby wubby, so I bought him some new food. It's organic and vegan.
Dogs are supposed to eat meat. They're descendants of wolves. You ever see a vegan wolf on the Nature Channel?
I'm a vegan.
Coffee is for closers, ladies. Listen up.
Hey, don't make this a prison hug.
Don't.
Danny Trejo next to Candace Owens? What is going on? Bro. Dude, that just slapped me in the face. How? Icon.
Bro, it's not a political statement. Danny will accept any job. He's an iconic actor, vegan taco place owner. That's Machete, one of the greatest Quentin Tarantino villains of all time.
Prison hug.
Don't do anything stupid, other than last year.
I'm a heteronormative, cisgendered white male.
God, this guy always like, this is now the second thing I've seen this guy in, and he's always like, oh, I'm so gay, I'm doing the gay guy. Is this, Steven Crowder's gonna kill this guy and wear his skin to work one of these days. Like, this is the guy they got. They were like, every conservative circle's gotta get like a
There
gay
we go.
guy. You know, a guy who likes to do the, like what they assume is what a gay guy is, like a heterosexual gay guy. And it was supposed to be Steven Crowder.
Expert
and now, look at
Grandmaster. Oh, I just fucked up a Grandmaster.
Black, and that used to be enough, but I'm also bilingual and I'm non-binary. We're the Army. We drink more before 9 a.m. than you Navy pukes do all day.
He rubbed all the fur off his
I wonder if that boosted me up a bunch. Oh, yeah.
penis.
Damn, you look like a
I
four-legged
get it. It's all
penis.
just like conservative grievances, but in a televised, I mean, in a fucking shitty animated show.
This one actually looks like it's gonna be funny. This is the main reason why I got the Daily Wire. Wasn't for Lady Ballers, but it was for this because I love Adam Carolla. Adam Carolla is fucking hilarious. Ah, thank you. Beat the fuck out of that Grandmaster, bro.
I mean, I'm willing to. I want to know. I want to know how this is gonna work. I want to understand if like, if conservative grievances is enough to maintain. I want to know if conservative grievances are enough to maintain a viable media company. Because for me, like, there have been a ton.
Bro, the fucking Man Show was so good. I loved the Man Show. That was back when Jimmy Kimmel was still funny.
Animated shows that you
And did blackface and stuff.
like major casts that have you know, a lot more money behind it, with a genuine interest in making money as well, and they've been failures, right? Like, there are so many TV shows that fucking come out and they come and go because they suck usually. So what I want to know is if this, you know, this is purely being backed by grievance, right? Like, this is conservatives that will pay into this because they're like, oh, finally there's like an outlet out there that is doing media for us. And even if they don't personally watch it, they'll pay into it. So I want to know how far that will go. I wonder if...
I mean, I didn't pay for the Daily Wire because I wanted to support the Daily Wire. I just wanted to watch this.
Wonder if they will...
And I wanted to see if Lady Ballers was going to be that good, which it wasn't that good.
You know what I mean?
I mean, there was a few times when it just like... I don't know. They used a character to just promote a talking point when the person wouldn't even... Like, when the character wouldn't say that. You know what I'm saying?
Million views in the trailer. Yeah, they probably paid a shit ton for ads to Macias. This is mostly ads, I suspect. 14 million views, 98,000 likes. I mean, I don't know. Like, let's see. Yeah, it's most likely ads. That's the reason why the view count is that high. I mean, let's look at H Bomber Guy's latest video, right? 4 million views and 4.9 million views or whatever. For 5.2 million views in 3 days. Yeah, look at that. 307,000 likes to 5 million views. 14 million views, 98,000 likes. So obviously, it's definitely an ad. 98,000 likes is a lot. Okay. But
Well, yeah, it's an ad. The fuck do you mean? It's definitely an ad. Let's see what the play is here. Should we do, I think I might go NA. A slow NA game. End attack phase. Yeah, we're gonna do a slow. Make alliance. Make alliance. Make alliance. Make alliance. Oh, whoop. I didn't mean to send that. I don't know why the fuck I sent that.
But, you know, I think the views are real. No, it's not real. Yeah, look at this. Again, 53,000 comments in comparison to 14,000 comments underneath this video. 98,000 likes versus 300,000 likes on this video, and this video only has 5 million views. These are real views, and boomers don't know what a like button is. Yeah, they found a fucking YouTube video to watch, but they don't know what a like button is. Get out of here. No, it's most likely ads. They do a lot of ads. I know people who saw it as an ad on HBOB's video. Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, it is a massively successful operation. It is. It really is. Looking at the Daily Wire from the outside,
I'll let this guy
they have
in.
a lot of money, man. And apparently 1 million paying subscribers. Like, I have 50,000 subscribers. And half of the reason is because, like, there's free subscriptions that you can get, like, with Twitch Promise shit. Daily Wire claims they have 1 million paying subscribers right now, like $8 a month. Now, of course, they're heavily propped up. They see the importance of conservative movie making. They see the importance of conservative media, making conservative media, and I don't think that it necessarily has to be popular You have literal news outlets that still exist without any readership, like the Federalist, right? The Federalist papers we don't even know who funds it. Like, we don't know who reads it, but it doesn't matter. It still exists. It's like an operation that's just out there. I don't think that this will be like good content or anything like that, but the fact that there is definitely a appetite for someone to even create it, even if they don't watch it, they want someone to create it. You know what I mean? That's what's interesting. That's what I care about more. I bet some of these people are agents. People's agents were like, no one will see this garbage take the money. I mean, I think they have bad agents unless they got like really good money, which I doubt.
Charity and work. Two words that should never go together. Like women and opinions.
I want a burly man. They're salty and make me dizzy.
Sorry, just need to find a thingy to fix my gaming chair.
When I was on the construction site, my chair was a 5-gallon bucket. It was also my toilet.
Hey, I'm done. I'm going back to bed. Thanks a lot.
The comedians in the cast are regulars on Corolla's podcast. Are you gonna watch it on stream? I want to. If Megyn Kelly looks hot though, what the hell? It's not. Okay, I didn't say that. I'm just simply laughing at something different. It won't be good. It's just boomer Facebook memes read out loud. F is for family would be better than this, and even that's eh. Mad how much they need a constant feedback loop of confirmation bias. Bro, it doesn't matter. What matters to me is that they have the capacity to fucking make projects like this and what that signifies. Look, remember what I told you about Grand Theft Auto? First, they fucking said Grand Theft Auto sucks. It's causing fucking mass shootings. And, 12, 13, 14, 15 years later, when it's a multi-billion-dollar operation, they're lapping it up and going, it's fucking awesome. We're so excited. Now they're actually getting real actors and shit. Not Matt Walsh, but like actual real voice actors and things of that nature. Ultimately, when there's enough money, you can fake it till you make it. And Republicans fake it all the time. We talked about Ted Cruz's book situation earlier when Ryan Grimm was here. Remember? Conservatives buy their own books to make it seem like there's a lot more interest for it, so they can make it up the fucking bestsellers lists to establish some level of legitimacy, even if it doesn't penetrate the broader consciousness. Sound of Freedom was another example of this, where they bought all of these tickets, right? And there was more conversations surrounding the suspicions that people had about why people can't go and watch Sound of Freedom than the actual movie itself. The actual movie was mid. So it's something that you need to remember. This is not about like how good the movie is going to be. It's not even about how many people are going to actually watch the movie. It's about whether or not, with enough money, can the Daily Wire make itself, or can the Daily Wire present itself as a legitimate media enterprise to the rest of Hollywood? Because if that happens, then you'll get more backing. Then you'll get actual legitimate actors. Then you might have actual staying power in the culture. You might actually start transforming culture a little bit. Does that make sense? This is, in my opinion, objectively different than the style of like conservative movies and shit that has occurred time and time again. Like there's a 1,000 different versions of shitty conservative grievance projects. This is the first time I'm looking at it when it's like optically it looks and feels closer to like a Hollywood production than ever before. 100% I predict more and more legit the more they go center lib by proxy, because super right wingers can't be normal, and in around 5 years Daily Wire will have trans hosts and shit. That would be the funniest thing, is if they try and become more Hollywood, and as a consequence of becoming more Hollywood, they become more like liberal. That would be pretty funny. But I don't think they can do that because their major fan base revolves around them being conservative overall very conservative. I can read the New Yorker magazine think pieces from a mile away. Set scene: a cold Nashville morning. Previously, the Tennessee city was known for its music industry. Now, a blossoming new media franchise has taken over Nashville, Tennessee by storm. And then, flashback to 1994. UCLA graduate Benjamin Shapiro writes an article for a newspaper about how Hollywood and pornography has overtaken the minds of young conservatives. Far from the originations of a UCLA undergraduate who went to Harvard for school, a violinist, son of a even more famous violin player, Benjamin Shapiro, came from Hollywood only to move Hollywood away to Nashville, Tennessee. Oh, there it is. Can Nashville be Hollywood conservatives? It's been written already. I didn't even read it. I did not know that it existed, but of course it existed. Of course. Nashville, on March 2022, 2021, Tennessee General Assembly sent a resolution to the governor's desk full of lofty sentiment. The document invokes such figures as John Adams and Ronald Reagan and officially welcomes to Tennessee the Daily Wire.
Is he gonna noob slam into
and
me?
editor Ben Shapiro, who has truthfully said, facts don't care about your feelings. 2 days later, the governor's...
No, use the other one.
Started
Yes.
in 2015 as an oh, he didn't go back. He didn't go hard enough. Back to Hollywood. See, I would have done that. I would have gone back to Ben Shapiro's Hollywood roots and how he was actually rejected from Hollywood only to come back with a vengeance to take over Hollywood, but conservatively. That's what I would have done. But this guy went back to 2015 as an online hub for clicky conservative news and culture warring. But it is Mr. Shapiro's co-founder and the company's co-CEO, a writer and filmmaker named Jeremy Boring, who is leading the Daily Wire with an ambitious new direction. From a purely political media standpoint, without any ideological associations with it, what they've been able to achieve is profound. I will admit, profoundly scary when you think about the actual implications. But what they've been able to do with a shit ton of money and a shit ton of backing, specifically from oil barons like the Wilkes brothers, who also happen to back Prager University and many other conservative operations, is definitely something to think about. There is no alternative to this on the left. Just like the left and independent leftist outlets will never get support or even be able to appear on broadcasts like CNN and MSNBC in the same way that Ben Shapiro has always enjoyed unlimited amounts of coverage from Fox News that is positive. On the other hand, on the left, we just have ideological war, sectarian infighting, and real grassroots mobilization, and not really any sort of...
What the fuck do you mean?
There's no tax write-off
Oh!
out there that will come to me and say, Hassan, I'm going to give you $100 million so you can launch your own media operation, but in a socialist way. I want you to do a socialist media operation. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Disney, literally any left-leaning
No, wait, oops.
industry. Disney? Did you just compare Disney to Ben Shapiro? Disney is a liberal institution. It's not a leftist institution. And Disney ultimately is a capitalist institution. After all, not that long ago, they were fucking whitewashing slavery. Suck my dick. You think Disney is woke? Just because it's gay? Disney left-leaning shit, Ben Shapiro right-leaning shit? Are you fucking stupid? You think Disney is making left-leaning shit? No, Disney doesn't have one direction politically. It just has one opinion in mind, that's money. If tomorrow we lived in an infinitely more reactionary...
8 impossible thought experiments.
I do not do a podcast, UFC event. I don't do anything without using Alpha Brain. Most of the things you do in life require you to think. And if they don't, you should probably find something else to do. I use Alpha Brain constantly. It's probably the most used supplement other than vitamins that I take. I take it before I write jokes. I take it before I go on stage. I take Alpha Brain before anything that I do that requires me to be thinking and my brain to be performing at its peak function, which is most of the things that I do. It's just my absolute go-to supplement for cognitive performance. Save up to 30% on Alpha Brain.
Okay, looks like I might get a fucking white.
Hey everybody, it's Emery again with Ultra Sabers, and I am here today to introduce you guys to the newest addition to the Ultra Sabers family, and that is the Fallen. Now, we are super excited to be able to bring this model to you guys as soon as we are. I'm sure the saber enthusiasts out there will recognize the inspiration behind this model. And if you don't recognize it, I'm sure they'll fill you in the comments and on the forums, so don't worry. I'm sure it's there already. So, yeah, we are super excited that we could bring this model to you guys. And let's get right to it. Let's go over the features on the Fallen. So, top to bottom, here on the emitter, we got the windows here. Loud. And that, of course, is the sound of the best soundboard on the market, the Obsidian USB.
I don't think I would be able to
Back
get.
it, these windows here that let the light out are on both the front and the rear. So you have windows in the emitter on the front and the rear. And then we have this accent button here. This is actually on the front and the rear as well. So you've got the windows and the accent button on the
I can't really attack white.
Body. This grip here, I'm not sure if you can see the texture on it. I'm sure you can see it in the pictures though, if it's not showing up in the video, but this is one of the most comfortable grips on any body amongst Ultra Sabers that I've felt. It is extremely comfortable in your hand. You guys are going to be very happy with how this one feels. I feel like just, it's one of those sabers that you just want to pick up just to hold it and feel it in your hands. But yeah, so the texture.
Someone's getting the white kill.
Very grippy. So you guys are definitely going to like this. And moving on down to the CoverTech wheel.
And if it's not me,
will come with a CoverTech
that's
wheel
fucking
to match the
insane.
anodize on the hilt. And then
Well, it's
the
not
pommel.
yellow.
So this pommel is actually pretty unique, and it does create a nice.
Yellow could have gotten a white kill.
For the sound. You hear it there, loud.
Oh no, he
So it's
couldn't
gonna
have.
actually help with the volume.
Someone's getting the white kill.
So,
I don't know who.
What else do we got?
But
So
someone.
let's go over the two
Most
versions
likely
of the
pink.
emitter. So yeah, the
If he doesn't get the white
version
kill,
here,
that's crazy.
then we have the standard version. So first, I want to let you guys know what the difference is technically. The standard version, these fins are held in place with pins. So pins hold these to the emitter. On the combat rated version, these fins are held in place with screws that are hidden behind these accent pieces on the emitter. So these are, the fins are held firmly in place with screws. And on the standard version,
I don't know
it's held in
how,
place with fins.
Red
Neither one
could get
is
it.
flimsy. I mean, these are solidly on here. So these are just held in place.
What are you doing, Red?
With screws. So practically, what does that mean? If you are going to be fighting full force with adult men or women, we do recommend that you get the combat rated version. If there's a chance that someone is going to hit your fins with the blade full force, we do recommend that you get the combat rated version. This is going to withstand that. If you're just using this for cosplay, spinning, what else we got here? Just to add to your collection, then this is going to be great. And again, this is more true to the inspiration behind the hilt. But I personally do really like these accent pieces on the combat rated version. It's just my personal preference. It just, to me, they look cool. They add a nice flair to the hilt. But again, more true to the inspiration of the hilt is the standard version. So that's the difference there. And at Ultra Sabers, we always want to give you guys a choice so you can build the saber of your dreams. So yeah, that's what we have here. There's two different emitters, combat rated and non-combat rated. And we are going to be offering both the pommel and the emitter standalone on the website. So you guys can look for those in the parts section. I think that's everything. Like I said, I'm extremely happy we're able to bring this saber out to you guys as soon as we are. So I'm sure you cosplayers out there are looking forward to getting your hands on this one so you can restore order or whatever it is you guys want to do with your fallen. Just yeah, and again, combat. So if you guys are going to be fighting with this, we do recommend a combat rated version and of course a heavy grade blade. And I believe that is everything. Oh yeah, of course, we got to show you guys a different version. So this is the Fallen here, the black and blue. We have the Azure Fallen.
Quit.
And then in red, we have the Crimson Fallen. And then in gold,
all right, let's go.
If somebody told me that they were about to launch every single nuclear weapon on the planet unless you kill an innocent person, would you kill the innocent person? The point of these questions is in many ways to demonstrate that there is no answer to these questions, or at least that if you have an answer, there's no way to really settle the question in your favor.
Alex O'Connor, welcome to the show.
Chris Williamson, thank you so much for having me again, yet again.
Thank you for joining me here in Austin. How is he? Philosophy graduate, YouTuber, podcaster, and now wake surfing extraordinaire.
Yeah, my wrists feel as though they're about to come off. I don't think I've ever used this particular muscle before.
That's a lie. We both know that that's a lie.
Yeah, well, certainly not this.
Yeah.
Was he making a joke that he jerks off right there?
Yesterday, you turned up to a boat trip.
Was that a
wearing
jerk off joke?
Pretty similar
I'm
outfit
pretty
to what
sure
you're
it
wearing
was.
Yes, I'm trying to live out the philosophy that there is no situation in which you can't wear something resembling a suit. Maybe you have to leave the jacket at home. Maybe, at a push. I was just a little bit warm, but shirt, chinos, it's about as casual as it gets.
You did good yesterday.
I can't believe you've shown up to a philosophical conversation wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
Well, I mean, this is my uniform, you know.
Yeah, well, we're hopefully by the end of this, we're going to be much more philosophically entwined, and you'll begin to understand how fun it is to be a bit pretentious about these matters.
To
which includes
always
the
dress formally.
Quite right.
Okay. So the last time that we spoke on the show, we were talking about some moral quandaries and some ethical dilemmas. And I really enjoyed that. I like the opportunity to do thought experiments. It means that people can have their brains fried at home as well as me. Problem being that I am the one that is publicly the most stupid, right? When these questions get asked and you say, well, what do you mean by kindness? And then I have to try and think of something. So go gentle with me today is my request.
I'll try my best, but the implication that I'm any better is a mistaken one, I think. The point of these questions is in many ways to demonstrate that there is no answer to these questions, or at least that if you have an answer, there's no way to really settle the question in your favor. We don't really have a better grasp of the good or the just city than did Plato and the ancients. We haven't really progressed very much. And so it seems a bit futile to be discussing this kind of stuff. But as they say, the wise of every generation discover the same truths. If there is such thing as moral truth, it seems to be something that's out there and graspable by individuals as they go throughout their life. It's not going to put you in a better place than any of your ancestors, but it will put you in a better place than you were yourself a few years ago. So they're still worth asking and answering to see what you think about these things, but don't expect to become a moral expert. There was a wonderful question on an exam paper for when I was studying philosophy and theology. I can't remember, I think it was on the ethics paper, it must have been. And I can't remember the exact wording, but the question was something like, does studying ethics make you an expert in ethics, or does it make you a better person, or something like this? And if not, what's the point? Because of course you can study ethical theories, you can have an answer to every single ethical query, but is that going to make you a better person? In many ways it might make you a worse person.
What's your
because
experience?
You're more able to rationalize yourself out of moral obligation. You're able to get away with things just by convincing yourself somehow that they're ethical, because you've got all of these ethical theories running around your head. My experience is that I have a much better understanding of my own moral intuitions. It feels like I kind of get to know myself when I study what's actually going on in my brain when I think something is wrong. It's a very distinct feeling in your brain. It's distinct from anxiety or sadness or anger. It's distinct from propositions like this chair exists. It's this very specific feeling. It's like trying to pin down what that is, what its nature is, what it's grasping at. Helps you to know yourself a bit better, but I don't think it helps you to act upon them any more strongly.
Daniel Kahneman, that wrote Thinking Fast and Slow, got asked by Sam Harris on stage, after all of these years learning about cognitive biases and how irrational the human mind is, has it made you any less prone to falling prey to these things? Daniel thought about it for a second and he went, no, not really. You're like, okay, well, it seems like the people that spend a lot of their time thinking about this stuff understand it a lot better, but that it does seem to be very ingrained. Just going back to the wise of every generation discover the same truths, which is a great quote. Why do you think it is that we need to rediscover the same truths? Why is it that, in the same way as technology, we're not rediscovering the wheel, we're improving upon the wheel and iterating on top of it? Why is it that it does seem a little bit like the same questions get asked and an unsatisfactory answer comes back?
The Great War is over. All you want is to return home, to a new republic, born in the heart of you.
That's an important question. I don't think it's always the case that it's unsatisfactory. Some people are perfectly satisfied in the ethical conclusions that they come to. It's just that they're not going to be universally accepted. I suppose
All of these people are pretty
with
good,
something like the scientific method,
except for maybe Yellow.
you have this process of learning. You have this building block that you have to teach to the next generation, and then they build upon it. And that's the idea. And every generation gets taught those building blocks a bit
but
more
if-
quickly for that reason. You learn a bit more at
I
high
guess
school
they're
level
probably guarding
because
against-
science has progressed, that the people at PhD levels are going a bit further and putting a bit more icing on the cake. Ethics can't really do this. I mean, it can. People are doing PhDs all over the world in very specific, as of yet, sort of undiscussed ethical dilemmas and qualms and areas, but realistically, it's because coming to terms with ethics is very much, in many ways, a journey of self-discovery. And so it's kind of like how everybody in each generation will need to learn how to live with themselves in their lives. And people are kind of coming to terms with the person that they are, trying to figure out how best to live their life, trying to figure out how to be happy. This isn't something you can just learn and then teach to your children. It's something they have to discover for themselves. It seems to be something a lot more personal. It's informed by experience. It's informed by intuition. If you're talking to somebody about an ethical issue, you might find that their views on an ethical issue are almost entirely dependent upon the experiences that they've had. At the very least, they'll be heavily affected by it. If you're talking about the ethics of theft with somebody who used to be homeless and used to steal in order to feed their family, they're probably going to have a different idea of what it means to thieve, of the ethics of thievery and this kind of thing. Of course, ideally it wouldn't be this way, because we'd be able to detach ourselves from experience and think hyper-rationally about ethics. But this is one of the reasons I've come to think that I subscribe to a view called ethical emotivism, that ethics is just an expression of emotion, which I think ties in very well with this observation. And so if that's what's going on when we're doing ethics, then it makes sense that it's not something you can just teach to somebody else in a book. It's something that has to be lived.
Why is ethics an expression of emotions?
Well, there are lots of reasons for this. I mean, the emotivist position is really not so much a meta-ethical theory of what good itself is, but rather what's going on in someone's head when they say that something is good or when they say that something is bad. It's a famously difficult thing to define. The most famous case for emotivism, it's a theory that's actually kind of gone out of fashion of late. It was originally put forward by A.J. Ayer in the 20th century in a groundbreaking book called Language, Truth and Logic, which stated that the only things that can be meaningful are those which are either empirically verifiable, you can prove them by observation, or things which are just analytically true, like that there are no married bachelors. That's just tautologically true. You don't need to go and observe every single bachelor to know that they're unmarried. These are the only things that can be meaningful. And someone came along and, well, it was Ayer himself preempting the objection, comes along and says, well, what about ethical claims? These seem to be meaningful. People seem to mean something when they say murder is wrong, but it's not empirically verifiable that murder is wrong. What are you observing? What is it about murder? Where is this quality of wrongness within an action? That doesn't really make sense. But it's also not analytically true. It doesn't follow logically from murder that murder is wrong. It's not a tautology, so it's meaningless, right? And Ayer thinks, well, maybe there's something else going on. Maybe when someone says murder is wrong, what they're really saying is something like, boo murder, crudely. So for Ayer,
boo
murder is wrong is basically the same as writing murder followed by an exclamation mark and an angry emoji. It doesn't add any propositional content, it's just an expression. And this is emotivism, but there are other forms of non-cognitivism, the idea that ethical statements are not cognitive, they're not true or false in the way generally thought of. Because of course expressions of emotions can't be true or false. Some people think that rather than being something like boo murder, it's more like don't murder. That when you say murder is wrong, you're expressing something like don't murder.
Yeah.
That can't be true or false. Don't murder isn't true, nor is it false. Likewise, boo murder is not true or false. It doesn't have truth value. It's just an expression. This is the emotivist position, and I just think that it offers a better account of what's going on in people's heads if they pay attention to the basis of their ethical intuitions. It seems just to be at root some form of expression. The rationalization that goes on, the kind of, well, premise, conclusion, well, if we accept this theory, this entails this conclusion, and this is, you know, sure, there's all that going on, but it's all based upon an expression of emotion. Look at how so much of ethical decision making, or I should say like the solving of dilemmas, if you take like the utilitarian position, that the best thing to do is to maximize pleasure, famous criticism of utilitarianism is, well, would you be in favor of killing one person to harvest their organs because you've got 5 other people who need each organ in order to survive? They need an organ transplant, but no one's there to give it to them. But you've got this one guy who walks in and he's got all the organs, so we kill the one person, give it to the 5. Of course, there are answers to this. There are answers to why this might be wrong even on utilitarianism, but the basic idea is like, well, you wouldn't do that, right? Like that would be terrible, that would be horrible. And so the theory must be wrong.
113.
But on what grounds are you saying that because utilitarianism commits us to the view that we should be killing one person to save 5, so? Like, why is that a criticism of utilitarianism? Well, it's only because when you hear that example, when you hear what it leads to, you have this feeling of kind of like, no, don't do that, boo that, something like that. And you might think, well, no, actually, no, the reason I don't like that is because it will actually contribute to like fear in society, because people will be scared that they're going to have their organs. It's like, okay, like, so? Like, why don't you like that? Ultimately, I think it all breaks down to something, if you pay attention to the nature of the feeling in your head, it's something that belongs in the category of emotion. It's just something like ew, or gross, or no, or boo, something like this. It's not one of those things. Common misconception of emotivism, ethical claims don't map on to emotions like anxiety and sadness and boo. Rather, they just belong in that category. But it's its own unique feeling. I think ethics, imagine we lived in a world, Chris, where there was no word for anxiety. She didn't have a word for it. It's like, okay, so someone feels this thing, anxiety, and they're trying to describe what it is that they're feeling. They're like, well, it's kind of like excited, but sad and like bad at the same time. It's like bad.
Oh, is that my mom's thing?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yours is the green one. Isaac's is the blue one, and then Quaid's is the pink one. It's kind of cheap looking, but it wasn't very expensive, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And she'll like it.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Yeah, that looks good. I like it. I thought that they had your initials on them.
It does.
Oh, does it?
Well,
I didn't see them.
Jason's birthstone, Isaac's birthstone, Quaid's birthstone, but then has their little initials on it. J. See the little leaves. J I.
Oh yeah, I didn't
Q.
see that. Give me a kiss.
No.
Come on.
I'm mad at you. I said no, I'm mad at you. Immediately puts on headphones so we can ignore me. He's like, fine then, bitch. Fuck you. We're gonna go see your brother wrestle tomorrow, right?
Where's he wrestling at? I didn't even know that.
Wyatt Hall.
Oh, is he? Oh yeah.
This whole weekend.
That is why I wasn't working. Tomorrow, I forgot about that.
Isaac or Quaid?
Isaac.
They'd be kind of dancing around. They're saying it's not quite this, but it's a bit like this, a bit like this. It's kind of somewhere in the middle. And there's this very unique feeling that we have towards, in the way that we might feel anxious towards public speaking or sad towards the death of a friend. There's this very unique feeling that we have towards seeing somebody steal from a homeless man.
Oh, why did you have to go all the way to UPS to pick that up?
It's kind of like disgust. It's kind of like boo. It's kind of like don't. It's kind of a bit like that, but it's not any one of those things. It's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Word for it. Well, I just think that we do have a word for it, and that word is wrong. But that it belongs in that category of thought. It's just within that that context, and that's how we should understand ethical statements. But that's my view. The last time we spoke, you seemed to think that ethics was essentially a project of minimizing suffering. I wonder if that's still an intuition that you hold to.
That was the intuition I've got, and I feel like
Fuck all you bitches. Don't look at me. Don't touch me. Don't talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
Hans him a girl. smells like pussy. Stinky coochie. You been eating the cat snacks? Okay,
Hey,
let's go
Lucy,
outside.
chill.
Hey.
I can take one out.
Oh, you're good.
I can't believe how fucking far ahead I am, and man, it's like ridiculous.
Yeah, I tried to. I was outside with her for like 20 minutes earlier throwing her ball. She's running around the yard, comes back inside. She's still hyping.
Doesn't give a fuck about that ball. I swear sometimes.
Hello?
Lucy, relax. Relax.
You see, well, it's not warm, but it's GMO proof.
You're now making me commit to some ridiculous thought experiment that you're about to put in front of me and say, well, that's interesting, because if we're going to try and minimize suffering, then...
Ethics
dot,
is
dot,
about
dot.
minimizing
The
suffering.
premise of our conversation, Chris, was that you wanted me to bring along some ethical quandaries for us to work through together and hopefully, finally, after thousands of years, put to bed. I just think it's a good way to start thinking about ethics, to look at some case examples.
Let's get into it.
There's a wonderful, if we take this kind of utilitarian position of minimizing suffering, and the reason it's good to start there is because, at least in a secular context, most people start here. Most people think ethics is something about minimizing suffering or maximizing pleasure. That is, the thing that is right is the action which minimizes suffering or maximizes pleasure. Maybe these are the same thing. This is the utilitarian position.
Shit.
At least one version of it.
Is he coming
The
for
true
me?
Utilitarian. So there's a wonderful thought
Oh, he
experiment,
is.
which comes from Roger Crisp, who has a wonderful review and analysis of John Stuart Mill's Utilitarian.
Okay.
If you're trying to read Utilitarianism by Mill, it's worth reading Roger Crisp alongside him. It's just the best kind of introduction to it, and it's the book that was set for all undergraduates to read at Oxford as well, philosophy undergraduates. He comes up with this example which he calls the rash doctor. So imagine for a second that there's a doctor and there's a patient that he needs to treat that's in pretty dire need. Maybe they're on the brink of death or something, and the doctor has two options. There's like pill A and pill B, the red pill and pill A and pill B. The pill A is one where, if administered, it has a 99% chance of failure. Call it a 99.9% chance of failure. It's just going to kill the patient in terrible agony. But it has a 0.1% chance of restoring him to perfect health. That's pill 1. Pill B, pill 2, whatever, B1, I don't care, is a pill that is basically the reverse, such that it has a 99.9% chance of success, but it will only restore the patient to, let's say,
What's gonna happen here?
So
What is gonna
like
happen
a perfectly
here?
livable life, just not quite 100%, but nothing that would be complained about, and it has a 0.1% chance of failure and killing them painlessly and agonizingly. Okay, so these are the two options. Now the doctor chooses the first pill, the one that's going to have this overwhelming probability of agonizingly killing the man, but it works. And it restores him to 100% health.
That was
Did the doctor do the right thing?
interesting.
Is the question.
To say the least.
Here's to making every moment merry. For every pet on your list, Petco now has all your favorite brands at merry little prices, so everyone can enjoy the season. Petco, the health and wellness company.
Did you know that your favorite productivity solutions are free for eligible nonprofits? Microsoft 365 grants help power your nonprofit with access to Teams, Excel, Outlook, PowerPoint, and more. Plus simple device management and best-in-class security to connect people and information. With Microsoft 365, improve cybersecurity.
Well,
reduce costs,
so
and
what's gonna
empower
happen
work
here is
from
that
anywhere. Get started at Microsoft.com/nonprofits.
In retrospect, it depends on whether you could have run the experiment again. Can we do this again? Can we see what would have happened? Problem being that you're never going to actually get to split test this experiment and work out whether or not you would have killed him with pill B. It ends up being probabilistic utilitarianism.
Exactly. And so what we end up with is a situation of, I mean, I think most people would want to say that the doctor should choose pill B. It seems clear to most people. Again, it might be a clash of intuitions, but if you have these two pills, 99% chance of certain death, 1% chance of 100% health, versus 99% chance of like 95 or even like 99% health, and only a tiny slim chance of killing the patient, surely the second one is the right one to do. But of course, if we say that the right thing to do is that which maximizes pleasure, or that which minimizes suffering, then we'd be committed to the view that if he chose pill B, even if it works, if pill A would have worked, he did the wrong thing, which seems weird. Seems like we want to say that there's some sense in which you should choose the second, and as you quite rightly identify, we should be probabilistic about this. This is where you can distinguish between actualist utilitarianism and probabilistic utilitarianism. So maybe what we should do is not what actually maximizes pleasure, but what will probably maximize pleasure. But then that's a little strange, because if the reason why we're trying to maximize pleasure or minimize suffering is because we believe that there's just something about suffering, there's this moral truth of the universe that minimizing suffering is the right thing to do. Like, what right do we have to add this probabilistic qualifier to it, except because it's kind of practically difficult to swallow that pill, if you will? It's like, okay, well, we're just kind of letting our practical considerations override our considerations about the very nature of good and pleasure itself. That doesn't seem quite right. Can we just say that what is good is what will probably maximize pleasure? That doesn't seem like a very steadfast sort of rule of the abstract
Not very precise,
universe.
is it?
So maybe then we need to distinguish between the criterion of the good and the decision procedure. That is, the criterion of right, the thing that makes something good is still what actually maximizes pleasure. It's just that the best way on the whole to achieve that is to adopt in our decision procedure, that is when deciding how to make ethical choices, to take a probabilistic approach. So probably
We just gotta
maximizing pleasure isn't the
wait
criterion
this out.
of good, but it is the procedure that we use to make the decision about how to get to the criterion of good, which is still actual maximization of pleasure. But you can see already that it can't be as simple as kind of, well, the right thing to do is that which maximizes pleasure. I mean, there's a whole other problem with this, which is that, of course, if you want to be a utilitarian that kind of crudely decides in any situation the best thing to do is what's going to maximize pleasure, even probably so, it means that every time you go to make a decision, you have to do this kind of moral calculus, a hedonic calculus, and figure out what's going to have the best effect here. But what if it's the case that the act of
I can't believe
the hedonic
that
calculus is actually more harmful?
Purple got bullied into
well, then
that.
you shouldn't do the hedonic calculus. But that means that you're kind of then not acting like a utilitarian.
What would be an example of that?
Well, just for instance, I mean, if you were kind of, I don't know, if you had to make a quick split ethical decision,
like an EMT.
I can't believe that happened.
Sure.
That's got some people by the side of the road, and you need to work out. And by taking the time to do the hedonic calculus, more suffering is.
Yeah, like maybe you don't even have time to do it there. It's like, if the right thing to do is always to kind of analyze the situation and see what's going to maximize pleasure, in that situation, by doing the analysis, you run out of time and the patient's dead.
Yes.
Also, maybe even in kind of mild cases, because an interesting consequence of utilitarianism is that there's almost no such thing as an amoral action, because everything seems to have some minimal effect on pleasure and suffering. You know, the position that I'm sat in seems to at least minimally affect the pleasure I'm feeling, the suffering that I'm having, you know, my tone of voice towards you. Like, every single little minute decision seems to be something that has some minimal effect on pleasure.
That
and
was
suffering.
crazy.
So
how the fuck did
sure,
he
you could
do?
say that
How
every
the
single
fuck
time
did
I
that
do
guy
anything,
pussy
I'm
out
gonna
like
do a hedonic
that?
calculus, but then you basically become paralyzed. It becomes very difficult and slow to do absolutely anything. And so in that second case, it's not like the first, where it's obvious that just doing the calculus makes you run out of time. In this case, like, there's nothing in principle stopping you from doing it. You could just try to make sure that every single time you do anything, you think carefully about the effect on pleasure, but that just doesn't seem like a very good way to live. It seems like it's quite harmful to a person, and overall,
I wonder if
actually
he's
be
thinking
more
about
annoying
trying to
people,
take-
might cause more suffering. And so, okay, so what if it's the case that living as a utilitarian
Yellow
is wrong by a utilitarian standard? And should we be utilitarians? Well, if we should, then the utilitarian ethic dictates that we don't always live by utilitarianism in this way. So let's not. So it kind of self-defeats. Now, there are more ways around this, of course. So this is where you get something like rule utilitarianism, which says that the best way, the way to kind of get to the good, the way to maximize pleasure is to adopt rules which, if generally followed, will maximize pleasure. And so you come up with rules like don't murder, don't thieve. And so even in a situation where it might actually minimize suffering for you to thieve in this particular situation, it's like, because we've already abandoned this idea of judging every situation on its individual merits, we say we don't have time for that. We're just gonna have a rule, and if we generally follow this rule, pleasure gets maximized. And so even in a situation where thieving, say, would actually minimize suffering, you should still not do it because of your allegiance to this rule. But then that seems weird too, right? Because now you've got a situation where you might well know, because you've done the hedonic calculus, you've worked out that, yeah, in this situation, if I were to, you know, a famous example might be if you're a sheriff of a town and there's an innocent man, but the whole town thinks that he's guilty, and they're going to cause an absolute riot and just burn the city down if he's set free, but you know that he's innocent. It's like, well, sending that man to jail, even though he's innocent, will minimize suffering in this instance, because it prevents the whole city burning down. It's like, okay, what should we do here? Well, you might think
Degree of injustice that's going on that feels like it's outside of the sort of utilitarian outcome.
Yes.
Really?
So
I did not know
justice
that.
is one of the biggest criticisms of utilitarianism, the idea that there seems to be this thing called justice. You have this right that is impenetrable, even.
She fucking loved it up there. She was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, the rug, the couch, the cat bed. She immediately plopped herself down in the cat bed. She's like, fuck yeah, baby. But it's not super enjoyable for her, to be outside, so I'll let Lucy run around outside and her run around upstairs. Damn girl. You can pop that in the washer if you want to. That's Damn girl. That's
Ooh! Uh-oh. Okay. You shit. What are you gonna do, Red? Are you gonna back off? Cause I will fucking slam you. Okay. Why the fuck would you go? I'm so confused with what the fuck. Why would you lose? Huh. Okay. I guess this is becoming a 1v1. I hope he gets shit cards.
And by the persuasive force of great deals of suffering. Even that has its limits, of course. Most people would say that you could, kill an innocent person. It's going to stop a nuclear war from going off that destroys the entire planet. It's like, why? Did you believe in rights in the first place? If you actually believe that there are these things called rights, which are genuinely inviolable, then you have to commit yourself to the view that that right can't be violated, even in a situation where, it's going to prevent a disaster. And if you say, well, no, then, okay, in that situation, it'd be okay to violate the right. There was no right in the first place. It was just this rule that you made up.
Oh, he doesn't even know how to play.
On the whole, it's going to minimize pleasure, minimize suffering. But you can see in an obvious case where this is definitely going to maximize suffering, you just violate the right. It betrays this idea of a right as nothing more than one of the rules of rule utilitarianism.
Is there a way to try and have broad rules that for the majority of cases are useful, and then ignore the outliers? So I know that the last time we spoke you explained, is it the reductio ad absurdum, where you try and do something which shows if you take this particular ethical theory to an extreme case, something kind of weird or bizarre happens. The entire town getting burned down, to put one man in jail as an example. Is there a way that people have tried in ethics to say, well, look, on average, most cases are going to fall within this bell curve of normalcy. There might be some outliers, but that doesn't necessarily disprove the fact that overall, this seems to be an optimal way to do things.
Well, yes, of course there have been attempts, and the reductio ad absurdum is a useful approach. Just means reduction to absurdity. It shows, well, let's take this logic, see where it goes, and see if it leads to absurdity. The reason why people do a reductio is because if you put forward this principle, the issue with something like utilitarianism is it's often put forward as an objective moral theory. That is, it is objectively true that this is what should be done. You could be kind of a subjective utilitarian that thinks that pleasure is only subjectively good or something like this. Mill himself certainly thought it was objectively true in the way that the fact that I can see a table is evidence that it's there, or that rather it's a little more subtle than that. But similarly, the fact that I desire pleasure proves that it's desirable, in the way that the table being visible proves that I can see it. So he thinks that it's objective, and the problem is if you have an objective theory, if you're saying this is just objectively true,
Beautiful.
even if you find a single example, no matter how convoluted, that proves it wrong, or that makes us think it's wrong, it must be wrong. Imagine if we did the same thing with mathematics. Imagine if we had a mathematics.
Is there a way to
Let's see what they're
try and have broad rules that for the majority
of cases
another
grandmaster. Oh, took another one out, bro. That's two grandmasters.
So I know that the last time we spoke you explained, is it the reductio ad absurdum, where you try and do something which shows if you take this particular ethical theory to an extreme case, something kind of weird or bizarre happens.
Let's see.
The entire town getting burned down, to put one man in jail as an example. is there a way that people have tried in ethics to say, well, look, on average, most cases are going to fall within this bell curve of normalcy. There might be some outliers, but that doesn't necessarily disprove the fact that overall, this seems to be an optimal way to do things.
I don't know why
yes,
yesterday
of
I
course
was
there
doing
have
such
been
ass. I
attempts,
was getting
and
my ass beat by
reductio ad
like
absurdum is a
beginners
useful
and
approach,
novices
just
and
means
stuff.
reduction to
I don't know,
absurdity,
today
which
I'm
shows,
just.
well, let's take this
It's
logic, see
because
where
when
it
you're
goes, and
playing
see if
against
it leads to
beginners and
absurdity.
novices, they just
The reason why
do
people
the
do a
dumbest
reductio
shit.
is because
So you're like, oh,
if you put forward this
what the fuck?
principle,
Now you just
the
fucked us
issue with
both.
something like utilitarianism is it's often put forward as an objective moral theory. That is, it is objectively true that this is what should be done. You could be kind of a subjective utilitarian that thinks that pleasure is only
That's gangster.
subjectively good or something like this. Mill himself certainly thought it was objectively true in the
Battle.
way that the fact that I can see a table is evidence
Battle.
that it's there, or that rather it's a little more subtle than that. But
Alliances-
similarly, the fact that I desire pleasure
Alliances are
proves that it's
fixed.
desirable.
Join.
In the way that the table being visible proves that I can see it. So
All right, I want to listen to
Is
this. again.
is there a way to try and have broad rules that for the majority of cases are useful, and then ignore the outliers? So I know that the last time we spoke you explained, is it the reductio ad absurdum, where you
The
try and do
reductio
something
ad
which
absurdum.
shows if you take this particular ethical theory to an
Reductio
extreme
ad
case,
absurdum.
something kind of weird or bizarre happens, the entire town getting burned down, to put one man in jail as an example. Is there a way that people have tried in ethics to say, well, look,
Oh, I was gonna say remove
on
bot.
average,
I
most
hate
cases are
playing.
going to fall within this bell curve?
Sometimes
of
though you can
normalcy.
use the bots
There might be some outliers,
against
but that
people.
doesn't
Like you
necessarily
can just like
disprove
block
the
a
fact
bot.
that overall, this
and,
seems to be an
and then the
optimal
bot
way to
will
do
fucking
things.
attack the other people. you
Well,
can just
yes,
put your
of course
troops
there have been attempts.
at a really.
and
Oh,
reductio ad absurdum is a
damn
useful
it!
approach. Just means
I got
reduction to absurdity. It shows, well, let's take this logic, see where it goes, and see if it leads to absurdity. The reason why people do a reductio is because if you put forward this principle, the issue with something like utilitarianism is it's often put forward as an objective moral theory. That is, it is objectively true that this is what should be done. You could be kind of a subjective utilitarian that thinks that pleasure is only subjectively good or something like this. Mill himself certainly thought it was objectively true in the way that the fact that I can see a table is evidence that it's there, or that rather it's a little
Damn
more
it.
subtle than that. But similarly, the fact that I desire
Bro.
pleasure proves that it's
Oh, I was like, you are glitching. I was like, you are
the table being
glitching out
visible
so
proves that I
hard.
can see it. So he thinks that it's objective, and the problem is if you have an objective theory, if you're saying this is just objectively true, even if you find a single example, no matter how convoluted, that proves it wrong,
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm fourth. Yo, when it's my turn, can you yell at me?
Yeah.
I'm right on that one. Green. Yeah, dude. Oh shit! Shit!
I wasn't paying attention, my bad.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Next phase. Boom. 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 And that. End attack phase. Boom. Alright, and now accept alliance. Oh, they're offline right now? That's a fucking bot. So I'm gonna have to take them out, like, immediately. Otherwise, they're just gonna try to fuck me up. That sucks. Bro, there's fucking 3 bots in this game? What the fuck? That means that you have to stay stacked up. Wait. Yeah. Literally everyone is a fucking bot. Except for this guy. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. This is kind of gonna be a fucky game if everyone's a bot except for this guy. Oh, fuck. Could I take this bot out right? Oh no, I can't. Unless if this goes up into there, then I could. Right, no. No. We're gonna attack. There. And attack phase. Yes. And turn, yes. Alright, what's the bot's move here? Attack right there. Attack right there. Ooh, I could take out red. Hopefully green here, helps me with the red kill. Looks like I'm gonna have to get the red kill on my own, but oh, there we go. Holy fuck, that was sketchy. Oh, and I only get a 4 stack? Fuck me. I only got a fucking 4 stack. What the fuck? Bro. That was absolutely fucking shit luck. Now he gets fed a kill right there. Or is he not going for it? Okay, he is. Damn it, bro, and he gets a fucking 10 stack. Now what's he going to go do? Fuck. All right, hopefully we can get this. Right, oh. Ah, no! Fuck me. I'm pissed. Is there any way I can still win this? Yeah, I don't even get a fucking card.
What makes us think it's wrong? It must be wrong. Imagine if we did the same thing with mathematics. Imagine if we had a mathematical formula. Indeed, in history, we've had this. We've got like Newtonian physics as a famous example. Very good, you know. Newton really had it going for him. Got us to the moon and back. But when it comes to like things moving close to the speed of light or something like this, it doesn't work.
How is he getting such good cards?
We could just kind of say, well, you know, Newton gravity is kind of, it's true enough, or it kind of works, and it is in practice in terms of its practical import. Yeah, it's good enough to help us live, but if we're talking about the actual truth of it, it's not like, yeah, well, I guess it's kind of true. It's like, no, if something proves it wrong, it means it's false. If we had a mathematical formula that we thought was true, but we showed an example of it punching out an actually obviously false answer, we wouldn't just be like, well, it's right most of the time. We'd be like, this is how science is done. You try to disprove a theory, and if you find one example of something disproving it, the theory must be wrong. And so if we're going to try to objectify...
Oh, they are gonna love that one! Just curious, how many more friends are we shopping for? Let's see. Jacob, James, J-Lad, Jen. Only on the J's. Holiday shop like a super gifter at thriftbooks.com.
Sometimes, the front lines are in our own backyard. Big Sky Country. This is the place that we call home. We live here. We work here. We thrive here. And this is why we serve here. No matter the season, through the smoke and flames or the snow and ice. We defend the 406.
Fuck.
Ethics in this way, we have to hold it to the same standards. It doesn't matter how much of an outlier it is. If you've proven it wrong, you've proven it wrong.
Lay it on me. Give me something that's going to make me look stupid.
So here's a fun way to try to nail down the intuition as whether you believe, whether you think like a utilitarian or whether you think like a rights-based deontologist, a person who believes that there are these things called rights that people have that are immune to amounts of suffering and pleasure. And again, we can get into that more because, of course, we've kind of hinted at these examples, but the idea is that if the thing that matters is suffering and pleasure, then if harming an innocent person to save many people maximizes pleasure, then we should be able to do it. But people want to say, no, there's this thing called rights. So they seem to contradict each other. Mill tries to offer an analysis, a bit like what I just did, of saying that rights are actually kind of a construct that comes out of pleasure, but it's generally thought that these contradict each other. So there's a wonderful question that I once approached on my YouTube channel, and I want to read it word for word to give it credit to the place it came from, which is a wonderful quiz called Morality Play. I can't remember the website's name, but I'll send it to you and maybe you can link it in the description. But I think it's the first question. I'll read it word for word and see what you think of this. You are able to help some people, but unfortunately you can only do so by harming other people. The number of people harmed will always be 10% of those helped. When considering whether it is morally justified to help, does the actual number of people involved make any difference? For example, does it make a difference if you are helping 10 people by harming one person, rather than helping 100,000 people by harming 10,000 people? In other words, is the moral analysis the same? The proportions are exactly the same. You're always kind of, you're always saving 10 times the amount of people that you're harming. But is there a moral difference in, let's say, killing one innocent person to save 10, and killing 10,000 to save 100,000? Even if you think both are wrong, even if you think both are justified, are they exactly equally
justified or wrong? So my intuition is that the bigger numbers feel more wrong. It feels like there's more overall suffering going on. If you were to say you have the choice between suffering for 10,000 people,
how the fuck
pleasure
does
for
he keep
100,000
getting
versus
such good cards too?
suffering
This
for
is
one
bullshit.
and pleasure for 10? The 1 for 10
Alright, at
to
least
me
I get
seems
1 10 stack.
more acceptable than the bigger number.
You say there's more suffering going on, which there is, but there's also much more pleasure going on. The point of the thought experiment is that these equally balance out. So in both cases, the balance of suffering and pleasure is precisely the same.
Proportionally.
Yeah, it's equally kind of cancelled out. And so, yeah, you increase the suffering a lot, but you also increase the pleasure so that the balance remains exactly the same. So if what you care about is the minimization of suffering, or the getting the best balance of pleasure over suffering, then these two ought to be the same, right?
Yes, they should be, but I'm obviously logically inconsistent.
Well, maybe you feel like it's worse to harm more people to save more people.
I think we've had this discussion before that the avoidance of suffering rather than the pursuit of pleasure is an interesting question. And also, is the pursuit of pleasure simply the absence of suffering? There seems to be a good bit of evidence that suggests that humans aren't actually pleasure seekers, they're suffering minimizers.
Yes, you can kind of reject the grammar of the question by saying that, I mean, the implication in the question is that the proportions remain the same, but is it worse? Maybe you could just say the proportions don't remain the same. One way to establish this conclusion is to say that, like David Benatar does, the famous anti-natalist who wrote a wonderful book called Better Never to Have Been, that has a wonderful discussion on the nature of suffering and pleasure and their asymmetry. It's not just an argument as to why you shouldn't have kids. It contains a lot of wonderful reflections on these topics. And he thinks that suffering just counts for more.
Yep.
Would you take 5 minutes of the worst suffering imaginable if afterwards you got 5 minutes of the greatest pleasure imaginable? Hard to say, but most people say no. It's kind of not worth it, in a way.
Do you remember when we went to the Life Lessons Festival a couple of years ago, and we were sat down, it was a canteen-style thing at some disgustingly ugly building in the middle of London, and...
The Barbican.
That was it.
The dreaded Barbican.
Yeah, some sort of brutalist architectural nightmare.
Objectively evil.
Correct, yeah, exactly. And we were sat down at the canteen, it was sort of a school tables style thing, long benches.
All right.
We were having this exact discussion about the relative amounts of suffering and pleasure. It's before you became a full-on nihilist, but I think you would. It was a gateway drug to your nihilism. And people kept on coming and going. People would sit down next to us, recognize me or recognize me, or just sit near us. And I don't know whether you noticed, but there was an increasing sort of like no-go zone that people sort of came, sat down, didn't like the conversation, and then sort of shuffled away or just left very quickly.
Yeah, well, it can be morbidly fascinating, but it's also quite depressing to think about. Benatar's book is
Oh no! I ran out of time.
Prosperity isn't about politics. Prosperity is about policies that help hard-working Americans. We shouldn't worry about groceries being more expensive. Prosperity is possible when the government spends less to bring down inflation. Government's increasing rules and regulations about how and when we work hurt us. Prosperity is possible when we create policies that increase work flexibility. We shouldn't cringe every time we pay at the gas pump. Prosperity is possible when we support more energy production. No more political games. No more gimmicks like Bidenomics. We can expand freedom and
the first chapter, or maybe the second, is arguing that even if your life is mostly pleasure and just a little bit of suffering, it's still not worth beginning. It's still not worth bringing a child into existence that's going to have mostly pleasure and only a little bit of suffering. But then the next chapter, after convincing you of that conclusion, or trying to, the next chapter is basically him saying, but even so, your life definitely is way more suffering than pleasure, and I'm about to prove it to you. It's not the name of the chapter, but it's the essence of it is why your life is going a lot worse than even you think it is.
Oh, now he's gonna break
this
me.
real emphasis on the suffering.
Where is he?
And it does seem like maybe there's an imbalance here.
Yeah,
it does
he's
seem
coming
that there's a difference in the way that we
kill.
treat them. For example, I can unconsensually inflict suffering upon you if it's going to prevent greater suffering. If you're like unable to speak to me or something, there's something going on with your communication, and I need to break your arm, because if I don't, maybe you're like drowning in some small little like cave and your arm's stuck, and I need to break your arm to pull you out. I'm justified in doing that unconsensually, because suffering for more suffering is fine. But if I could inflict suffering to bring about some great pleasure in your life, if I were to break your arm and by doing so give you like an encyclopedic knowledge of philosophy that would just be perfect for your podcast. Even if in theory you might actually choose that if given the choice, if it's unconsensual, I don't have the right to do that in the same way. Why? Why can I inflict suffering unconsensually to prevent greater suffering, but I can't inflict suffering unconsensually to grant some really, really great pleasure that might even outweigh the suffering? There seems to be an imbalance.
It seems like this is because of the asymmetry between how we view pleasure and how we view suffering.
Quite. But of course, you can just adapt thought experiments. That's
Alright,
that's the wonderful thing about them. So if you think suffering counts for more, just imagine kind of whatever the proportions would look like. So just make it so that the balance is actually the same. So maybe
So it'd be 1% instead of 10%.
or maybe like killing 1 to save 10 is roughly the same as like, I don't know, killing like 500 to save 10,000. Because maybe you need to slightly adapt it.
You
to
get a
actually-
discount when you start to do it at
because
scale.
as you pile up the suffering, its proportional impact needs to be accounted for. But even if that's the case, it's like just do that. Just say that the proportions are the same. You've got one situation in which you kill X to save, NX, and another situation in which you save kind of like a bigger version of that. But the balance is the same. Is it worse? And you can just ask the question again. Or is it like as good? It's like, okay, well, if you're a utilitarian, you might want to think yes, because the balance is the same. But there's something about this which makes us maybe want to say that it would be worse to kill more innocent people, even to save more people from harm. Well, maybe that's because there is this thing called rights. Maybe people actually just do have this property that they have a right not to be violated. Now, if you have a right that is immune to the amount of suffering, this is what a right is. It's a claim that's inviolable. It's a claim that you have against other people. It always comes along with a correlative duty. If I have a right, it means someone else has a duty. There are traditionally thought to be 4 types of rights, but the important one is for this discussion is a claim right. It's like it's a kind of claim that I have over you. You have a duty not to harm me if I have a right not to be harmed by you. It's always comes in pairs. And the point of a right is that it's inviolable, which means that it doesn't matter how much suffering it's going to save. You don't get to do that. I can't kill you to steal your food, to donate it all to charity, even if that's going to save a bunch of children from starvation. You have a right to your property, you have a right to your life, and so I can't do that. Doesn't matter what suffering's going on here. So if somebody has a right to life that can't be violated, then it doesn't matter how many people are being saved. A violation of that right is a bad thing. And so if I violate your right to save 1 person or to save 10 people, it doesn't make a difference. Can't violate it. So if I violate one right to save 10 people, it's like, who cares how many people we're saving? You violated a right. It doesn't, like, it's immune to the suffering that you're saving. And so all that we really care about in this analysis is you violated one right. Whereas if you kill 10 people to save 100 people, proportions are the same. You violated 10 rights. To save 100, who cares? It's immune to the suffering. You violated 10 rights. So you violated 10 rights versus violating one right, and so it's worse. So maybe it would actually be worse because you're violating rights in such a way that's actually just immune to considerations of how much suffering you're preventing. And sure, you can take that view if you like. The problem with it for me, of course, is that if you think that you just have this thing called a right that can't be violated regardless of the suffering that's being inflicted, you commit yourself to the view that if I had a choice, if somebody told me that they were about to launch every single nuclear weapon on the planet, unless you kill an innocent person, would you kill the innocent person?
Yes.
If they have an inviolable claim right not to be killed, you can't do that. You have to let the world burn. But you're going to do that. So maybe the right actually isn't as inviolable as you thought, and maybe it actually is sensitive to the amount of people that's being saved.
This is a big difference between doing and allowing, right? Because you could argue that by not killing that person, you're killing all of the other people.
The night country takes us one by one.
What happened in the last case you worked with tomorrow?
That was good. Until it wasn't.
Well, I mean, you could argue that, but it's. I think it's always a bit unfair to characterize this kind of situation in this way. I mean, like if a terrorist tells you that they're going to blow up Manhattan unless you torture your own daughter or something like this, it seems to me that if you believe in rights, one approach is to say that if you torture your daughter, like, you have violated her rights. You've done something wrong. Okay, so if you don't torture your daughter, millions of people's rights will be violated. So even if you believe in rights, surely you should favor, like, one right being violated
The
over millions.
minimization of right violation.
Exactly. But of course, depends how we're approaching ethics. What's the point of ethics? Maybe it's to figure out what's the right thing for an individual to do. So what's the right thing for you to do? Well, if you violate your daughter's rights, you violated a right. If you don't, then millions of people's rights get violated, but not by you, by the terrorist. You've allowed somebody else to violate someone else's rights, but that's not on you. You don't get any moral blameworthiness for somebody else violating somebody else's rights. They're the ones who violated the rights.
I don't know if you have the right to harm
Whether
people for the moral
you believe,
good.
whether you think like a utilitarian or whether you think like a rights-based deontologist, a person who believes that there are these things called rights that people have that are immune to amounts of suffering and pleasure. And again, we can get into that more because, of course, we've kind of hinted at these examples, but the idea is that if the thing that matters is suffering and pleasure, then if harming an innocent person to save many people maximizes pleasure, then we should be able to do it. If people
I'm
want to say no,
probably
there's this
more of a
thing called rights.
deontologist.
They seem to contradict each other. Mill tries to offer an analysis, a bit like what I just did, of saying that rights are actually kind of a construct that comes out of pleasure, but it's generally thought that these contradict each other. So there's a wonderful question that I once approached on my YouTube channel, and I want to read it word for word to give it credit to the place it came from, which is a wonderful quiz called Morality Play. I can't remember the website's name, but I'll send it to you and maybe you can link it in the description. But I think it's the first question. I'll read it word for word and see what you think of this. You are able to help some people.
What's my play here?
But unfortunately, you can only do so by harming other people. The number of people harmed will always be 10% of those helped. When considering whether it is morally justified to help, does the actual number of people involved make any difference? For example, does it make a difference if you are helping
maybe?
10 people by harming one person, rather than helping 100,000 people by harming 10,000 people? In other words, is the moral analysis the same? The proportions are exactly the same. You're always you're always saving 10 times the amount of people that you're harming. But is there a moral difference in, let's say, killing one innocent person to save 10 and killing 10,000 to save 100,000? Even if you think both are wrong, even if you think both are justified, are they exactly
equally justified or wrong? So my intuition is that the bigger numbers feel more wrong. It feels like there's more overall suffering going on. If you were to say you have the choice between suffering for 10,000 people but pleasure for 100,000 versus suffering for one and pleasure for 10, the one for 10 to me seems more acceptable than the bigger number.
You say there's more suffering going on, which there is, but there's also much more pleasure going on. The point of the thought experiment is that these equally balance out. So in both cases, the balance of suffering and pleasure is precisely the same.
Proportionally.
Yeah, it's equally kind of cancelled out. And so, yeah, you increase the suffering a lot, but you also increase the pleasure so that the balance remains exactly the same. So if what you care about is the minimization of suffering or the getting the best balance of pleasure over suffering, then these two ought to be the same, right?
Yes, they should be, but I'm obviously logically inconsistent.
Well, maybe you feel like it's worse to harm more people to save more people.
I think we've had this discussion before that the avoidance of suffering rather than the pursuit of pleasure is an interesting question. And also, is the pursuit of pleasure simply the absence of suffering? There seems to be a good bit of evidence that suggests that humans aren't actually pleasure seekers, they're suffering minimizers.
Yes, you can kind of reject the grammar of the question by saying that I mean, the implication in the question is that the proportions
Attack
remain the same,
phase.
but is it worse? Maybe you could just say the proportions don't remain the same. One way to establish this conclusion is to say that, like David Benatar does, the famous anti-natalist who wrote a wonderful book called Better Never to Have Been.
That book is... I haven't read it, but I've heard about this. It just seems cringe.
That has a wonderful discussion on the nature of suffering and pleasure and their asymmetry. It's not just an argument as to why you shouldn't have kids. It contains a lot of wonderful reflections on these topics. And he thinks that suffering just counts for more.
Yep.
Would you take 5 minutes of the worst suffering imaginable if afterwards you got 5 minutes of the greatest pleasure imaginable? Hard to say, but most people say no. It's kind of not worth it in a way.
Why are
Do
you
remember
doing
when
that?
we went to the Life Lessons Festival a couple of years ago, and we were sat down, it was a canteen-style thing at some disgustingly ugly building in the middle of London. And
the Barbican.
That was it.
The dreaded Barbican.
Yeah, it's some sort of brutalist architectural nightmare. It had to be
Objectively evil.
Correct, yeah, exactly. And we were sat down at the canteen, it's sort of a school tables style thing, long benches. We were having this exact discussion about the relative amounts of suffering and pleasure. It's before you became a full-on nihilist, but I think it was a gateway drug to your nihilism. And people kept on coming and going. People
Maybe
would sit down
essay,
next to us, recognize you
then?
or recognize me, or just sit near us. And I don't know whether you noticed, but there was an increasing sort of like no-go zone that people sort of came, sat down, looked, didn't like the conversation, and then sort of shuffled away or just left very quickly.
Yeah, well, it can be morbidly fascinating, but it's also quite depressing to think about. Benatar's book is the first chapter, or maybe the second, is arguing that even if your life is mostly pleasure and just a little bit of suffering, it's still not worth beginning. It's still not worth bringing a child into existence that's going to have mostly pleasure and only a little bit of suffering. But then the next chapter, after convincing you of that conclusion, or trying to, the next chapter is basically him saying, but even so, your life definitely is way more suffering than pleasure, and I'm about to prove it to you. It's not the name of the chapter, but it's the essence of it is why your life is going a lot worse than even you think it is. And he kind of puts this real emphasis on the suffering. And it does seem like maybe there's an imbalance here. It does seem that there's a difference in the way that we treat them. For example, I can unconsensually inflict suffering upon you if it's going to prevent greater suffering. If you're like unable to speak to me or something, there's something going on with your communication, and I need to break your arm.
me.
Because if I don't, maybe you're like drowning in some small little like cave, and your arm's stuck, and I need to break your arm to pull you out. I'm justified in doing that unconsensually, because suffering for more suffering is fine. But if I could inflict suffering to bring about some great pleasure in your life, if I were to break your arm and by doing so give you like an encyclopedic knowledge of philosophy that would just be perfect for your podcast, even if in theory you might actually choose that if given the choice, if it's unconsensual, I don't have the right to do that in the same way. Why? Why can I inflict suffering unconsensually to prevent greater suffering, but I can't inflict suffering unconsensually to grant some really, really great pleasure that might even outweigh the suffering? There seems to be an imbalance.
It seems like this is because of the asymmetry between how we view pleasure and how we view suffering.
Quite. But of course, you can just adapt thought experiments. That's the wonderful thing about them. So if you think suffering counts for more, just imagine kind of whatever the proportions would look like. So just make it so that the balance is actually the same. So maybe
it'd be 1% instead of 10%.
Or maybe like killing 1 to save 10 is roughly the same as, like, I don't know, killing like 500 to save 10,000. Because maybe you need to slightly adapt it.
You get a discount when you start to do it at scale.
As you pile up the suffering, its proportional impact needs to be accounted for. But even if that's the case, it's like, just do that. Just say that the proportions are the same. You've got one situation in which you kill X to save, NX, and another situation in which you save kind of like a bigger version of that. But the balance is the same.
I'm gonna put...
Is it worse? And you can just ask the question again. Or is it like as good? It's like, okay, well, if you're a utilitarian, you might want to think yes, because the balance is the same. But there's something about this which makes us maybe want to say that it would be worse to kill more innocent people, even to save more people from harm. Well, maybe that's because there is this thing called rights. Maybe people actually just do have this property that they have a right not to be violated. Now, if you have a right that is immune to the amount of suffering, this is what a right is. It's a claim that's inviolable. It's a claim that you have against other people. It always comes along with the correlative duty. If I have a right, it means someone else has a duty. There are traditionally thought to be 4 types of rights, but the important one is for this discussion is a claim right. It's like it's a kind of claim that I have over you. You have a duty not to harm me if I have a right not to be harmed by you. It's always comes in pairs. And the point of a right is that it's inviolable, which means that it doesn't matter how much suffering it's going to save. You don't get to do that. I can't kill you to steal your food, to donate it all to charity, even if that's going to save a bunch of children from starvation. You have a right to your property, you have a right to your life, and so I can't do that. It doesn't matter what suffering's going on here. So if somebody has a right to life that can't be violated, then it doesn't matter how many people are being saved. A violation of that right is a bad thing. And so if I violate your right to save 1 person or to save 10 people, it doesn't make a difference. You can't violate it. So if I violate one right to save 10 people, it's like, who cares how many people we're saving? You violated a right. It doesn't, like, it's immune to the suffering.
Oh, you motherfucker.
And so all that we really care about in this analysis is you violated one right. Whereas if you kill 10 people to save 100 people, proportions are the same. You violated 10 rights. To save 100, who cares? It's immune to the suffering. You violated 10 rights. So you violated 10 rights versus violating 1 right, and so it's worse. So maybe it would actually be worse because you're violating rights in such a way that's actually just immune to considerations of how much suffering you're preventing. And sure, you can take that view if you like. The problem with it for me, of course, is that if you think that you just have this thing called a right that can't be violated regardless of the suffering that's being inflicted, you commit yourself to the view that if I had a choice, if somebody told me that they were about to launch every single nuclear weapon on the planet unless you kill an innocent person, would you kill the innocent person?
Yes.
If they have an inviolable claim right not to be killed, you can't do that. You have to let the world burn. But you're going to do that. So maybe the right actually isn't as inviolable as you thought, and maybe it actually is sensitive to the amount of people that's being saved.
This is a big difference between doing and allowing, right? Because you could argue that by not killing that person, you're killing all of the other people.
Well, I mean, you could argue that, but it's I think it's always a bit unfair to characterize this kind of situation in this way. I mean, like if a terrorist tells you that they're going to blow up Manhattan unless you torture your own daughter or something like this, it seems to me that if you believe in rights, one approach is to say that if you torture your daughter, like, you have violated her rights. You've done something wrong. Okay, so if you don't torture your daughter, millions of people's rights will be violated. So even if you believe in rights, surely you should favor, like, one right being violated.
The minimization of right violation.
Exactly. But of course, depends how we're approaching ethics.
No.
What's the point of ethics? Maybe it's to figure out what's the right thing for an individual to do. So what's the right thing for you to do? Well, if you violate your daughter's rights, you violated a right. If you don't, then millions of people's rights get violated, but not by you, by the terrorist. You've allowed somebody else to violate someone else's rights, but that's not on you. You don't get any moral blameworthiness for somebody else violating somebody else's rights. They're the ones who violated the rights. And we kind of accept this line of thinking when we refuse to give in to, demands by hostages and this kind of thing. So they end up killing the hostages.
That are making the demands.
Yeah, if
these bloody demanding hostages.
If we, I imagine they probably do get quite demanding at some point. If the terrorist kind of says, like,
Could you imagine you being taken hostage by some terrorists?
It would make for some sort of fun ethical dilemmas. Maybe I could just bore them into.
Yeah, that's it. That they would throw you out and say, please take him back.
They'd be like, look, listen, we're going to kill you unless you do that. And I'd be kind of like, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, okay.
The worst hostage ever.
I kind of understand that. But which ethical theory? Are you
Yeah,
abiding
this
by that?
probabilistic with
Yeah.
utilitarianism.
They were like a religious terrorist. It's kind of like, well, which are you like a divine command theorist? Do you think that evil is like a privation?
Get him out! Get him out! We're sick of him. Like reverse Stockholm syndrome. Right. What's next? Give me something else.
Well, let's see what else we've got. Let's see what else we've got going on. Okay, here's just take a totally different turn. I want to get your views and calibrate your intuitions on the nature of the relationship between moral responsibility and the ability to have acted differently. Most people think that, generally speaking, if you are to be held morally responsible for something, you need to have been able to act differently. If you couldn't help but commit a particular action, then it's difficult to hold you morally justified, morally responsible for that action. There's an interesting example that's often given in the discussion of free will. It's discussed by Sam Harris in his Free Will book. I know that for a fact. And this is a real case. There was a man who was basically exhibiting pedophilic tendencies. He was just sexually attracted to children.
Disgusting.
And I can't remember if he acted upon it or not. I think he may have done, and so
He did with the nurses in the place where he was being held after a little while after he submitted himself for psychological evaluation, psychiatric evaluation.
Of course, when the evaluation is done, it's discovered that there's this great tumor that's pressing against the part of his brain that deals with impulse control. Okay, how does this change your moral assessment of this person? You might actually start feeling sorry for them, because it's as if if I were to like prod your brain, Chris, in such a way that gave you the same disposition, I'd be doing a great evil to you. You'd be a victim there. It's not your fault. It's like, okay, cool.
And the fact that there isn't a prodder in this situation makes it kind of unique, because there's no first mover that you can point to say that they're the person that caused this to happen.
So there's no one kind of to blame here in the way that kind of, somebody might be victimized by cancer, but there's not really someone to blame for them developing it. It's just, but it's something that we feel sorry for people who undergo this. It's like, okay, so this person has a brain tumor that's basically turning them into a pedophile. Okay. Do you feel sorry for this person? I mean, I seem to. I would say, yeah, I mean, this is a horrible situation to be in. And they remove the tumor, and the disposition goes away. And then a little while later,
it comes back.
The disposition starts coming back. He starts getting a bit pedo again, a bit noncy, and then they discover that the tumor's come back. Okay. So we say this person. Let's start with kind of the attractive quality. The fact that this person has this sexual attraction. Certainly, it's not their fault that they were this way, because they had this thing in their brain that was like causing them to think this, that was through no control of their own. But of course, this is just how sexual attraction works anyway. It's just this.
So
thing
this
in your
person
brain
bought
that
out?
makes you feel a particular
Yeah,
way
they did.
that you can't control. You don't get to choose what you're attracted to.
The fact that your inhibitions have been lowered,
yes,
it's just a gradation, right? It's not a difference of type, it's simply a difference of kind. Presumably, everybody has some degree of inhibition and some degree of sexual attraction, and that those are pointed in different directions. I feel like it was his stepdaughter that was the young girl that he'd sort of made some movements towards. So he annihilated his own marriage, torpedoed his own marriage to this lady who had this daughter, maybe twice. In fact, I feel like she took him back after the first tumor, and then it happened again, and then she let him go, but it was tumors. I mean, even that's interesting. Is there a number of times that your non-conscious inhibition reduction should be allowed by a person?
Whoa, looks like we're low on popcorn. Thanks, Ian.
Well, this is where I think it's very useful to adopt something like Susan Wolf's real self view. That is the difference between determining whether somebody is like responsible, and we remove the moral element because we kind of remove freedom here. We should get there in a second because we should make sure kind of everyone's at the same point here. It's like, okay, so we can probably agree that if somebody finds themselves sexually attracted to children, you can't hold them morally responsible for the sexual attraction. Like, you can't choose what you're attracted to. If anything, you feel sorry for such people.
There's a great study that a neuroscientist did where he got straight men, straight women, gay women, people that are attracted to kids, people that are attracted to animals, put them all into an MRI and put an arousal response meter around them, which is basically a cock ring for men, and like a
what the fuck?
Moisture meter or something for women. Put them in there and showed everybody every different type of attractive image and video that they could. And you would think that, especially in a situation like this, that people that were attracted to kids would maybe try and sort of change, they would adapt what was going on, maybe out of embarrassment or something like that. And it turns out that you can show them absolutely everything under the sun, and they don't get any response. And there's just generally a fascinating intuition when it comes to people that are attracted to kids, that I asked him, do people get to choose who they're attracted to? He said, no. You go, okay. That makes the moral judgment of people who have the attraction, not act on it, people who have the attraction, makes it a fascinating thought experiment. So one of the most interesting thought experiments, I think.
Yeah, I mean, most people have generally accepted in other contexts that sexual desire is amoral. You can't be held responsible for a mere sexual desire. You can only be held responsible for acting upon it. Most people think this. It's one of the great arguments in the history of the liberation of homosexuals has been pressing the point that you don't get to choose to be this way. Of course, with homosexuality it's a bit easier because you could say, well, even if you did, there's still no problem with it. It's like, yeah, even if it were possible to choose to be a homosexual, it wouldn't be wrong to do so. But one of the great points that's pressed is that it's even worse because it's not like you get to choose this. So most people have accepted that in most contexts. But thinking along these terms, we begin to think about like inhibition. And so let's think about somebody who commits a moral crime. And let's imagine a similar kind of situation. Let's say that whatever the moral crime may be, take something that you think is immoral, and they're committing it because there's a brain tumor that is pressing against the part of their brain that deals with inhibition. It's now not just affecting something like attraction or desire or whatever, it's affecting their actual ability to suppress the id, to suppress the basic sort of pleasure-seeking, crude, animalistic tendencies that they have. It's like,
fuck,
is that person responsible? If I were to go into your brain personally and like on purpose like remove a part of your brain or press against a part of your brain in such a way that I knew would make that part of your brain that holds you in moral reprimand with yourself stop working, such that next time you wanted to do something immoral, your brain just literally wouldn't be capable of stopping you because I just removed that part of your brain. It's just not there. Then you go and commit that immorality. It's my fault. It's not yours. You're a victim there.
Damn.
But again, if you find someone who just naturally doesn't have, isn't able to control their inhibitions, it's just the way that their brain is, the way that they were brought up, which they had no control over. It's their genetics. Maybe they've got a brain injury that's undiscovered or something. Who knows? But whatever it is, if somebody's not hard-working, if somebody's lazy, it's like, okay, what if just their brain is just designed in such a way that they can't overcome that laziness? Can they be held morally responsible for this kind of stuff? In the same way that we want to say that if there was a tumor pressing against the part of your brain that dealt with kind of your attractions, we'd say you're not responsible for them, and that gives us a reason to think that, generally speaking, you can't be held responsible for attraction. It's like, if a tumor pressing against a part of your brain that dealt with your inhibitions made you act in particular ways, then if we said that, we can say the same thing. We can say, well, that's because it's the only reason you're acting this way is because of something going on in your brain over which you have no control. It's this tumor thing that's doing something in your brain. It's like that's how all action works all the time.
Tumor or not, you've got tumor in your brain. Whether you have a tumor or not, at what point does a tumor become a tumor?
Exactly.
At what point are you
yeah.
morally responsible for the way that your brain is made up? You didn't choose your parents. You didn't choose to be born at the time that you did. You didn't choose any of the upbringings that you have.
Yeah, and of course, so this isn't quite a moral dilemma as much as it's just an argument against the existence of free will. It's like any decision that you make seems to be a result of brain activity over which ultimately you have no control. I press this quite strongly. I think that there just is no free will in any actions, but at least in kind of moral, the moral arena, people should be able to see that there's a problem here. Like, nobody strictly chooses to be lazy. They just kind of are. Or maybe they kind of choose to be lazy in that they act in particular ways that bring about that character, but why did they choose to act in those particular ways? Their brain just kind of was of a psychological constitution that made them do that. And so if we're going to accept this in the language of desire, why not in the language of action as well? Why not in the arena of action? How can we say that anybody's actually morally responsible for anything at all?
Wasn't there a guy who had he noticed himself getting very aggressive, went up a bell tower, started shooting people after he'd shot his wife and kids, and then finally shot himself, but shot himself in a way that didn't destroy his brain, because he said that he needed the post-mortem to have a look. He could tell that something was wrong. This was Sam Harris as well. And you'd think, well, I mean, that's morally reprehensible, but then you go in and find that there's a tumour the size of a golf ball in his brain, which was pressing on the amygdala and making him incredibly angry and incredibly aggressive and stuff. There is something very, very odd when you think about it. Was it wrong to kill those people? Yes. Is that person responsible for killing those people?
Want your video to stand out? Go to motionarray.com. motionarray.com now and take your videos from good to the best.
Kind of, yes. Are there gradations of responsibility? Yes, it seems like there are. It seems like he is somehow less responsible than a version of him that did that without the tumor. You go, okay, well, what if in a different version of this universe that guy had a worse upbringing or a more aggressive father? Still no tumor. Does aggressive father guy get more of a pass somehow? Is he less culpable? Should we mediate the sentences that criminals are given based on the past that they have?
Well, sometimes people think that we should, right? Like you begin to feel a bit more. At any rate, you wouldn't be surprised to see like a lawyer, like a defense attorney, arguing in defense of someone who's committed a crime and pled guilty, saying, you know, this person has a horrible life, terrible upbringing, this kind of thing, and people tend to be quite cold towards that these days. I find it's kind of like we don't care, you know, they committed a crime, and fair enough. But I think what you're getting at by saying, what you're kind of getting at is how much we can separate him, this person, from the thing which caused the action. Like, what is the person? Like, who are you? What makes you you? If I just completely destroyed your brain, are you still you? Maybe not, because there's kind of nothing to pull you. You still got your body, still got your biceps, still got your pecs, but you're not really Chris. It's like, okay, well, if you have a tumor and I remove the tumor, are you still you? Yeah. If I removed your upbringing, are you still you? What does that mean? If I gave you my upbringing, gave me yours, like, who's who? Who's Chris? Who's Alex? Like, it starts to get a little bit unclear.
What's that paradox of the ship?
The ship of Theseus. The idea of if you kind of change one plank at a time, you've got this old ship, the ship of Theseus, and you replace a plank because it gets old, it starts molding, so you replace the one plank. It's still the same ship, it's just got a new plank. And then you replace another plank, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And every time you do it, it's still the same ship, but it's just got a new plank on it. And our human bodies do the same thing. Our atoms replace each other about every 7 years, as a lot of people know. 7 years ago, you had no atoms in your body that are in your body right now. But imagine once we've replaced every single plank on the ship of Theseus, and we've still got this ship. It's still been in constant use every single day. We take all the planks that were discarded, and we build another ship out of it. Which one is the ship of Theseus? Who knows, right? It's like, what does it mean to say a person is a person? And I think a lot of people would say that your history, your upbringing, is at least very important in determining who you are as a person in a meaningful sense, in the kind of senses that we need here. And so this is where we get this idea of the real self view of Susan Wolf, is that there are certain kind of things which, regardless of how in control you are of them, seem to be more your real self than not. So for example, if you like tripped over and pushed me into traffic by accident, you know, that's not your fault, you're not morally responsible. If you were to just push me into traffic because you thought it was funny, well, on this view of there being no free will, you're still not morally responsible. It's not your fault you had the kind of brain that find that funny and couldn't stop the inhibition. But that seems more tied to like being an essential property of you rather than just an accidental one. You know, tripping over, people trip over, and I've got no reason to think that I'm kind of in danger or that I've got a problem or that I'm gonna suffer when I'm around you if you trip up and push me into traffic. Whereas if you do it because you think it's funny, I still don't think you're morally responsible, but I think that kind of behavior is more essentially springing from your nature. And so when deciding whether to be your friend, which crudely might be thought of as some kind of like social contract that we enter into to put your welfare over that of a stranger's, and this kind of thing. It's a bit unromantic to describe friendship in that way, but that's essentially what we're doing. It's like, these are the kinds of things which inform it. Take somebody who is criminally predisposed because of some well-recognized mental disorder. Everybody agrees it's not their fault that they have a proneness to committing evils, but we know that they're going to commit a bunch of evils. We probably still want to confine them. We probably still want to put them in some kind of jail or asylum or something, maybe something a bit nicer. Maybe we put them in somewhere where they're kind of confined, they're separated from society, they can't harm people.
Hopefully they can't trade.
Treated nicely.
Hopefully they can't trade, and then
it's not quite their fault that they're there, but we still separate them out. And if there's any chance that we can sort of change them in such a way that they might be able to re-enter society.
Yeah, they can't. They're not even going to be able to trade. Fuck
yes. What's going on in their mind? Then maybe we should do that. It's like, this seems plausible. This seems to make sense. Okay, in situations of obviously.
Oh fuck!
Brain, maybe the kind of person who has one of those tumors.
No. All right. Cool.
Sexually assault children. Like, yeah, we should lock them up. But we probably shouldn't put them in some concrete cell and restrict their meals and treat them horribly, because we think it's not really their fault. So we put them in a bit of a nicer environment, and if there's a way to get rid of the tumor, we try to do it. Okay, so people often want to ask, if there's no free will, then how do you deal with responsibility? Well, take this real self view, and just imagine that every time, like when you push me into traffic because you think it's funny, whatever it is in your brain that's making you do that, I kind of imagine it as being analogous to the tumor. So I think, well, if you're going around pushing people into traffic, I should put you in some form of like jail, but maybe not like a really horrible jail with concrete walls, but something a bit nicer. And if I can remove that tumor, that is, if I can rehabilitate you, then we should do so. And so what you land upon is a rehabilitative view of justice, which is quite popular even among
Come
people
on.
who do believe in free will. The idea that even the worst kinds of criminals should be put into rehabilitative centers where they're not treated horribly, where they have a level of comfort and, if possible, an ability to rehabilitate them. So if people are sympathetic to that view of rehabilitative justice, I think they're already kind of getting towards the intuition that I have about our moral assessment of responsibility. It's like, yes, you are responsible, but you're responsible in the way that a tornado is responsible for knocking down a city. It is responsible for it, but it's not morally responsible for it.
Does this not undermine a lot of people's intuitions around morality and where good and bad come from?
Yes, it completely destroys it. I mean, moral responsibility, as traditionally thought of, it just disappears if there's no free will, meaningfully. You can't be held morally responsible. You can only be held sort of descriptively responsible, and we can only react to your behaviors based on based on our assessment of whether that behavior is part of your real self or some accidental quality that's unlikely to repeat itself. And it's that we use to inform whether we want to put you in jail or not.
play right there.
This has got nothing
But I
to do
just
with
did a master
retribution.
play right
But if you look at a lot of the debate around the nature of the criminal justice system, a lot of people are beginning to see a lot of
Now I
problems
have
with retributive justice anyway. They think it doesn't work. They think it's not morally right.
It depends on what work means, right? What are you trying to optimize for? Are you trying to send a signal to other criminals that they shouldn't do this because it is more likely to dissuade a future potential criminal if they know that the punishment is going to be harsh than if it's going to not be harsh? Are you trying to create some sort of sense of closure or
Oh.
fairness for the friends and family of the victim?
Yes.
We recently had this big school shooting in the state where we are now, Texas, and let's say that the perpetrator hadn't been killed but he was still alive. It would be very, very difficult to go to those families
Oh, man.
and say, well, the thing here is that retributive justice kind of doesn't really make any sense. This person, although he may have been in conscious control of the things that he was doing, he didn't really have any will. He could not have done otherwise. Therefore, we think that it's a good idea to put him into a nice jail. And I think that people's emotions and their sense around how they feel
Are they gonna
about
move one
something,
forward?
something should be done. This person deserves to pay. You hear this sort of language used a lot.
Yes, but of course it would be equally difficult to explain that to people if it was discovered that he had a tumor that was causing him to act in the way that he did. It would still be very difficult to explain that. It would be difficult to swallow. But I think if you did that, if you said, look, this person had a tumor in their brain that was causing them to act this way, some people might still say, well, screw it, he still, deserves punishment. But I think at least some contingent of those people would be more likely to say, oh, how does this affect your moral assessment? And crucially, why? Why does that make a difference?
Well, this is the basis of the insanity plea, right? That there is a lower degree of culpability for something that someone's done because of a clinical diagnosis that makes their standards for behavior different to your standards for behavior. It's basically highlighting that's a person that you can't extrapolate out what you think good and bad behavior is for yourself onto.
I get what
That
he's
they're
doing
in
here.
a different category.
All right,
somehow.
all right,
Because the
all
only
right.
thing that should affect
All right,
is
and now-
the retributive part of the justice. Of course, by pleading insanity, what you're trying to do is separate the person
Wait,
from
all
their
right, oh,
insanity. You're
okay,
saying there's this real person, this real self, that wouldn't do this. And the insanity is one of their accidental properties. It's not an essential property, but an accidental property. And it's the insanity that's caused the crime. So you attribute the crime to the accidental property and not to the real self. And so you say the real self isn't responsible. And so the real self shouldn't get punished. It's like, okay, that seems to make sense, but wouldn't affect how much we want to separate them
we
from
got
society.
this guy.
It wouldn't affect how long we keep them locked up. It wouldn't affect that we keep them under lock and key in the first place.
Ooh,
we would just think,
bro,
well,
we're
do
fucking
that, but
demolishing
now we're
them
thinking of it in
right now.
terms of kind of prevention rather than retribution. And I think that any time you closely analyze what's going on with behaviors, like, it always makes sense to think in terms of prevention and deterrence rather than retribution. And this is something people are beginning to see.
Let's see what my cards are. I don't have any cards yet.
But like, of course, there's this human intuition that says if somebody commits a horrible crime, they deserve to be
Let's see
punished.
what they do.
But we've got to think about why it is that people think that, why that's developed. I mean, that itself, evolutionarily, is probably itself a deterrence tool, right? Because if people who commit bad actions get punished, then other people are less likely to do them. And before we have a criminal justice system, the way that people get punished is by vigilantism, and vigilantism only exists if you have people who are just infused to harm this person in response to them being harmful. And so you have this very natural, pre-rational, possibly even pre-human disposition to think people are morally responsible and to want them to suffer for suffering's sake because they caused suffering. But I think that if we're going to try to be consistent with our view of how the brain works, at least, and of course you can just reject this entire view. You can say, no, free will does exist. It does exist, and there's an improper analogy being given here. That's fine. But if you accept the view that we're playing with here, I think you have to be consistent and say that retribution is a lost cause.
What's next?
What is next? Okay, there's something else we can ask that's along the same lines. Let's talk a bit more about this idea of kind of things that you have that you aren't really responsible for. Do you think it's unfair that people will get admitted to good colleges like Harvard or Oxford and Cambridge because they have a lot of money in their family? That is...
Yes.
Yeah, they're able to pay for like top tier tuition that other people don't get. They're able to pay to go to private schools. They basically pay their way into these colleges.
So you're talking about money being used to give the person that is applying a step ahead, not money that is being used to get in the side door by backhanding it to some administrator.
That's right.
Right, yeah. Still, my intuition is yes.
Seems
uh-oh.
It seems like
I accidentally did the wrong move.
That we could kind of like legally rectify, because that would have a wealth of implications for, you know, individual liberty and property and spending your money and this kind of thing. But it seems at least sort of undesirable that people should be able to do that, because of course they didn't choose to be born with a lot of money. And so yeah, they get this wonderful tutoring, they get a big house with no worries and a stable family, and they're able to study in peace and calm while their maid does the washing up for them, whatever. It's like, this is unfair. That for that reason they end up going to Harvard, for that reason they get a high-paying job, and the cycle just continues. Okay, why then is it more fair?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Harvard,
oh man, I'm gonna get suicide bombed into.
That person didn't choose to be born with, you know, a high IQ. They didn't choose to be born in a situation in the kind of upbringing that made them interested, that made them want to read. They didn't choose the desires they had and the interests. They didn't choose to take an interest in physics when they were like 7. They just did. But by doing so, they end up going to Harvard, and by doing so, they end up getting a well-paid job. And so, why is one more fair than the other? We want to say that sort of paying your way into college this way is unfair because they're getting in because of the amount of money they have, not because of their merit, not because of how intelligent they are. But why is it any more fair to let someone in based on their merit or intelligence?
Well, when you realize that merit and intelligence is an endowment genetically as opposed to an endowment financially, okay, it feels like there's... I think the intuition is there's something more selfie about the the brains and the conscientiousness, again, also wildly heritable. I had this discussion a little while ago. It was very interesting, talking with a behavioral geneticist who is quite progressive. So she's on the left side of the aisle. Behavioral genetics has been very much adopted by people that are on the right. And I was asking, how do you square this circle between wanting equal access to opportunity, even perhaps a little bit of equity as well in terms of equitable outcomes, when you know that people are entering this race in different ways?
I shouldn't have done that.
If you were to flatten out all of the opportunity equalities, if you were to get to a stage where everybody's level of preparedness was exactly the same,
I think I might
what
get
you're left
taken
with,
out
the
here.
differences that occur are now genetic. I mean, that's even more brutal. You're saying to somebody the reason that you didn't get into college is exclusively because your parents have shitty genetics.
Quite.
They had
Never
the same
mind.
diet growing up, they had the same access to sunlight, they were given the same priming, all of that stuff. So, okay, we flatten society down to give everybody equal opportunity of learning and food and nutrition and stuff. Okay, that leaves all differences now down to nature. How ugly is that to look at? That doesn't seem like a very fair world.
Yeah, it kind of makes it almost even worse. I mean, if you don't get into college and someone says, well, hey man, like, you know, it's your upbringing, it's because you didn't have the money. Like, if you'd have had a bit more money, better resources, maybe you could have made it. It's like, oh, man, that sucks. But okay, but if someone says like, hey man, you didn't get into Harvard and there's nothing you could have done about that, you are just too stupid. It seems so much worse.
You're not wired for this.
Yeah, and so, like, in other words, when somebody says,
yeah,
you know, this person paid their way in, you know, they didn't get in because of their merit, because of their intelligence. It's like, why are you saying that with an angry face? Why is that any better or worse?
They just
Like,
made
well,
me
okay,
win
maybe
this
a
game, I
college's
think.
job is just to pick
Hopefully.
those who are just actually,
Oof.
you know, best suited for studies, because we want people in the high-paying jobs that are going to be efficient,
man.
because it's going to, you know, help the economy or whatever. It's like, fine.
Purple
but
might have won this
people
game.
Who pay themselves
Or at least
into
I got a
good
second.
tuition are, by the time they get to college age, like, better suited to study a course. They're going to get better grades. They're going to do the job better. It's like, but there seems to be like an unfairness about this. Sure, there's an unfairness about this, but there's an unfairness about the intelligence that either you're born with if it is genetic, or if it's not genetic, even the kind of upbringing and surroundings that you have and the interests that you develop. You don't get to control this kind of stuff. So how is that any more fair? So in other words, if we're going to criticize one, why don't we criticize the other? It's another slight ethical qualm. And there are different interpretations you can take of this. You could either say, okay, then maybe it just is unfair to let people into college based on their level of aptitude, and so we should just be basically letting anybody into college for any reason, which is kind of the approach that's being taken not by like most universities, like individually, like the Harvards and the Oxfords of the world. They still have interview processes and they're still selective, but there are so many universities now that basically anybody can go to a university if they want to, and this most people think is a good thing. It's like, yes, it kind of doesn't matter where you're at. It doesn't matter what you want to study. It doesn't matter how intelligent you are. It doesn't matter how
Hopefully
apt
they
you
have
are. Like,
shit
there's going to be a
cards.
course that's going to be suitable for you, and you're going to be able to go and have this experience. This is great, and it seems kind of more fair. So you can take this approach of saying, well, yeah,
Hopefully they have
maybe
shit
we should
cards
just
for
extend
this.
that logic and say that the Harvards and the Oxfords of the world need to abolish the interview process and basically just select people at random
have a
or
10.
something.
Tyler
Oh,
Cowen
they had a
literally
10.
said this the other
Damn.
day. He said that he feels like the selection process isn't necessarily selecting for things that are useful long term. That you're selecting for people who have got great rote memorization, but also are incredibly orderly. They're also the sort of people that will stick to rules, and he is a disruptor, and he wants to see more people that would break the rules, that would probably struggle with homework, that would not turn up on time, that would do a lot of the things that universities want to see. But the problem being that that undermines the person's ability to perform in the university, and what you end up with is trying to change the definition of a university. It's like, what are the outcomes that we want here? He wants to have people that are prepared to move humanity forward and businesses in interesting and novel ways. Well, maybe that's not the job of a university. So maybe you need something which is not a university now to prepare people to do that. Well, maybe you're trying to retrofit an existing establishment to now
Okay.
produce people in a different way to the way that you actually want them to be.
Crucial. I mean, the defining factor here is going to be, what is a university? Like, what's it for? Is it like a societal tool to make people apt for jobs? Is it a tool to give people a life experience? Is it a qualification machine? Like, what is it? Is it something for kind of private individuals who are interested in academia to go and find somebody to study under for the sheer love of knowledge? Well, that seems to be how they started. That's not what they are anymore. They seem a lot more kind of institutionalized, embedded into society as a whole. Like, that's why we have governmental student loan schemes, because the government sees universities as like an important part of society, when they were founded originally kind of as just a way for people to learn stuff, just for the sake of it. Like, the nature of university is always changing. Maybe we just begin to see that change. But of course, that's only one response to this problem. You could just go the other way as well and say, well, then, yeah, if it's fair to admit people based on their merit, it's fair to admit people based on, how much money they've had to put into private tuition and things like this.
I want to see what his rank is.
How much money somebody... The problem with doing that, because put in those terms, it doesn't seem so bad. It's like, yeah, okay, a college should have the right to choose someone who's most apt, and sure, it's a bit unfair that someone's paid for tuition, but they've still been, they've still had the teaching, and they are actually better now. So maybe it makes sense for the college to accept them. The problem with that view is that, of course, the amount of money that somebody has can become a reliable statistical indicator of how apt somebody is. If you've got a bunch of applicants and you don't have time to interview everybody, you could think, well, those with more money, probably paid for private tuition, probably going to be more apt. And so a college would have warrant to start accepting people without even interviewing them, just on the basis of their bank account. That seems problematic. But why? You can't do it on the basis of bank account. Why can you do it on the basis of intelligence? If we get into this idea of saying that you're actually equally responsible for either, you are as responsible for the amount of money that you have in your bank account when you're born as you are for the intelligence that you have when you're born, there seems to be a bit of a problem here. There's a book by the Harvard professor Michael Sandel called The Tyranny of Merit, which seeks to undermine the entire idea of meritocracy on these grounds.
Yeah.
It says, like, yeah, sure, we don't live in a meritocracy, but so much of politics is basically saying, this is aristocracy, or this is people buying their way into politics, and the implication is like, we want meritocracy.
I just want to see
this isn't meritocratic, it's aristocratic. And Michael Sandel's like, okay, cool, so let's like imagine a perfectly meritocratic society that everyone wants. It's like, it's actually still got a bunch of problems. It's still completely unfair. It's still just as morally arbitrary as aristocracy is. If there's something wrong with aristocracy, there's something wrong with meritocracy as well. It's a pretty kind of depressing revelation, but it's a book that's worth reading if people are interested in this line of thought, because we have